Hello, I'm Dave, and welcome back to Nerd Talk, the Capper Collective. We've got a group of guys with me, and by the way, if you're coming back, thanks so much for the support. Thanks for watching. You kind of know what the deal is if you're new and watching this for the first time. What we put together is, there's a lot of competition, at least on Twitter and gambling Twitter, and really that's not the point. We're supposed to be working together. We're supposed to be trying to get money from the books and from casinos. So sitting together and talking, because we all have different styles and strategies in the way we cap. We also cap different sports. And so I found it in my past, and I think everyone, when we've capped together, we've shown each other things or shown some light on things and some info that you didn't see that would help put us on bets and also fade bets. So we put together this collective of cappers from actually all over the world in different countries, and that's what we have here. It's an open forum. There aren't really a lot of rules except for doing things that'll get us kicked off of YouTube. We might talk about those things, but no illegal activities, no showing private parts, that sort of thing. But I'm going to go ahead and introduce the cappers that are here. You'll see people coming in and out. That's really what it is. We're going to go for a few hours like we do, but our goal is to kind of touch on all the games for the weekend and the different sports. So to my right, I guess. I'm not going to even try to point.
Oh, you're not going to. Really?
Here we go. Oh, I got it. So to my right is Terry from Let's Go Wild Picks. Great capper and just about all different sports. He's got his own YouTube channel thing going. He actually, for hockey, which is his specialty, he goes over every single team in detail. He has a daily podcast. So that's Terry from Let's Go Wild Picks. And by the way, his podcast is called Getting Wild with Terry and Friends. It's too long for me. He runs that every single day. Welcome, Terry. Below me, we got the man, the myth, the legend, co-founder of Brothers and Bets, Houston's finest, Marley Betts. What's up, Marley? Thanks for coming.
Man, I appreciate it. I'm happy to be here, my brother.
Yeah, happy. We do some stuff on his channel. He's a great all-around capper. He doesn't know how good of an MLB capper he is.
I'm not an MLB capper. I just get lucky from time to time.
Yeah. Fantastic capping sense, even for sports that he's not well versed in. It's pretty incredible. And then, last but not least, we've got Sir Hammer Poop himself from Fade U Sports, Chris Duke. Good all-around guy, probably the best. I'm going to not say probably the best pick video maker I've ever seen. We might show that a little bit later, but Chris, thanks for showing up. We want to get more of the Fade U guys on here too. That'd be something would be good. Talk with you guys.
Yes.
But what we're going to start doing, just to kind of warm up, is maybe go over any live betting opportunities. I was so slammed before the show, I haven't even opened up my apps to see what's going on live, but we'll talk about that, or we'll talk about games that we're on right now. I know that I personally was on the Red Sox extended run line first five against Keuchel. I think it was 1-1 in the fourth inning. I haven't checked it, which that means that's kind of dead.
No, they just scored 3 runs, actually.
Okay, well, that's Keuchel for you.
It's 4-1 Boston, which is really good for my over.
You're on the over in that game?
I'm on the over as well.
Everyone's on the over, and Terry told me I should have done it.
Boston at the crib. We got to take the over.
Yeah.
I just had this bad feeling all day. It's going to be like 8-7 Boston or something like that. Or sorry, 8-7 Texas or something like that. That's kind of my feeling. Is it?
I hope you're right.
Cool.
Well, I just want over in Boston to score 6. So.
Oh, you have the team total too?
Yeah, I took Boston team total over 5 and then the over 9.
Yeah, I mean,
which was my best bet.
Keichel's right up there. I mean, Johan Adon isn't in the league anymore, so that's he's the best. But he's up there with Corbin and Kukuc.
Well, Keuchel was doing good there for a bit. Boston wasn't hitting him too much here to start the game, but finally they're getting.
He'll screw it up somehow. He's got to. You know what's so funny is I guess. Oh, I'm going to say it because it's my show. All the dudes with weird names are the one like Kukuc, Keuchel, like. Isn't Keuchel like a lady exercise that they do? You know,
I think you mean Kegels.
That's what I mean. Yeah, Kegels. That's his new nickname.
Cardinals. Or is anyone on the
Yeah.
Cardinals?
So we'll go through baseball real quick, and then obviously we'll get to football. Terry, what else are you on for baseball right now?
So I got Manoah over 6.5 strikeouts. Currently 2-0 Blue Jays. Cashed the Oakland first 5 plus a half. As I said, with the 2 bets in that Texas game, I got Twins first 5 minus a half. It's 2-0 Twins, and I have Cardinals minus 1.5. It's 2-0 Cardinals, and then I have parlays going too. So it's a big day, big night for me after a break today. Things are looking good now. They weren't earlier, but things are looking good now, so I'm happy.
Marley, what else do you want in MLB? Anything?
MLB, I have my Orioles, of course. That's tied 2-2, top of the 6. I'm on the Rays. That's Rays 1-0 right now, but the Yankees got 2 on, top of the 5th, 2 outs there. As earlier, I'm on the Rangers and Red Sox over. And of course, I have my Astros going up against the Angels tonight. That's all the baseball plays I'm on, MLB. Yeah.
Chris, you bet baseball? You do, right? You bet everything.
Yeah, I do. Tonight, though, I neglected baseball and stuck with the Friday night football.
I almost did that. I had one play, the Keiko play. I didn't even really cap it. I just said, how can I bet against him?
Actually, I do have a spring. I did a little bit on the Angels run line plus 1.5. So a little bit, but nothing crazy.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It's going to be
MLB is
going to be taking a backseat.
They're the best team in baseball.
It's a little bit of it's a little stinky. It's only minus 150.
Yes.
We'll see.
It's because of McCullers. He's only pitched a couple games, but they're the best team in baseball. Right, Dave?
I mean, they're one of them. I mean, at least they're not banging the trash can anymore. I mean, I can respect it now. I mean, I'm bitter. I'm bitter, dude, because I have to say that, and even as an Astros fan, you have to concede a little bit that whether it was it wasn't the players, it was the management. But when you have the best pitcher in baseball at the time, Clayton Kershaw, or one of them, and he's getting hit like he's a little leaguer, and then it comes out that this happens, it's a little bit unfair, because if you know what the pitcher's going to throw, these are major league players. It's batting practice, and when you have like Mighty Mouse, Altuve, and Correa, they're just slamming this guy on his best stuff. It's a little unfair, I think.
Oh, I don't disagree with you at all. I'm not even like I said, I'm not the biggest baseball fan. If I probably wasn't betting, I wouldn't probably be into it as much as I do. So I guess this, you could probably say, coming from your casual fan. I'm right in the city. That's why I'm an Astros fan. I'm from Houston. But there's no doubt in my mind if I know what's coming as a professional hitter, I'm sure that fucking helps me out tremendously. My outlook on it, though, as far as the championship goes, I don't care about that shit, bro. We the champs. All the time. Hey, they didn't take away Brady's rings. They can't take away our rings. So, for that year, trash cans or not, according to the MLB, we're the champs. But did that help them? Yeah, there's no fucking doubt in my mind. But according to all the baseball people that I talk to, everybody cheats in baseball. It's kind of like that's kind of like what they do. But I don't know.
I feel you. What do we got in college football, Terry? Did you happen to tail anyone or do anything, or just?
No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the first couple weeks and kind of see how teams play. And then how I cap college football when I do bet it is basically look at the standings. I don't really cap college football. Yeah. I kind of just bet for fun a little bit. So,
it's funny. I know a lot of Canadian cappers, and obviously all of them cap hockey and baseball and NFL and NBA, but college, that's the one thing that I think college is really wide open if you don't understand the game, because it's a lot different than the NFL, honestly. And Marley can tell you this. Marley played in college. It's better than 99.9% of people. But it's a lot different, and there's a lot to know, and it's very regional. And if you didn't grow up with it, it's kind of like hockey to a certain extent, but the forest is deeper. I mean, you can bet Division II schools. It gets really, really deep and complicated.
That's a good
lot
point
of
on
stats.
the regional.
Yeah, well, part of the cap, and you know this all the time with college sports, is definitely the region gets involved. When you're capping teams from like the South versus teams from the West Coast, or like I had this conversation, Moose might talk about him, isn't come on, talking about BYU, and we've talked about the Utah schools, which there's definitely some things you have to consider with capping them that aren't really football related, so to speak. So there's just a lot going on in college football to cap.
I love it. I love college football. It's fucking madness.
So Marley, what do you got? What are you on right now?
I'm on currently. I already hit. I took Old Dominion first half. It was plus 3.5. They actually won fucking outright 10-7. I'm also on the full game plus the 6. Looking like I probably should have took the money line. I'm all over Illinois. Did I take it first half or just money? Because it was a pick 'em when I caught it. Yeah, I just took the full game. I wish I would have took the first half. But yeah, I'm on Old Dominion and I'm on Illinois as of right now. I haven't made any other moves yet. I'm thinking I'm gonna take the under, but I hate taking college under, so I'm gonna think twice about it. In TCU, Colorado. I'm scared of the 13, though. It's a lot of points. It's definitely doable though on TCU, but as of right now, Old Dominion and Illinois. I'm all over. I don't understand why that game is a pick 'em, especially with the way Indiana played last season.
Yeah, when I capped that game, I stayed off because I index stuff, and to me, I had Indiana as a 1-point favorite, and the spread was right on. But I didn't even really get into it because I've actually seen these two teams play in Bloomington, and I just think it's a big question mark. I think Indiana is one of those teams that wakes up and just beats a team every once in a while. I mean, they're kind of like an Oregon State type of team.
No,
no, they're not. I think they're a lot like them.
I don't know, man. I don't think they went 0-9 in the Big 12 last year.
But they covered.
That's kind of
right, but they were the favorites, or it was a pick 'em, so there was no points to cover.
Right.
I definitely wouldn't lay a bunch of points with Illinois, but if you're gonna give me a pick 'em, so this is how I looked at it. Indiana sucked obviously last year, right? They haven't even played a game. Illinois played a game last week, so
that's a good point.
Even if let's just say they still got to knock the rust off per se.
Yeah.
They did have 7 coming back on defense, but you're talking about replacing a quarterback, a running back, the right side of your offensive line, including the center, which is the captain of the offensive line, and both the receivers. They ain't got nothing coming back on offense, so they're not going to be able to
second hardest position in football to play. Second toughest, in my opinion.
Right. You're in control of the fucking offensive line.
You're the second quarterback.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's tough. That's tough to replace. Especially and not only did they go 0-9 in the Big Ten, they fucking went 2-10 overall. And those 2 wins were against Idaho, and some kind of way they beat Western Kentucky. That can be Western Kentucky, WKU. I don't know, but some kind of way they, I guess, eked out a win against Western Kentucky, and everything else they didn't do shit. They only averaged 17 points a game. So my thing is this too. This is a big college bettors out here. This is and this kind of goes with football. Well, really, this kind of goes across the board with me. I don't follow a lot of fucking rules, you know what I'm saying? But there are certain rules I pay attention to. Right. But sometimes I'm all about balance, you know what I'm saying? You can't say fuck all the rules. You got to go with some of them, but some of them you got to say fuck them. So I'm about balance with life. This is one rule I stick to. I do not take teams with negative point differentials. Meaning, if you only score, in Indiana's case, 17 points a game and you give up 33 points a game, I would never bet on you. I just can't do that. You know what I'm saying? That goes for basketball, that goes for football, that goes for the NFL. I do not take teams with negative point differentials unless it's just like maybe, you know, I get a huge line where they have a good record of covering, like my man over here, Theta Sports mentioned earlier. But if you're gonna give me a pick 'em, and this no, I couldn't do it.
I love your logic. I just, for me, when I index that, when I looked at where some of the expert indexers, because I don't have enough time to index that. I mean, I do too much shit anyways, but
Right.
I basically, what I do, just so everyone knows, if you know what indexing is, I take power rankings from 3 or 4 of the most respected guys, the biggest names in sports, and I average them, and I start my cap from that point. That isn't the end all be all. But when I saw that I had them in Indiana, and it was at home, so on an even field, Illinois is a slight favorite. When I saw that, I said, I'm thinking Illinois, so that scares the shit out of me. So I'm off. I'm just off it. I took the over. I have the over in the game.
See, what would you got to do? Like 47?
I'll look at what I forget. My brain is mush right now after this week.
I was scared of that just because fucking they only got 4 coming back on offense. Indiana and Illinois is not like they're not like going to fucking open it up themselves. And I mean, shout out to Athlon. You know, Athlon has them finishing Indiana dead last in the East, but in consideration, they got Illinois finishing second to last in the West Division. So, I don't know. I just feel like Indiana was the worst team in the situation, being that Illinois played a game at least last week. At least they got a kind of somewhat of an idea, like, all right, these things worked for us versus these things did not work for us at all, and we're not even going to try them this way. These guys it was Wyoming, so let's pump our brakes. We're not going to, you know, they went up against the stiffest of competition, right? But at least you got a chance to see your guys and see who can react to what, who can do what in certain situations. Whereas Indiana, especially with replacing a lot of guys, they don't know shit. You know, they got to they still at least got to figure it out. They haven't even had a chance to look. So that was kind of my angle. Anyway.
I feel you. I'm going to get Chris. I'm going to get to you in a second, but we have someone backstage not new to many people. You've probably seen him on Twitter. He does some great content. He's from Florida sports expert. We're going to get him on here. Hollywood Mitch, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? Good to meet you all.
Yeah,
sure I've seen you around. If not,
good to be
I'll follow
here.
you.
Hell yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Fade You Sports. You know my boy Joe?
Yeah. I was just going to say, we were just talking shit on him.
Really? I see a lot of people tend to do that on the Twitter and whatnot.
Well, thanks for coming. We're kind of going through what bets we have going now. Then we're going to get to capping. This goes on, just so you know, for 3 or 4 hours. We're trying to condense it down, but the whole point is to have people come in and talk when they want to. A lot of us here will sit behind the scenes and do this anyways for at night. So I said, well, why don't we put this in people's faces, and maybe because I want everyone to win. I'm not in. There's a lot of competition. This affiliation of people doesn't like this one, and this owner doesn't like this one. That's not me, and that's not the people here, and I don't think that's you either. But you know, you're always welcome here. I know you cap Florida sports. I see all over the place. I've seen your football stuff, your basketball stuff. I've seen your hockey stuff.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I'm like pretty mediocre at the basketball and the hockey and stuff, but football is like totally where we make a lot of money.
I got a question already then.
Let me do this. To be fair, we're going to go to Chris and see what he's on, and then we'll go to you and see what you're on, and then we'll get to Marley's question.
Oh, you're good. No worries. I'm with my boy Marley. I did. So you guys, I don't know if you listened last week. We have a fade guy. He had an okay year last year, but I think he'll regress. He took 2 pretty square favorites. He took Virginia Tech first half in full, and then he took Eastern Michigan first half in full. So us fade guys that fade him are on those. So that went 2-0 because Eastern Kentucky covered, and so did Old Dominion. And so we'll watch those, see if they can cash full game. I did sprinkle a little bit on scum. I'm Fade You Sports, but I'm also hazmat suit, meaning I love to take poopy dogs. And I did take the 10 with Temple. They're down 24-0, so that looks like shit unless they could do something second half, which probably won't happen. So we'll see. But that's what I got for college.
Hold
tonight.
on. I just realized. So y'all pick fade you sports. So y'all pick people to like fade.
No, I will.
So we're gonna show
fade
something later.
narratives.
You'll understand what Chris's whole deal is. But
Okay.
go ahead, Chris. His style is different than a lot.
Yeah,
of
we
us.
kind of just point out some stuff like fade, like narratives, like maybe someone's like, "Oh, this guy's injured," right? We say fade the injury trend or fade this or this team's hot or whatever, and we're like, just be careful with that. So we just point out stuff. And then I do have a guy that we've been fading for years. I used to work with him, and I take his action, and he's really bad. So we tend to fade him. So.
Cool.
Right.
Well,
Cool.
we got more people coming in, or I want to get both of them in before we get to Mitch. We've got both founders of Earl Sports Bets coming in. We've got Nick and Tim, fresh off of some goofy ass concert they went to, I guess.
Yeah, it was interesting. We were just going around downtown Greenville, and Tim was driving around, and he said he called me. He's like, "There's a ton of people down here." We had no idea what the hell we were doing. So I was like, "All right, cool. I'll come down. We'll check whatever this out is," because we thought, okay, well, NC State's coming in town tomorrow, so this is a little hype thing, whatever. And we get there. There's a bunch of like different food trucks and stuff like that. There's a stage there and whatever. And all of a sudden, the people get on the stage. They're like, "All right, here's Uncle Cracker." What? So we just saw a free Uncle Cracker concert in downtown Greenville.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, Marley might know this. When I went to USC, I went to school. They used to have free concerts, and
I was gonna say I don't know anybody named Uncle Cracker.
well, you know who Andre Nicotina is, though, right?
Who?
Uncle Cracker likes it.
Who?
Andre Nicotina from way back when. You don't know who that is?
No.
He was a San Fran rapper.
Oh yeah, the NorCal. Yeah.
Ayo for Yayo guy.
Yeah.
Never heard of him.
But anyways, the same thing. I was walking by and all these people like, "Oh, there's a free concert," and he was popular at the time. This was 20 years ago. I'm an old fart. But anyways, we're gonna let Mitch go with any bets he has or anything he sees. That's kind of where we're at. Any live bets, you guys, Tim and Nick, if you want to think about it. But Mitch, go ahead. What are you on tonight?
I was honestly on a lot of what I heard Marley was on before. I played Old Dominion last week before it was 8.5. Then I took Temple +7, which is looking like hot garbage. Had Illinois last week when it was 4.5. And then I do have Colorado tonight, which I'm kind of iffy on. It's sort of the whole coaching change, road game, home dogs week 1. Sometimes the home dogs tend to kick a lot of ass week 1. The kids are back in school. They're all going to that first game. It has a lot of momentum. Purdue had it last night, and then it fell apart. And
fucking Purdue.
Meanwhile, Pittsburgh was able to kind of ride that wave. So I think for week 1, that's something to consider. Obviously the one we're watching down here is Utah is traveling here to Florida. It's kind of been bouncing back 2.5 to 3. It feels like every single person I'm talking to is on Utah. Utah's going to run away in this game. Utah's going to go on a cross-country road trip. They're going to beat the crap out of them, and it is what it is. And that got me thinking, you get the swamp, you get the first week back. I don't know.
Home dog.
You get some.
See, you're from South Florida, though. You don't all those country boys up there. That's a different.
No, it's a different world. But I got a lot of friends who went there, and actually, surprisingly, one of the things I respect about Florida Gator people is they're very objective. Miami people, not at all. Florida State people, not as much. Florida's a little bit more of a balanced community. But that's kind of one of the real big ones tomorrow night. And, I'm watching it because I feel like there might be some late money that comes in on Utah tomorrow, and you might get, a really funky – if you get the 3.5 with Florida at home, I think you just got to take that on precedent. But, everyone's whole pitch with Utah is they got all these returning starters. They're deep. They got a really strong O-line. And Florida stunk it up last year at times. They had a lot of issues at quarterback. They just mediocre. But at the same time, they play a really tough conference schedule. Cross country, I don't know. Maybe it just seems like when you get these games where everyone's smelling Utah, they're like, oh, Utah's gonna win the Pac-12. Utah's gonna, potentially be in the college football playoff. It smells like they could be bound for disappointment week 1. But just with the plus money, I think that makes a little more sense. I'm not sure if I'm gonna give that out officially tomorrow because I've been thinking a lot about the. Obviously, the Notre Dame Ohio State game. I try to pick kind of the bigger games. I get a lot of people talking. You get a lot of opinions on it, and then you obviously. But to be honest, Marley was talking about, I mean, kind of how you cap college football. I think the really good people, what they do is the big games they tend to be pretty line. I mean, they're sharp. Like you look at last night, both games were a half point off from the spread. Like they tend to have a little more pull in them. Sometimes when you can get these like weird games, like last week I picked Florida Atlantic by 7 at home, and they won by 30 or something like that. And it was like you can get if you pick the games where there's less money on, the line is a little less efficient. Sometimes you can get a little more inside edge. You can ride with players, inside knowledge, whatever it might be. You trust people who maybe are local, maybe people who live in Florida, people who might buy that place, So that's the game. Watching tomorrow, and I mean, I'd love to hear what your guys' thoughts are on the Notre Dame Ohio State. I could obviously share mine, but
we're gonna finish with Tim and Nick with what they're on, but we're gonna jump right into capping tomorrow's games, and we can make that the first one because I know for sure all of us have an opinion about all the games you talked about. But let's go with Nick. What are you on right now? I'm sure you're on. These guys are volume better, so I don't hear about Russian table tennis or kids Nintendo.
Oh, not yet. No, excuse me.
This guy bets Mario Kart championship.
No, you don't.
Hey, there's money to be made there, dude.
Whatever. Betting on video games. Oh, then again, Marley's done that too. So
that was COVID. It was COVID. I got an excuse.
It's all good. I'm just playing around. Nick, go ahead, buddy. What do you want?
A lot of plays that looked good, but then turned to crap. I had the first 5 under 4.5 in Detroit and Kansas City. Detroit puts up 4 runs in the bottom of the 5th to push that over. I had Miami. They were up 1-0. They give up a 2-run shot in the bottom of the 4th and give up another 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th. Lose that one. I had the Nationals first 5 plus a half. They just tied it in the 6th, of course. So I did have the Red Sox first 5 run line. So that one did come through. I had their full game run line as well. Temple. I'm on Temple as well, plus 9 and on the money line. That's not looking great. Mm-hmm. I'm on the under in Western Michigan and Michigan State.
My best play.
I saw you were on that as well. That was one of your picks for Terry's show. Mm-hmm. I'm on the under 46.5 with Indiana, Illinois as well. And then I have a couple later plays. I like the over in the Dodger game later, over 8, and their team total over 4.5 for the Dodgers, expecting them to just continue to own the Padres. And then I have the Cardinal run line, and I have the Giants first 5 money line against the Phillies. And then for people who are interested in this, I also have the Red Blacks at +4, but that game already started. So I have a little CFL, right? CFL, Ottawa Red Blacks +4. And what is that score? I forgot to check. I don't know what score that is. And it's difficult to check. 18-10 at halftime. That's a good start.
Well, good. What about you, Tim? Any? I'm sure you're on a lot of the same stuff because you guys collaborate. But
yeah, I mean Temple, Illinois. I'm on those 2. Temple looks like dog shit, but I think all of us have that one tonight. Illinois is up 7-3 right now. That's fine. Boston's now up 6-1. So they scored another one. So that run line looks really good. Baltimore was looking good. I have their run line until Oakland decided to tie it up. We have Tampa Bay, and I'm probably going to be on Tampa Bay this entire series. And I'm interested to see if this division lead for the Yankees can get down to 3 by the end of the weekend. That could make a very interesting standings. I'm on St. Louis run line as well. So that's working. I got Houston -1.5 tonight against LA. And then I'm fading everybody because everybody loves to deep throw up the Dodgers. So I'm on the Dodgers tonight. It's a bad spot for them. A bad spot for the Dodgers. They were traveling across the country after facing the second best team in baseball. So it's kind of a rough spot for them. I think that Yu Darvish can keep them down for most of the game, and Padres outscore them by a little bit.
What number you play there?
I'm sorry?
What number did you play there?
I got +148.
Nice. Looking, yeah, it's like 130, 140 now.
See, for me, I can care less that they're playing the Dodgers. For me, the last few weeks, it's been wake up and bet against the Padres because I think they're the most overrated team in baseball at the moment, and that there's money to fade them down the stretch, and I'm going to continue doing that until the season's over. It's a good thing Moose isn't here because
Yeah, Moose is a big Padres
I
fan.
think Moose said he was doing the same thing. He was going to fade the Padres the rest of the season.
He is, but he does. This is why I'll let Moose speak for himself, but I think it has to do with he wins either way type of thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's how much you're willing to pay to watch your team win.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to what I mean. I'm on. The only thing I really differ with everyone was Virginia Tech, which obviously I was on the wrong side of. Probably the only square play I think that I picked. Western Michigan, it's kind of going Michigan State. It's going the same way I thought it would be. Michigan State scoring all the points. Western Michigan, I didn't know how they would score any points. I just didn't like taking that, 3 touchdowns, which they'll probably be good anyways.
And they're up 21-3.
Yep. I like the I hit the Red Sox. Keiko. I did the extended run line first 5 for plus 135.
Yeah, I just took the -0.5 at minus 130.
Yeah, no, that faded Keiko. I'm in the over for Indiana, Illinois. That's not looking great, but
Indiana just scored like a 40-yard touchdown, so that's looking a little bit better for you.
We're seeing that we saw in the Pitt West Virginia game yesterday.
Sorry, 52-yard touchdown.
Well, that's good. Well,
No,
I
got
the under.
Good for me. But we're seeing that these guys are really knocking the rust off quicker than you think. There's been a lot of overs in spots, and we saw this. The second half of that drive when Penn State won. You wondered. I don't know if you guys were watching the game. You wonder where that guy was the whole game because that was like that. They just drove down the field. And Clifford's not a good quarterback. Yeah, he's not a good quarterback. That's why
he has his moments.
That was his moment right there. He won the game.
That's like he's got his.
But where the fuck were they all night? You know what I mean? But anyways, and then I'm on Colorado. I think that's too many points for TCU. I don't think TCU has their offensive strategy made up yet. And even though Colorado, all their good players bailed on them, it's still a home game. And I think, giving them 2 touchdowns is a bit too much.
Wait, look at the over in the Colorado game.
That would mean I don't like the offensive coordinator for what the hell is his name for Colorado?
TCU?
He's a journeyman. He's an automatic fade. I forget the guy's name. I don't have an opinion on the side. I don't think Colorado's going to score a lot of points, but I don't think TCU has their mind made up without what they're going to do on offense.
Who's their head coach now, TCU? Because I know they got rid of Patterson or something like that. Was it?
Look it up. Dykes, Sonny Dykes. There you go.
Sonny Dykes.
Yeah, from SMU.
Yep. I knew he came from another Texas school.
I don't know a lot about him, but
Did a hell of
yeah,
a
I've been on that principle. That first home game, I don't know, home dog. That's a lot of points too. I think that game opened around like 10, maybe, and then now it's 14. I think it's like even creeping to 14.5 in a few places.
Yes,
Marley, what was you went over the new coaches with Coach, right? Or with Big Boss. And what was your assessment of Dykes?
Dykes is so from what he did at SMU. I mean, you got to remember SMU has the only school that had the death penalty, and they were like in obscurity before he got there. Like there was no mention of SMU. He got them ranked in the top 20 at one point. I know definitely in the 25 top 25. And you're talking about recruiting in Texas. He's going up against hella schools, UT, A&M, U of H, Texas State, North Texas,
Baylor,
UTSA, Baylor. Oh, we're not going to forget that Oklahoma State come in here and pick. I mean, if you're not recruiting in Texas, you're really kind of tripping. That's college football, state. I mean, like football. We talk about this shit all the time, Dave. All the way to I coach Little League, and it's serious.
Yeah,
you'll lose your job. You'll lose your job, quote unquote, on Little League. I have a coaches meeting tonight. We watch film, like it's stupid. So for him to accomplish what he accomplished at that school, I think it's a good hire. He's going to open it up. They're going to be way more. They're going to try to be explosive. He runs a spread up tempo offense, so it's going to be different from what TCU is kind of normally used to with Gary Patterson teams. So I don't know. My thing with that would be I don't know how long it's going to take for those kids to learn that system. That's what you got to kind of worry about in the first game of the season. So
road game, a lot of points. I don't know
with that many points. So. That's why I'm kind of hesitant. I think TCU probably wins the game because they're probably the more talented team. But if you're making me bet, I would definitely take Colorado with the 2 touchdowns. I think it's just probably too many points in my opinion.
I saw that thing. They took like a huge. I forgot what book it was. Someone took a huge just money line like -525 on TCU tonight. Like someone laid like $60,000.
I saw on Twitter. Somebody on I forgot which sports book it was. Put $1,000 bet down on USC money line, which would pay out $16.
Oh yeah, you know what's funny is
like
that's how much a beer is there.
Hey,
what the hell?
Make it free $16 if you have the grand. Why not, right?
I don't know, man. You got to watch out. Rice is asleep.
Rice is gonna know.
I want nothing to win the game.
Rice is the deadest dog of the weekend, probably.
But still, I mean, risk it for $16 though.
Yeah. No, that's just stupid.
Alonzo just broke the tie in New York, 4-3 Mets.
What'd you say?
Western Michigan.
Alonzo, 32nd homer of the year, 4-3 Mets now.
Are you muted?
I'm sorry.
Are you muted?
Play Texas football.
Yes, me and my brother are in the same room, so we can't both have microphones on.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's jump. I know that Marley's got things to do in a little bit. Let's jump into talking about some of tomorrow's games and capping them. I mean, we can start with the Utah-Florida game, the Notre Dame-Ohio State game. What I'll let the first person that speaks up, choose because I have things to say about both of them.
Let's do that. Let's do Notre Dame real quick. That's the big one. While we got everyone on,
why don't you start with it? Ask your questions. Do what you're going to do. That's what we do.
Ohio State by a billion.
See,
pick your score, Ohio State. There you go. Over. This game goes way.
You know what game I keep thinking about when I look at this one? It's what was it? 2 years ago, I think. Notre Dame played Alabama in the college football playoff, and they were like huge favorites. And Notre Dame had like a garbage backdoor cover to like appease their.
I bet Notre Dame that game. I remember that.
Notre Dame seems like the kind of school where they appease their alumni by like covering a spread against a much better team. Like they're going to do some garbage shit late in the game and be like, oh, damn, we covered 17.5 by, whatever it was. I was on Ohio State like the whole way through and I kept like looking back. They played each other once back in 2016, 2017. Notre Dame lost by 16. It was a high scoring game. It was like 44-28, I think is what it was. This is going to be a road. That was neutral. That was Fiesta Bowl. I mean, totally different thing. I mean, Notre Dame's got the new coach. I mean, Ohio State's all in. They obviously got Heisman hopefuls and the whole shebang. But it's well. I mean, how many times you guys seen this where it seems too good to be true? Like 17.5. Damn, like Ohio State's about to drop 35, like on them easily. I don't know. I think if I were to guess. The wise guy side is totally Notre Dame.
At this point, with the 17.5, I'm probably going to target the Ohio State team total over rather than the laying the 17.5 points because I can see this game finishing 50-38 or something like that, and it covers and they cover
late. The game
late.
total's low though. The game total's I think 59.
59.5. I love that over.
Yeah, I mean that goes over. When they played Michigan last year, I think it was 69. When they played Oregon last year, I think it went to 63. So those are like kind of high competitive teams. I don't know if Notre Dame can score like that. I think their quarterback's this kid like 19. He's got a lot of question marks, but sometimes the young QB in college, it's upside down, so I can go kind of either way. So I don't know.
Well, lest we forget what happened to Ohio State early in the season against Oregon. They were supposed to
right. They lost by 7 at home there.
Yeah.
And that's right. That was the one game last year that
did it still go over though?
Ohio State was what 14.5 point favorites in that game.
Yeah, they were huge favorites,
and they lost straight up.
Yep.
Yeah, I lost outright at home at the Horseshoe. It was like week 2.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay.
I'm gonna look up that game real quick.
And this is the thing for me in this game, and it wasn't a very hard cap. I didn't have to dive very deep into it. I mean, I indexed it, and right away I have Ohio State at home as a 10-point favorite. There are a lot of players that are questionable or out for Notre Dame, but here's the deal: Notre Dame isn't a team that's shallow. It's one of the most coveted. I mean, they're recruiting every 5-star recruit has Notre Dame on the top 10 list. They're deep enough to cover it, and you're telling me that it's a 4-score game in some places, but a 17 points. I don't care. I stopped right there and said that's complete disrespect. Maybe that's a sharp number. Maybe they know something I don't, but there's no way anyone in the entire country, home or away, that I'm going to lay 17 points against Notre Dame. Screw that. One of the best 10 teams in football.
Wow, that's a hot take, Dave.
I would lay it against Georgia, against Alabama. I would lay it against Ohio State.
No way. No way.
I don't know if they're one of the best 10 teams in football, but I do agree
I think Notre Dame is an entirely overrated team.
Yeah,
they always are. They're always like the product of an easy schedule, like
always.
But this is their Super Bowl too,
and they're going to be a product of one this year. Well, they're going to be a product of the easy schedule again. But
yeah,
they got one other big team this year as well.
They play
what
USC.
you're saying is they're the Cowboys of college football.
They play Clemson and they play USC. That's like about it.
Yeah,
Cowboys
I
of
guess if you
college
want to give
football.
them BYU, kind of.
I don't know. That's a tricky game.
Do you guys
Last
follow
year's BYU
Josh
team was
Applebaum?
good. I don't know if this year's BYU team is going to be as good as last year.
Yeah, they always have kids who are like 25 though playing.
That's why
college
I was
football.
good. You took the words right out of my mouth because they go on that sabbatical, so they come back. It's always grown men playing against.
Yeah, grown ass men against like
I agree with that
19-year-old prom court kid.
I'm on the 17 though. I just think it's too many goddamn points. I think Ohio State wins the game.
No doubt.
I'm high on Marcus Freeman, and to the best of my knowledge, doing the breakdown with Big Boss, this is one of Big Boss's team. Brian Kelly left the cupboard full. There's some recruits there, so he should have something to work with. Defensively, I think they'll be okay. I don't think they'll let the game get away. I think we're going to get a different style of football with Marcus Freeman. He's gonna be super fucking conservative. He's a defensive coach, so he's going to try to run the ball. He's going to try to bleed the clock. He's going to try to keep the game close, and hopefully they get a chance at the end. Obviously, Ohio State's offense is fucking ultra talented. CJ Stroud's fucking front runner for the Heisman. They averaged 45 points a game last year, but that defense wasn't like y'all touched on it earlier. They went to Oregon and they lost, and that defense was the main problem. They got 5 coming back. And go ahead.
No, I'll say they were flooded. That's the 2 times they got smoked was Oregon and then Michigan with Hassan Haskin ran all over them. They were like a complete lie. But I don't know what Notre Dame's run game looks like. But like you said, though, if they're going to do this whole let's drain some clock, control the ball, like shorten the game, then 17 points becomes a lot of points. Right. You know what I'm saying?
And that's my thing. They're bringing back their entire offensive line with the exception of the right tackle. You're bringing back the best tight end in football in Michael Myers. So your offense is set up to run the ball, play action.
Ball control, tight ends.
Run slow the clock. Marcus Freeman is a defensive coach. I believe he can cover a 17-point spread. Because the Ohio State defense is not on the same level as the Ohio State's offense. So if they can just slow them down a little bit, I think, and they can run the ball, I think they can keep within 17. It's just way too many.
You're on Ohio State to cover?
No. I'm on Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Just too many points. I think they lose, but I think they can. I can 17 and a half points. I'll put that in my pocket.
5th ranked team in the country.
Hammer Poop. What do you want? What do you want in this game?
I haven't bet it yet. My fade guy is a Notre Dame fan, so I might be a homer with this one. But I was mentioning, I don't know if you guys know Josh Applebaum. He's on VSiN, has a good podcast. I think the book he wrote was like the guide to sports betting. So he bets a lot of like ugly dogs too. But he has something that I think he's tracked for about 10 or 15 years, where 2 ranked teams are playing. Right, you've got 5 going to 2 when it's a true home game. When there's 2 ranked, you take the home laying the points. I guess his model says like that the general public says, wow, I'm getting all these points with this ranked team, and then the favorite ends up covering close to 60% of the time. So it looks like the public is on Notre Dame a little bit, like a little over 60%. So I haven't heard really. I know I heard a sharp guy take Ohio State over the summer at like -11. So obviously he's sitting pretty with that line, but I haven't heard really anybody running be like, oh, fucking Ohio State's the play. Let me lay 17. It's a lot of Notre Dame backers. So I don't know. It does seem like a lot, but like, are we going to be shocked when it's like 31-10, or something like that? Or
Yeah, that's possible.
40-41, 20 or something like that. And they just run them out, but.
No, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked at it. I just think from a betting perspective, there are all sorts of. I have some, college basketball is the one sport that I have those like kind of deep, intricate trends. I have one that's money for like almost 70%, and it's. I'll even say it right now. It's interesting. A team that blew out another team by double digits when they were on the road. When they go home and they're a double-digit favorite, they don't cover. They cover like 30% of the time, and it's the opposite of what you think. They go home and they're supposed to blow them out. They just blew them out.
Yeah,
those are really cool things to follow. I just think it's Notre Dame with too many points. I'm with Marley. I there's no way I could ever be on Ohio State here, but I wouldn't be surprised if I lose that bet.
Do we know what the Ohio State team total is?
I don't have any of that up. Does anyone?
I can get it real fast. I got the line.
I was thinking with Ohio State too. Last year they were 7-point road favorites to start week 1, or it might have been week 0. It doesn't really matter. At Minnesota, and they were like down in that game against a really mediocre Minnesota team.
Yep,
and then like they had a couple fluky. I think they had a pick 6 or something like that, and all of a sudden they were able to like barely cover. I don't know. Do they start slow again? Ohio State, are they mid-season or early season? Something to think about.
Let me see Ohio State.
I don't have a team total yet.
What is it like? Got to be like 37.
Yeah, I don't have one yet neither.
Let me
Let's
see.
Let's see if they have it on. Let me see if they
My
have it
line's
on.
come down to 16 though. It's not 17.
I already bet it.
Oh, it's at 16 now, so it might have crashed a little bit.
Yeah, I'm looking.
How about
If I can get lower than 17, I'll lay the points with Ohio State.
when we bet it, we were able to get 14.5. So it was we got a little bit of a better line. So when it comes to it, we're not laying 17.5. We're like 14.5. I know it's only 3 points, but that can make a big difference sometimes.
Hell yeah, that can make a big difference.
And we also got the over. We got it at 58. So this is 2 spots where I'm expecting Ohio State write down a score, and that's what happens. Like that they could win this game. I wouldn't be surprised if we came back and we saw 61 to like 13 to 21 or something like that. You just see a big offensive explosion out of Ohio State, because the way I see it, I got Alabama, I got Ohio State, I got Georgia that's slightly down, and then everybody else. Like I think it's them 3, and then there's a big plateau from there, and a big drop off. And when it comes to it, this game should be a blowout. I don't care that it's Notre Dame. At the end of the day, it's a number, and that number is a lot lower than Ohio State's. So I got Ohio State minus 14.5 in the over 58. So we could all cash.
Yeah, I think 14.5 is
Fair enough.
I can see a 14.
All right, Marley has to go, but I want him to plug whatever he wants to plug before he goes. Thanks for stopping by. He'll be by more often. I know that he's a busy guy. He runs his own channel. So what do you got going on?
Oh yeah, man. Catch me at Brothers and Bets. It's right there under my name. Also, you can follow me on Twitter at Marley_bets. Like Dave said, I got my own channel. It's at Brothers and Bets. We do a college show every Tuesday, and NFL show will be on Wednesdays. I'm trying to get the MLB show going back, Dave, but shit, I've just been like super busy. Dave does the MLB show with me on. We try to do it every day, but it's just football's like completely taking over. So.
Yeah. It's all good. That's taking a backseat. Right now, and Moose is even a bigger MLB guy than me. Me, Moose, and Marley do the show, and he's He doesn't even want to cap. We talk almost every night. He almost doesn't want to even cap baseball now. So
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm tired of baseball.
I haven't been looking at it. Like I'll look at it I'll look at the lines, kind of glance at some shit, and like, I took a couple games tonight, but yeah, I'm not really focused on
Take
it.
discipline.
yeah. Well, thanks for
Football.
coming by. Everyone, go check out his Twitter. Follow him. He's got some great content. Him and Coach, and they do some stuff with some other channels too. So
Appreciate
we'll
it,
follow
man.
Marley. Thanks for showing up, buddy. Appreciate
All right.
it.
Good meeting you, Marley.
I'll be here, for sure. All right, guys. Good luck on your picks.
See you, buddy.
Later, brother.
Later.
Mets are starting to pull away from the Nationals. It's 6-3 now.
You were on the Were you on the Nationals?
Nick was on Nationals first five. I just want my Mets to win.
Yeah. Well, what are we thinking about? Oh, I wish he wouldn't have had to go because he had a lot to say. I know Marley's on Florida, but
yeah, it sounded like everyone sounded like they're on Florida.
yeah. So is anyone else? Is anyone on Utah? Is there any case in Utah? Go ahead.
Oh, I just like Utah. I like the spot.
Are you actually gonna bet it?
I think I am. And I might just grab their money line. It's like 135 or something like that. I'm all right with that. I just think Utah is that much better than Florida. I know it's going in there. Utah's getting $500,000 to come to Florida and play. They're one of the paid schools right now, so that's a kind of, maybe that might be like a little bit of a motivational factor in the back of their head, like, oh, they think that we're that bad. We're gonna come in here and then they're favored. And I know it's only 3-point favorite, but SEC versus Pac-12, Pac-12. I understand why it's only that much of a favorite. I kind of lean towards Utah. I may bet it, may not bet it. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm not going after Florida. With their new coaching staff and everything, I'm just staying away from Florida.
Yeah, I think everyone else is on Florida, but I did, my index has Florida as a favorite. I also think Utah's a good team. Utah's a talented team. They do have a lot. Their coach is actually really good. They have a lot of returners, tons of returners. Problem is, I really like Florida's new coach. I also think Florida isn't a team. Yeah, I also think Florida's a team of all the SEC schools are going to be, teams of athletes. That's just kind of how that conference is. And going into Florida, the first game, I'm interested to see what the weather is going to be like, especially for those boys that play up in the Rocky Mountains who don't know what humidity is. Summer humidity in Florida. Mitch can talk about that.
Good luck.
Yes, 90 something every day, kind of 70-80%. Like that's what's it's the polar opposite of Utah.
Yeah, all those boys are gonna have they're gonna be sweating. They're gonna have jock itch. It's gonna it's a different place to play. Utah's a good team, but Florida at home. I mean, the getting points.
Utah's a big home road disparity team too. They love
the money line's. What did you say?
I might go after the money line plus 117.
Not a bad. I mean, I have Florida as a favorite, so. But
I would say watch it tomorrow because I think there could be a lot of late move on this. Might go Utah.
I want to see if I can get 3.5 with them.
Yeah, that's what we're all waiting for. I think that's possible. Maybe around. I mean, what time's that game tomorrow? 7. So maybe 5, 6.
Yeah, that's not something I'm bound and determined to bet tonight.
Yeah,
for sure.
I would chill on it.
That's not something I feel like before I fall asleep tonight. I need to have money on that game.
Yeah, but I mean, precedent. You're gonna get Florida SEC team at home as a dog plus points. I don't know. How good can a Pac-12 team be? I know people love them, but I don't know. I think you don't see that
unranked.
So maybe it's just they're just kind of blind play. I don't know. I gotta look at it a little more. I gotta look into what Utah is. I know people really like them. They had a lot of big wins last year. Played really well down the stretch. Florida was a disaster
with Ohio State in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah. But what's the kid's name? The quarterback at Florida, they do like now though. They had a carousel of what was it? It was Emory Jones, and now it's Richardson, who's a lot better.
I just one thing I also look at this one. This one's a little bit of a later game. It's not the latest games on the slate, but this one's like a later one. So this is kind of like you get your 12 o'clock games. That's kind of like your first shift. 3:30 games that like your second shift, and all of a sudden now you get your your third shift games. I think this one could be one that people try to chase. Like if people have a bad noon and a bad 3 o'clock, they go and look at a bunch of these games. They could go after Alabama or something like that. But this was a close game with an SEC team, and I feel like this could be the slaughter game. I feel like this could be the game that everybody is, and this is why I haven't bet it yet. A lot of people could be all over Utah.
They'll see that pretty number 7.
And then go a different direction or vice versa. A lot of people on Florida. And this game would be the one that just completely obliterates people based on line movements and stuff. Because this one opened up at a pick'em. It opened up as Florida as a 1.5 point favorite.
And Dave was saying his model had Florida as favorite, right?
Yeah, 3.43.
So the people kind of moved the line. Now, whether or not that's early people who are more sharper people that bet their lines early, or if that's public moving it, I don't know. But this just seems like a spot that could kill a lot of people tomorrow. So I might just stay off this game entirely.
Chris, well, actually, I want to get Chris's opinion first. Hold on a second. Hold on one second. Yeah, I want to get Chris's opinion first, but I want to remind everyone of what we're dealing with here, okay?
1-2 Saturday, that's okay. We're 6-6. We say, fuck it. Put this fucking apron back on and we go back to work and we take scum. Knicks plus 4.5 smells like shit against the Clippers. Pelicans plus 3.5 in Mile High. Why is it that line? We don't know, but we take it because it smells. Blackhawks plus 1.5. Hammer poop, folks. Let's go. Let's have a Sunday.
That's what we're dealing with here. That's the best pick video.
I'm not worthy.
You
And we
can't
put all
ask
this-
me.
Earl Sports Bets, and we put in all this energy. We have all of this like editing stuff and all this. And you did, dude. All you needed was your smock, your phone, and a piece of paper. That was it.
Those are the piece of paper I put on my windows after I sold them, so that the installers knew which windows were getting replaced. That's how janky that was. But I need to get the smock out. It's right here. But no, I know I agree with Mr. Tim here. It is going to be maybe a get out game, right? Everyone, like they're saying, oh, number 7. All I got to do is lay -140, whatever it is. I'll put it in a parlay. I'll lay the 2.5, 3.5, whatever it ends up being. I love it. I love seeing unranked teams catching a couple, just like we call it, little bait lines, and it's just I haven't went to the window on it yet, but I mean, it's for me. I do Gators, and just like Mitch Hollywood said earlier, he's like, yeah, everyone, all the hype, right? All the hype, Utah this, Utah that, and they'd be beautiful, so college football like for them to just go get beat week 1, you know.
Mm-hmm. What's it going to be? 90,000 drunk North Florida people. 7 o'clock Saturday night.
I've been to Gainesville in the summer, and it ain't pretty, man. It is fucking crazy, man.
Mm-hmm.
It is hot.
And I feel like this game could be, because I feel like we had a week 1 game last year that was very, very similar to this, when UNC was a 10 seed and went into Virginia Tech.
Yes, I remember that.
And lost straight up.
Let's
go.
All
yeah.
over it. Yeah.
I just kind of remember that from last year. And I'm not saying this is going to be exactly the same, but it could be.
But yeah, think about the way people talked about UNC. They were like, oh, damn, they got Sam Howell, Heisman candidate, could win the ACC. Who knows? Like, then they played what was Virginia Tech, like a mid-tier ACC team. It's kind of a higher magnitude, but similar.
That feels like the Virginia Tech game today.
Yeah.
You're
You're selling me. If I'm going to shoot a video pick for this tomorrow, I think I'm leaning towards that. The Notre Dame game seems a little spooky. I think there's a lot of miscellaneous nonsense that could throw it off.
I've got some poop I want to ask you guys about. Is that
Okay.
fine?
Oh
Yeah, bring it.
How do you guys feel about the UTSA Roadrunners catching just 4 against Houston? That ranked team just snuck in the top 25. Everyone's gonna go free money, right?
That's the game I kind of wanted to sneaky talk about. It was a little off the radar. UTSA is a funky team because I was reading that article about them. They think they're like a college football sleeping giant. They play down their Alamo Dome. Kids love going there. Like they pack this place, which is like a janky old, I don't remember when the Alamo Dome was built, but it's been there forever. They fill it up for UTSA football. Houston's really good though. Houston's
I have Houston winning the American.
What's his name? Clayton Tune, very talented quarterback. I was thinking about laying it with -4 with Houston just on the grounds. I think UTSA, seasons to seasons move, and sometimes UTSA had a really good season last year. Like, I know what we're going to get with Houston. Houston's always going to be pretty good. They get a lot of really talented transfers from the area and stuff, like, Power 5 schools. Kids are like, oh, I'll go to Houston next, and they end up having a lot of really, really good talent there. UTSA is kind of a newer, unsettled program, but at the same time kind of play devil's advocate. Like a lot of the games we talk about, it is their big home opener against a ranked team, national TV. People are going to love it. So I get both sides. And 4.5 is a lot of points. 4.5 is like basically, that's covering those 38, 34s, the whatever it is. They can win that game outright for sure. That's a funky one. So I don't know what you guys think.
Well, I have Houston as a 4.36 point favorite, and I like I said, that's not the end all be all, but Houston is the better team, has to be the better team. But UTSA, some people think they caught lightning in a bottle, but they could be a good team. But they're not a team that has any sort of proven track record, and it's not. I mean, I could have dove into it and picked it apart. But where I have it indexed at, it's a no play for me. I mean, Houston would be
okay. Yeah, no, it's a sharp line, like 4.5 Houston Road. Yeah, it's one I want to play though because it's got a lot of appeal to that game.
Go for it. Go, Nick. Go ahead.
Yeah. See, I think if you want to play a side in this game, the best way to do it is go ahead and take a team total because I think this game is going to be fireworks. I have written down here that I want to bet the over 61.5. This game's going to be a 38-34 type of game. Like, that's exactly what this is going to be. And I'm expecting fireworks and really good offense from both these teams. That's kind of where I was looking for this one. So if you want to back Houston or you want to back UTSA, take a team total because I think they both put up points. 4.5 is a weird number. I don't really have too much interest in that. I think that line is kind of correct. If you want to take a shot with the dog, I can see this being their Super Bowl. You have a bigger team coming into your building. There's a couple of those this weekend where you have an in-state rival coming into your building, a bigger school coming into smaller schools, and I expect them to show out. I think UTSA has a good chance to win this game and shock people. There's a couple other games like that where there's a bigger school coming into this. I know one of them, Tim and I are going to be at tomorrow in Greenville, where an NC State comes into ECU. UNC is going into App State. Things like that are things I want to look for week one. Big schools coming into smaller schools in the same state. I like trying to look at those home dogs with that. So I love App State tomorrow. I like ECU tomorrow, more of the under in the ECU game. And I like a little bit of UTSA here. I'm going to bet the over, though, in that game more than anything. But those are kind of some angles I do like to look at, especially for week one games. Look for them doggies and smaller schools hosting big schools or big brothers from that state.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one that's more like a store brand version of this game is they got, what is it? It's SMU to North Texas.
North Texas,
and same in-state. North Texas came out, though, and kicked the shit out of, UTEP last week, and they looked very competent. So they're going to get home against an SMU team that's always just up and down,
That's a very tricky team to cap.
Yeah.
I lean towards North Texas in that game. But
they're playing Nevada tomorrow, I thought.
Texas State is playing Nevada.
Texas State at Nevada, which I think is actually a good sign.
Texas State.
Yeah. You're talking North Texas, yeah. No, I have something to say. I have something to say about that game later on, but I want to make sure, Mitch is going to hop off here. Something I want to do, I didn't tell Marley this, is I know that we've put out winners Moose said it's something like 60%, but I just know from talking about it, the games that we all agreed on and talked about the past 2 weeks, which I didn't want this to be like other shows where we're keeping a tally, but I think I'm going to, just because, I mean, it's good advertisement, but it's also good to show people that, you know, we're here to win money and win. So I want to ask everyone getting off, you can pick up to 3.
Couple official plays.
Because I know that if I let Tim and Nick go, they'll give me 10. So up to 3 plays, at least one. What's your best look tomorrow? And by the way, I'm not going to double up on best looks, multiple times. But what's your best game tomorrow, Mitch? What are you liking?
The number isn't where it was, but I think it's still playable, and it's it's Middle Tennessee at James Madison plus 4.5.
Ooh.
I think Middle Tennessee very likely wins this game outright. This is kind of one of those funky games where it's the FCS moving up to an FBS, conference. The kids are going to be pumped about it. They're going to be really happy about it. Middle Tennessee State is bad, but they're not like bad. Middle Tennessee State is like a functional Division I college football program. They're getting points. It feels like it should be more of a pick. 4.5 is a healthy amount. I originally played this game at 6. I see that people kind of saw that was way too much to play here. James Madison was a team that was really dominant in AA, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe their first game up, they're riding the hype and they're ready to play, but I don't know. Middle Tennessee, it just seems like a funky spot. It's a little nuanced play there. It was something I was eyeing. Got anything else I was loving?
I like that too. JMU was they were like in the championship every year in the top, in Division II.
They were playing teams. Yeah, they were playing like Sam Houston and North Dakota State in the AA championships every year.
Yeah, I didn't look at that, but I like it just based on jumping up. I can index it, I guess, but just making that jump. And Middle Tennessee's been, obviously they've been a Division I team forever. I look at them and I think basketball, because they're a team I really like to bet on in basketball, but that's a good angle. I like that angle.
Oh, something actually, I'm lying. It's not even 4.5. It's a lot of places that have it at 5, 5.5.
What's
that
the
5 number is a number I like to take dogs with.
Yeah.
5? That 5.5 is an underdog number.
Yeah. So that's one I want to give out. I had Tulsa -3 last week, but at 6.5, I don't know if I want it.
Yeah.
That is my official one on this one. I'll go with that. I'm probably going to give out obviously more tomorrow. I'll probably do a video, and I'm leaning towards picking probably that Utah-Florida game. We'll see. I've gotten a lot of relevant insight into that one. But all right, I think I got to hop off, guys. Dave, it was an absolute pleasure having me on, guys. It was really nice to meet you. Where can I contact you guys?
Earl Sports.
Earl Sports. I'm going to send everyone's information. I'll tag everyone in the retweet of this. But go ahead and plug whatever you want to plug. I know you have Twitter and you're on.
I'm just riding Twitter right now. Who knows? We might have more media ventures going forward. I mean, who knows? Sky's the limit. I've been doing this like a year. It just kind of took off with all the football betting. But it was an absolute pleasure, guys. Be in touch. You ever need anything, feel free to reach out. Enjoy your Friday.
You're always welcome, buddy. Thanks for coming.
All right. Be good, guys.
See you, Mitch.
Yeah, glad to have Mitch on. We've been talking for almost this year. We both kind of started at the same time. He kind of took off a little bit on Twitter. He does some real entertaining pick videos, but he really focuses on Florida sports. He's talking about
that's a good niche to have.
It is a really good, and it's Hollywood, Mitch. It's not Hollywood, LA. It's Hollywood, Florida. Which
I was going to ask him about that.
I followed him on Twitter.
In Hollywood, Florida for a little bit.
He's legit. I'm glad he came by.
Sorry, I left because I think
I left because I think you're playing with your phone. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Tommy, you guys ever seen Tommy Boy? That was before you guys were there. You there?
My fake guy texted me.
Oh.
He's on TCU first half in full. Shocker. Road favorite.
Yeah. Good. I liked my bet even more.
Go Colorado.
So should I get on Colorado? Is what I'm hearing then.
I'm on Colorado already, and I got it at 14. So
What can you,
I'm a
what can I
genius.
get it at now?
Yeah,
It's at 13.5. I really wanted to bet the over in that game. That's kind of where I was leaning, but that line's moved too much at this point. It's up to a 59.5, but I see offense on that in that game.
Yeah, hopefully they can keep it close. I'm gonna fade him.
What do we got here? We got, just to update everyone, Western Michigan, Michigan State. Michigan State's winning 21-13. Just started the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Michigan State got shut out in the third quarter.
Yeah, I love it. I'm on the under. Eastern Kentucky,
Western Michigan put up 10.
Eastern Michigan 28, Eastern Kentucky 17. Virginia Tech, Old Dominion. Virginia Tech's up 17-10, but Old Dominion has the ball at about the 50-yard line. William and Mary and Charlotte. William and Mary's beating Charlotte. Big surprise. 27-24. Charlotte's horrible. Duke shutting out Temple 27-0. Kansas is has a very rare shutout for their program against Tennessee Tech, the Giants.
It's 35-3. Not a shutout.
Oh, you're right. 35-3. Not a shutout. Blowout. Indiana's 27 seconds left in the first half. Indiana has the ball on Illinois' 25. They're beating them 13-10. That would be great. I have the over in that. And then TCU Colorado is about to jump off in 10 minutes. Everyone's heard what I'm on. I think 13.5 is still okay. 14's way better. 2 scores. That half a point there is critical. Can be critical. I don't know about the over. I'd actually, without looking into it, I'd like Tease maybe. Nah, I don't even. I'd like the under on that one. I think I don't like Colorado State's offensive coordinator, and TCU. I've been reading they don't have a clear strategy for what they're going to do.
I stayed off.
Yeah,
I think that Colorado can win this game straight up, because if we're looking at it, what has been the game so far today? All right, let's just think about this from a public perspective here. You're a casual bettor on a Friday night. You see some college football. What are you going to do first? I'm going to build a parlay. All right, Eastern Michigan's a big favorite. Let me throw their money line in there. Virginia Tech's a favorite. Let me throw them in there. They're up now. Michigan State, let me throw them in there. Duke, let me throw them in there. And, all those are hitting so far. Something's got to give. Something's got to slaughter this money line parlay. Colorado can win straight up tonight.
There you go.
I'm not going to bet it. Colorado wins straight up, though, tonight.
they call that the Murphy's Law.
Sprinkle it.
No, it's the slaughter game is what I call it. It's the slaughter game. It's the one that kills all the parlays. Usually that's the Dodger game in baseball.
Yeah.
It's that or it's that late night Hawaii game, or it's that 10 o'clock Pac-12 after dark game. Some weird shit happens. The underdog is 13.5-point favorite, wins straight up. Like some bullshit happen. Yeah, that's going to happen tonight with Colorado. Because especially if Eastern Michigan, Virginia Tech, Michigan State, and Duke all win, yeah, that's going to happen.
For me, with parlays, the first game loses all the time. No, another reason not to bet parlays. I have no sweat on parlays. It's exact opposite for me. I'll lose the first game or two and then win all the rest. But I don't. We've talked about that, and I'm not a parlay guy. It's for fun. I never do parlay advice ever. Well, what else do we got in the schedule tomorrow? We don't have to go over every game, but what else? What other big marquee games?
From a homer perspective here, I want to hear your guys' thoughts on the game that Tim and I will be at tomorrow. What's your thoughts on NC State and ECU?
NC State.
Oh yeah.
So I have NC State as an 8-point favorite, which is good because I think the lines they're
12.
Yeah, I was going to say 13. NC State might win the ACC. I think people say they're the dark horse, but I think they're not a dark horse at all. After watching, I mean, Pitt's going to be good, but they're not going to be as good as last year. Their offense sucked. I mean, their offense was it. I hit that over not because of what I thought. I mean, Keaton Slovis had a good game. JT Daniels had an okay game, but those teams ran all over each other. And West Virginia wasn't supposed to do that. They were supposed to air the ball out, and Pitt's run defense was non-existent. So I think NC State, we'll see tomorrow, but they're supposed to have a pretty smoking team. And I don't follow ECU. I mean, that's your guys' Bailey. I mean, obviously you know all about them. But just off of I mean, it looked strange to me too, and I didn't. I also kind of was crunched for time last night, but going over the what was that? But going over the games, my lean is NC State. I stayed off of it. I mean, sorry, ECU. What am I talking about?
Yeah,
I think it's ECU with the points, but I stayed off. See, right there, I just did a Freudian slip. That's why I'm not on that game.
Yeah.
Do you have an opinion, Chris?
Is it okay if I go real quick?
You want to go? Yeah.
No, I'm
He likes
using my
NC
phone.
State, just doesn't want to admit it.
No, I want to say what I want to hammer poop tomorrow, and then I'm gonna run and book this for my fade guy because I'm on my phone like an idiot. I should use my computer, but no, I leaned that home dog. There's another home dog. I leaned it's double digit, just like this one we're talking about. USF. I'm gonna fade the Mormons from Provo, Utah. Take the home doggies. Like I said, those just ranked teams we like to talk about, the Houstons and the BYUs, 24-25. I'm going to probably get to the window on UTSA just because it's, disgusting, and probably USF, they're really bad. And hope they lose by 10 or less. And we'll see, boys. So you guys are awesome. It's always fun to come on Fridays. Hopefully we can get on throughout the year with college and pros and all talk about shoot the shit and see it's good to hear sides that you guys are on that and we agree on because you guys are all weighing all options, looking at the public, the sharps, where the money's coming in, and so Dave, thanks for having me again.
You're always welcome. So what's your pick? You want the USF game as your pick?
USF, and then you can put me down for the Road Runners too. You could do 2.
Ooh, I like that.
Pen just died. Okay, give me a second. We got to go back up here.
Cash the Baltimore Orioles run line.
There you go.
Give me a second here.
What's the score in that Mariners game?
6-0. I believe it's still 6-0. 6-1. 8.
What'd you get? UTSA at what?
I think it's 4 or 4.5.
All right, I'll look it up. And then you wanted the USF at whatever they're at. I'll look it all up.
Like 11.5 or 12 or something like that.
All right, buddy. Well, plug whatever you want to plug, and you can get on out.
Yeah, we're at Fade You Sports on Twitter. Follow us. We have a podcast. It's fun. We just shoot the shit, talk Fade You narratives and stuff that maybe the public's leaning and stuff they're going to do after week 1, overreaction, stuff like that. I'm at Hazmat Suit 23. Like to look at disgusting teams like Temple, who's getting destroyed tonight. But yeah, we'll get some guys on. Yeah, I've got a few that Fade You guys will come on and we'll shoot. I'll tell them, hey, put that on their calendar, 5:30 Friday nights, and we'll get.
We're gonna do Tuesday or Wednesday next week. We're gonna set it in stone because Friday night's good for a lot of people and it's bad for a lot of people. Friday night is the whole point in doing it. Friday night is football, and when basketball, when you have basketball and football going off on Saturday, especially for college, we can all go over the games. But,
oh God,
exactly.
But thanks for coming by, buddy. You're always welcome. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, good to see you guys again, Earl Brothers. See you guys next week.
Good luck. Sounds good.
Yeah, buddy.
We're not going to leave you yet.
You don't. I want Terry to come back on and talk. We want to talk baseball, but I'll do it myself. I'll run this whole thing by myself. But the whole point is to get people in. I think this night turned out to be everyone just got busy, and I completely understand that.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah, we
We weren't expecting to do what we did tonight. I was literally out going and door dashing. I was going to door dash for a couple hours and hop on your stream, and then Tim called me about, hey, there's people downtown. So yeah, like things happen. We understand.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here. There's a bunch of tents. Looks like a bunch of beer carts, and
Oh my God,
they're playing.
So
They're playing music, not live at the time, but it's just like, well, let's go see what it is. I'm not here that often. I haven't been to Greenville in a month and a half.
Yes, speaking of DoorDash, I have some brown water coming in, so I might be off for a minute or two because I gotta go show my ID.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah. So what were those lines? I got plus 12. He's on UTSA, so 4 is the best line. You can get it at minus. I can get 4.5 at minus 114.
I'm on the Houston side, but I'm high on Houston this year. I think they have a good chance to run the table. They don't play Cincinnati. The toughest matchups they get are UCF and East Carolina. So I think that they could run the table and win the American this year. So I'm a lot higher on them. So I think they win this game by double digits. Like I'm like one of those
points.
Is that going to be one of your?
No.
Okay. Because the thing is, I think
what I want.
I have 3 plays clicked into my bet stamp that I want to give out.
Yeah, we'll wait till the end though.
Oh yeah. And one of them. Remember last week I gave out Duquesne.
Yeah.
Okay, I have another one of those disgusting ones for this week.
Okay.
And that one will be North Dakota. They're going up against Nebraska, and you're getting 23.5 points. Nebraska is coming off of the doubling game.
Yep.
So I think it's a good spot. It's a lot of points, 23.5.
Yeah, well,
I'm gonna say this. Nebraska.
And that's kind of my gross game.
If they lose that game, or if it's close, and that guy's gone. Frost is gone anyway. Yeah, their coach is gone, though.
If they don't win by double digits, that coach is fired.
Yeah, I was wrong. It definitely the under. Well, the under was live for a lot of the game, but Northwestern was the play of that game. You guys were on Northwestern, right?
Northwestern, and the over.
Yeah, under wasn't the wrong play, but the right play. But Northwestern surely was. I was a little scared when Nebraska came out and scored right away, but
yeah, me too.
So what? I want to talk about Texas State, Nevada. Did you guys look at that game at all?
Yes.
I think Terry's in the thing here. He just said hello.
Oh, do we have to bring him back in?
Well, he had to go through customs.
Okay, that's fair.
That's fair.
So, Terry, how do you feel about Texas State, Nevada tomorrow? Give us your opinion.
I want nothing to do with it. It opened up at an 8-point spread. I saw it last week at a 5.5, and now Texas State's favored. The only Texas State team that's good is their baseball team. They were actually pretty good this year. Other than that, they don't have a good football team. I don't think they should be favored against Nevada. I would have to lean towards Nevada at this point, but that's just not a game I want to go after at this point in time.
Oh, I was so. I'm gonna take a sidebar here. Plus, I need some brown water. It's been a day. I actually jumped on the show after a 5-hour, 15 minutes from when I got home to when I jumped on the show from after a 5-hour.
Oh wow.
Car ride, but back home. But I have so many different ideas for video clips, and one of them is Terry inspired. And by the way, there are a lot of smokers that say they're going to, like Marley lights up on shows, and some other people that say they're going to come on and dump. But I want to get like a Munchies. Exactly what I was thinking is to get a Munchies video, because I would have done that right when Terry came on.
Yeah, you can probably guess what I did while I was away.
Obviously, I would do it too if I could still smoke.
You were capping baseball tomorrow. We know what you were doing.
The chips,
Miss Vicky's.
Yeah, the chips.
What are they? Like, I think I've heard of this before.
The potato chips.
Yeah, they're chips, but they're called Miss Vicky's.
Yeah.
Do you have the jalapeno ones?
Yeah, I'm eating the sea salt vinegar ones.
Those are the second best ones. The best ones are jalapeno.
Tim just said that.
Yep.
Yeah,
I didn't hear
he's this way.
Yeah.
He's really this way.
They have spicy
He's this
ketchup.
way in real life. He's this way on screen.
I know
can't-
you Americans have never heard of ketchup chips, but there you
I
go.
have too.
Ketchup chips.
They're also big in the UK too.
That's fair.
So Terry, one thing I want to ask, because I know me and you do this, but I know the other two don't. Did you bet tonight's game with Montreal Ottawa? I don't think you did. You don't. Yeah, you don't like betting the East versus East games.
Some smart coppers that I know were on. I can't remember the other team. Yes, Crystal,
Ottawa?
that's awesome.
Ottawa.
Sadly, Manoa was one
I'm not
strikeout
sure.
away from my strikeout prop. But it is
Oh.
what it is.
Blue Jays
Yeah,
win the
that
World
was-
Series.
Yeah, they just.
Wow, I
Hey,
didn't say that.
Orioles won today. That was good for me. I had their run line, so I'm happy.
So let's
I'm on Ottawa, and they're up 28-17 right now. One thing I saw that made me like Ottawa, by the way, Terry, is when you look at them, they were 2-8 overall this year. They are 0-5, 0-5 against the spread at home, but they're 4-1 on the road. So this was a team that covered better on the road than they do at home, and they were on the road here in Montreal. So that really caught my eye. So I ended up taking 4 points, and they're up 11. So I thought that was interesting. I just want to know if you bet the game or not. I assume not, because it's two shitty teams.
shout out to Big Show, one of
Hell
the
yeah.
producers from PS Pub Sports Radio, who we are obviously. I step on their toes all the time, but we all got to have our shows and do our things. They've got a lot of great content. Go check them out. Half of the guys that come on the show do stuff with them, including myself, some guest appearances and stuff. So
I know. Big Show is a big UFC guy.
Yes.
I've got a play I want to hammer tomorrow. Or not hammer, but sprinkle a little bit because it's a big plus price tag. I'm going to take Bam Bam Tai Tuivasa by knockout at plus 550 against
the
Cyril
fuck who?
The guy's awesome. He's one of my favorite fighters. He's an Australian guy, so he's a great accent right off the rip.
Yeah.
But after he wins, especially when he wins by knockout, he'll go and he'll do a shoey. And he'll do shoeys walking back to the freaking locker room. This
That's
guy's
funny.
awesome. He's just entertaining. Oh, not only that, his walkout song, doesn't he always walk out to like girls just want to have fun or
I
something?
think so. Yeah.
Like,
Really? This guy sounds exactly. He drinks beer. He likes fruity 80s music. This is my guy. That's me.
I want to make sure it is girls just want to have fun. I'm looking up.
Yeah, Big Show is one of Pub Sports. They're big on UFC. Big Show puts out some fire UFC plays. So follow him on Twitter and follow any show they're on. The dude's fire. So are the UFC team. They do UFC live shows, and check them out.
By the way, lol to the New York Yankees defense. They just gave the Tampa Bay Rays another 2 runs, and it's 5-0 Rays.
Well, let's get back to Texas. Did you cap Texas State, Nevada, or is that just?
I want nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing to do with it.
There's no way. This is the thing. Nevada got no respect last week. New Mexico State. By the way, New Mexico State this week
Got shut out.
Against the Gophers.
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Yeah. Today. So anyway, this is my point. Nevada's getting no respect. People had very respected cappers. Like Big Boss was on New Mexico. Moose was on New Mexico. New Mexico State is year in and year out like one of the worst teams in college football. And Nevada, although they're on the downtrend, they're known as an offensive team.
Yeah, I remember that last week. We were talking about that game, and that game went from 14 down to 8, I believe.
Yeah.
And I said at that point, you have to take Nevada or nothing in that game.
Nevada's over a 2-point. I have at almost 17 points here against Texas State. I stopped right there. I'm going to be all over Nevada. Yeah, all over Nevada. And I don't care what their opinion is. They can't play defense or whatever people are saying. I mean,
power ranking wise, you got to.
There's no. and there's no injuries.
Minus
I saw. There's
105?
nothing.
Come on.
Yeah,
I'll-
that's silly.
I'll take
Give me a
Nevada
break.
minus 105. That's ridiculous.
If you do indexes and it's that big, you really don't have to dive. You sometimes you scratch your chin, like on the Ohio State one with Notre Dame, and you dive into it. But when you have such a shit Nevada, Texas State, I guarantee you, even though Texas State's in Texas, Nevada recruits better and gets higher quality recruits than Texas State. I mean,
oh my God, this game, yeah. I have one power ranking site I like that you told me about that has all the little teams as well. Has this as almost a 20-point spread.
He was.
Oh my God, I'm gonna write that down.
He was the biggest one of the three that I indexed. He was by far the biggest. Yeah, and by the way,
which that index actually landed me on. I know this is going to sound stupid and random from last night. It landed me on the Southern Utah Thunderbirds plus 1.5 because they had them as 16.5-point favorites in that game, and they won that game by 16 points.
Yeah,
or 25 points. They won like 38-13.
Yeah,
so yeah, I like that.
Index is fire for all sports, especially.
Yeah, I'm gonna write down Nevada minus 105.
Yeah, fuck yeah, they're.
That is a smash play. Yep. Thanks for getting me on that one.
Yep. That's going to be one of my picks for sure. By the way, Terry, before you leave unexpectedly again, we are going to. It's not something that I really wanted to do initially, but Moose made a good point. It's good last 2 weeks, he kind of did it in his head, like all the picks we were talking about. He said, we've got to be like 60%. Like we really, as a team, have hit a lot. And I don't want to jinx it, knock on wood. And we could, anything can happen. But I kind of want to put out how we're doing because it'd be good advertising because I think we're going to kill it. Everyone here is fire. So I want to pick 1 to 3 bets. The reason why I'm capping it at 3 is because
we'll get
Nick will give 15. But I want to cap like your 3 best bets you want to play. I'm not going to limit it like your show to different things. It's just going to be plays that you like, that you want to give advice on and maybe talk about them. I'm sure they're going to be baseball plays right now, but when we leave, when we plug whatever we plug and all that, that's when we're going to say it.
All right. I don't think I'll be around at the end of the show.
Well, when you leave. So, and I want to get to baseball. So I'm going to try to finish up football here, and then we've been going for an hour and 10 minutes on football. Any other games for you guys? Kent State, Washington looks interesting. I haven't made a decision. Liberty, Southern Miss looks interesting. I haven't made a decision.
What was the first one you said?
Kent State, Washington.
I do like a look at that game. I believe I think that was the one that I had for power rankings wise as a play on Kent State, 23.5.
It is by far, but Washington is one of those teams that I was saying about Indiana and Oregon State. They're a team. They're a spoiler team. They're a team that wakes up all of a sudden and will crush someone when you don't think that they're crushing.
You get a better price on that game. I think you'll probably be able to get above that 24 number if you wait till tomorrow on Kent State, especially the way we're seeing these MAC teams. We saw Central Michigan cover. We see Western Michigan's covering right now. So maybe these MAC teams are a decent look. If you like that, Buffalo at 12 o'clock tomorrow. I like the over in that game, though.
It's not a bad look. What about you, Tim? Anything else? Anything else you're looking at? For
college football related? No. Yeah. What are we not? I like Arkansas tomorrow. I know I'm probably not on the same page as a lot of people.
Nope.
I know Nick loves Cincinnati for whatever reason.
I like Cincy.
What else did I sent myself the list of what I liked. App State.
Yeah, I love App State.
East Carolina. South Dakota State. I think Oregon keeps it close. I think Mississippi State blows them out. Blows out Memphis. Cuse to keep it close against Louisville and Boise State. I just have a bunch of just plays tomorrow. No, I'm not trying to go crazy I'm not trying to go absolute ape shit crazy, but I have a bunch of plays.
You tapered yourself down from 27 bets to.
Oh,
I only have 12. I only have 12 listed here.
I have so many written down that I want to get to.
And that's not including the Russian table tennis.
That's not including baseball. I don't know if I'm betting any baseball tomorrow. To be completely honest.
Yeah, I don't know.
Other than maybe the Dodger run line, because I want to fade the Padres. I wake up and I bet against them. That may be the only play I bet tomorrow.
I'm gonna cap baseball right on the screen with you guys because I have not looked at.
Yeah, I have to update my numbers as well.
Your favorite pitcher is pitching tomorrow.
Really?
Except for
it's Patrick Corbin. Except for the Mets are anywhere from minus 380 to 460.
Well, that's probably a first 5 team total look for me, but I will bet against him. I will find a way, and I will do a video on it.
You don't get to fade Corbin tomorrow.
Oh, poor
no. I'm going to fade him. I'm going to find a way.
Terry can't bet Mets games.
I can't fade him tomorrow.
He put a rule on himself not to bet any Mets games because he doesn't like money.
Well, anyway. All right.
Regular season will be over soon.
Yeah, at November. It'll be over.
Then I can fade the Mets.
Oh, yeah, because you want to bet against them for whatever reason.
Anyways.
Why isn't the running time? Oh, well, I'm a dope. When I was keeping track of the time, I kept track of what time it was, not the time on the thing.
No.
But you know what? You can always go off your start time and just do math. So that's college football. We'll go over the plays at the end, what we like. Actually, you know what? Let's just do that now. Let's do any of the plays, any of the 3 that we want to pick. Let's throw that out now, and we'll do baseball afterwards.
Let's do this.
I'll start, I guess.
I'll let,
then I'm gonna have to go get the doorbell. I like Notre Dame getting 17 points. That's where I got it. I don't know where it's at now, but that's where I'm going to put it at is 17. And then we talked about that. That's just too many points against a good school. We did see Ohio State early in the season last year lose to Oregon at home as double-digit favorites. So that's my play there. And then my second play is going to be Nevada, Texas State. My index has them as almost 17-point favorites, and they're at around a pick 'em. Screw that. I'm picking Nevada, and I'll be right back.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, no way. But you guys go ahead and say whatever football plays you like for tomorrow, and then we're going to move to baseball.
All right. The 3 that I'll do is over in Ohio State. I'll do East Carolina because we're going to the game. And my gross play tomorrow will be North Dakota plus 23.5. They're against Nebraska. That is my Duquesne of last weekend. So there you go. Those will be my 3. Nick?
All right. Seeing that we are going to the game, I'll give it a play for that one there. Give me ECU, NC State under 51. When we look at these 2 teams, I see one of the top defenses in the American Conference in East Carolina. I see a potential top 10 defense in all of college football with NC State. I see a really good running dynamic duo for East Carolina with Mitchell and with Harris, along with a left-handed quarterback that doesn't really air the ball down the field too often. So I can see him having some design runs as well, help milk the clock, play some good defense. I see a low-scoring game under 51, East Carolina and NC State. I will give out an underdog here straight up. I will give out the Ohio Bobcats straight up as 4.5-point dogs. We're going to take plus 175 with them to knock off the FAU Owls. I have that game priced at a pick 'em. So getting plus 175 at a game I think should be even money. Pick 'em. I'll take that. I'll go with another Carolina game. I'm going to go App State, UNC over the total of 56.5. I wanted to bet App State in this game. This line's moved too much for me to bet App State. I do like the over in this one. I do think that App State puts up at least 30, and I think that UNC can do it relatively the same. I see a good high-scoring game in that one, over 56.5, App State and UNC. That's my 3 plays.
And then, Terry, what do you think?
Everything you guys said sounds amazing.
All right, cool.
Everything you guys said is exactly what I would have just said, so sounds good to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We got you.
By the way, I'm looking at it for tomorrow. I might have to make another play. in baseball because projected pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays is Yusei Kikuchi
Is it actually?
as a primary reliever. So I may need to get some
Toronto
Pirates
minus
back
2.5, Toronto minus 3.5, Toronto minus 4.5.
Are you on crack? I need to see who's pitching for Texas. I'm filling out my spreadsheet right now. Oh, Colby Allard. That should be fun.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm betting any baseball tomorrow, to be completely honest, but we'll see.
So for my 3 plays, Dave, I gave out ECU NC State under 51.
Okay.
I gave out UNC App State over 56.5. I took the Bobcats of Ohio money line plus 175. I don't mind those points as well.
Cool. I'm going to go back. I decided instead of writing that, I mean, I missed Tim, so I'm just going to go back and look at them. But
Yeah, I'll put them in the private chat for you. Make
Yeah.
it easy.
yeah, you should. Let's all do that. But and then Terry, obviously, I heard that and giggled on the way back that he's just going to tail everyone.
Yeah, everything you guys said is exactly what I was thinking. So
I know.
as an expert college football handicapper, I agree with you guys.
It's like me in the hockey show, like coming in asking all those stupid questions that I ask. Like, is Wayne Gretzky still on the Oilers?
No, you got
Is he?
Tracy Kings. Yeah, I got.
Or like, yeah, it's always a player that I know played for the team because I don't know any players that play. So it's like, oh, Luke Robitaille for the, or even I asked about Wayne Gretzky and the Kings, or Steve Yzerman, or
Real quick, this AL East division is going to be phenomenal because the Tampa Bay Rays have opened up a 9-0 lead over the Yankees.
Yankees are getting trouble, boy. I think they're. I don't know what the deal is, but
They're going to be a wild card team.
They're going to lose in the wild card. The only chance they have at winning a playoff game is if they face the Twins.
What if Toronto and Tampa Bay pass the Yankees? And meanwhile, a couple weeks ago, people were saying that the Yankees have won this division. And
what about the Orioles?
What about the Orioles? Honestly,
I don't know if there's enough games left for the Orioles.
Oh, I think there is. Absolutely. They're only, 2 games behind the Blue Jays? And they got 9 games against them?
No, we're talking about the Yankees.
To pass the Yankees, it's
to pass the Yankees. Okay.
It's Tampa.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't see anybody else passing the. Sorry, Terry. The only reason why is because the Rays have the games against the Yankees. The Jays don't. That's kind of my thing, is they don't have those games to try to make up ground.
Jays have a lot of games against Tampa, though. And
that doesn't matter when you're trying to catch the Yankees. And if anything, that hurts them trying to catch the Yankees facing Tampa, who's also trying to catch the Yankees. So that's the only reason why. Because the Rays have the games to play with, that's the only reason why I would give them the edge over Toronto. Plus, they have a 2-game lead over Toronto, or whatever, 1.5, whatever it is.
Both New York baseball teams suck.
Well,
you can just go ahead and kick them out.
The Canadian team is better than both New York baseball teams.
Dude,
I mean, records say otherwise, but all right.
Coming next Tuesday or Wednesday, haven't decided what day we're going to have the second show. I'm going to have a bunch of videos. I have so many ideas. It's not even funny. And I usually don't have any ideas. You can tell how creative I am by my Twitter handle. Picks from Dave. That's real, fucking creative.
Hey.
All right, now we got a little bit of a sweat here in this Michigan State game, Dave. It's 35-13 with 4 to go.
I noticed because that's your best bet today, Dave.
Yep.
I had
what
the
was
under.
My best bet?
Mine was the Red Sox run.
Ooh, Tim. Yours was Temple plus 9.5.
Ah, damn it. Of course. You know what? By the way, the Mets just won. Of course. Baseball is going like 100% right now. No, not trying to jinx or anything. College football has been dog shit. So it's like, why did I put Temple? Anyways, that's fine.
So
I got to give you guys some room to.
Well, if this under for Dave doesn't go right, then you guys are tied in college football.
I already know my best bet for tomorrow is going to be East Carolina. Game starts at noon, but I don't
My
care.
best
I'm
bet
putting
for
it in.
college football was
You can't put it in.
Did we include? Was this my first best bet? No, it was yesterday's bet. It was.
No, today. Everything's changed
There
as of
was
today.
no show yesterday.
Yeah,
Oh
there's
yeah,
no
that's
choice.
right. Well, I had a win, so if I lose by one, if I'm not on top by one, I'm writing HR.
Touchdown, Illinois.
That's good. I need Virginia Tech to score, and I need Michigan State to hold this shit.
Well, Michigan State has the ball now with 2 to go.
Red Sox run line, cash it.
Cardinals are looking
Crystal
good.
They're
Park
going to run
3-0
the
now.
clock out. They're going to run the clock out.
Hopefully.
Some sites are saying Casey Lawrence is starting.
Oh
Instead
boy.
of Kikuchi.
Okay. I probably want nothing to do with that game.
Which
And
So
there's
it may
probably no
not
line
be
on it yet.
Kikuchi.
It may not be Kikuchi.
I
We may
may
not be that lucky.
I may
Kikuchi
not bet
can-
a single baseball game tomorrow, to
Look
be
at
completely
Kikuchi.
honest. I may just bet college football and go from there.
Oh, sorry, Crystal.
Hi, Crystal.
Well,
hard to
Tim,
keep track of.
Really,
based on
Serena
today, you
Williams
should
lost.
bet baseball.
All right, yeah, let's talk about some baseball for tomorrow. I haven't capped anything at all. Terry's antsy to go eat some birthday cake or whatever he's going to do.
See, for me, it says that it's going to be Trevor Richards tomorrow.
RotoWire said Kikuchi is the primary reliever, so I don't know at this point.
MLB.com says
Okay.
Trevor Richards.
And the book doesn't have a line.
The book doesn't
so-
have a line, so that's kind of the end all be all is the book. Because if you're betting it, you kind of need those pitchers.
1-0 Astros.
What did I put? What did you put in for the odds for my? I got 54.5.
Yeah, so I used the odds that were the most updated, and that was 54.5 minus 110.
Yeah, so that's what I did too. So if they score a touchdown, I'm screwed, but I don't think they will.
And then your over-under was Illinois, Indiana over
Yep.
46.
Which is not looking great, but not horrible.
Hey, my over-under hit because I had Oakland team total
Oh,
under.
wait a minute. My over is looking great.
Am I-
33.
Who is my dog today?
Are you sure Oakland
Who the
didn't
hell is
score?
a dog?
Oh, they only scored 3? I thought Oakland scored more than 3.
San Diego, that's my dog.
Well,
Oh, yeah, Oakland only scored 2, so you're good.
Well, yeah, I had I had run line for Baltimore, so I was watching that one.
All right, MSU, just get into victory formation and call it a game.
is anyone going to have a drink with me? I can't cheers because Tim doesn't drink, and I don't think Terry drinks either, right?
I do, but not when I'm tired. Yeah,
Well,
when I'm not
2-0.
another time. When hockey comes back, I'll be drinking more.
what does that matter? Is hockey more drinking?
Because the Wild are a very stressful team.
I
You have
knew
to have something in order to deal with it. That's what it's not. And normally I would be drinking a lot at this time because normally the Mets would suck. But right now the Mets are actually good, so I don't drink as much right now. I don't have to. Normally it's a lot more stressful.
Don't worry, stressful time for the Mets are coming in the playoffs, so you'll
Probably,
get
yeah.
drinking again soon.
I'm going to say this.
Playoffs are never
We
not.
were talking about this. I don't know if it was backstage a while ago. I said the Mets had to
Cash
play
the
a
under
very.
at Michigan State, by the way.
What was that?
Cash the under at Michigan State.
Yeah, I'm a genius. Hey, what I said about the Mets was okay. The Mets have to play a very specific type of baseball to beat the Dodgers, who are the team to beat in the National League. They played those exact games, those low-scoring games where their pitchers shut down. They played the exact type of baseball they have to play. So my eyes are – but here's the deal. The Dodgers, in my opinion, along with the Cardinals – those are probably the two teams. In the past 10 years, even if they switch coaches and stuff, they're just well-run organizations. It's kind of like the Ravens and the Steelers. The Dodgers they know what they're about. They've got their system, their plug and play. If you would have told me Tony Gonsolin would have been their ace this year, I would have said bullshit, or that Tyler Anderson or that Mitch White would have pitched so well. It has to do with the system and the coaching. That's why the Dodgers have changed the way that baseball does things. One of the reasons why you have to face 3 batters is because Roberts would pull the pitcher out after one batter, three pitchers in a row. So their system is good. So don't look for the Dodgers to really ever go on streak. They're just too well coached and too well run. And I know people want to hate them, but you have to respect them. But the Mets play like that. The Mets play like that. They'll go to the World Series if they play like that. You heard it here first. I hate that saying, but
I hope you're right.
And what the path and what, I was going to say something about the Blue Jays. We need the Blue Jays
are a boom or bust team.
Yeah, are they going to be what are the wild card standings right now? MLB wild card standings. I haven't looked for a while. But a different.
I think the Blue Jays and the Brewers have to be the two toughest teams to cap this year.
The Brewers, fuck them.
The Jays.
Well, here's the problem with the Brewers. I can't even win a team total. I had their team total last night. They don't even give me a run. Like when I don't even bet on them. I bet on the total.
Yeah.
Those ball lickers. I'm done with them. So the wild card is Seattle, Tampa Bay, Toronto, and Baltimore's 1.5 games back. I'll tell you, boy, Baltimore could do it. What if Baltimore?
That'd be awesome.
Barry, how
What
sad
story that would be?
How sad would you be if Orange knocks out Blue right there? You would cry.
No, that's not going to happen.
Oh man,
I don't have to be sad because I know that's not going to happen.
Terry, you're a nice guy. I secretly want to see you really angry. Like,
you don't want to see me when I'm angry.
Just imagine the story of a team that goes from 110 losses last year to making the playoffs.
The Orioles play some good. They play the baseball I like. They're one of those teams that don't have any all-stars or stud players. They just all play with tempo and they love to play. And I like teams like that.
They have elite pitching. Well, I don't know elite pitching. Their pitching's been elite, I should say.
Yeah,
that's the only reason why they're staying in games.
Yeah, Bradish has come out of nowhere. I mean, Lyles.
Bradish has been great since they brought him up.
Bradish, Kramer, and not to just mention their bullpen. Their bullpen has been phenomenal.
Even after they traded Lopez.
Yeah.
Which Lopez has gone on to really not do all that well in Minnesota.
Minnesota's tailed off like I expected.
So I need to get a video of Edwin Diaz's thing for this show.
Minnesota hasn't really tailed off. I think they've won 6 in a row now.
Yeah.
And
they're in the
Cleveland
like
half a game behind Cleveland. So I'm not really tailing off.
Holy shit. Oh yeah.
I don't check standings that often. I just play the games.
Yeah.
I think Minnesota play tonight
already.
And Minnesota do tonight.
Oh, sorry, Twins lost their last
Chicago.
Tied up at 2 right now.
Yeah, and I have Twins.
I think the White Sox. Okay, I think the White Sox have a chance as long as Tony La Russa does not manage another game.
Yes.
And he's on leave right now.
People have been saying that the White Sox have a chance all year long. And they're probably going to be saying it until they're matching.
What's been holding them back is fucking Tony La Russa.
There's lots holding them back. They're just not. They're overrated.
Injuries. But if we look at it, they've been so bad, right? Well, they're only sitting how many games? 4 games back?
Nobody said they're so bad.
3.5
the most
games back,
overrated team.
Tonight, it's 3 games back.
They're overrated.
They're overrated. Yes, they are overrated.
They're the most overrated team in baseball.
They do absolutely nothing. But they still have a chance. They've been playing this bad all year. They're a game under 500, but the AL Central is that bad where they're still in the race.
Mathematically, but they're out of it. Realistically, they're out of it. Mathematically, not, but realistically, they're out of it.
I think the White Sox can be a little bit of a bet-on team the last month.
They've been out of it for months.
The thing is, the White Sox get a bunch of games, get like 9 more games or 8 more games after tonight against Minnesota.
All right. So I'm the same way. I think the White Sox. I think the White Sox are not a bet-on team. I think everyone. They were supposed to go to the World Series or be a contender this year. They stink. And I fade a lot of their play. I fade them a lot. Here's the deal. Take the odds for the futures for them to make the playoffs and double it, and I'll lay a bet with you. That's how confident I know that I am they're not going to make the
Oh, they're not going to do anything in the playoffs if they make it.
No, they won't go to the playoffs.
Yeah,
If
they're
it's
not
2 to
making
1 or
the
3 to
playoffs.
1, I'll give you 4 to 1 or 6 to 1 on any amount you want, and they're not going to the playoffs.
I think that in order for I think their odds to win the division a couple days ago was like 6 to 1, 7 to 1, something in that range,
To win the division?
or 8 to 1. They're only 3 games back,
Yeah.
and they have
That's the crazy.
They have 4 games against Cleveland and 8 more games against Minnesota. They have the games to do it.
Cleveland, well, that doesn't. They don't have the team to do it. Cleveland's by far the
Yeah,
best team in that
agreed.
division. They're a second half team. Their bullpen is fucking lights out. Talking about bullpens.
Yeah, Cleveland's a phenomenal. I'm not saying Cleveland. It would take a lot for Cleveland to choke away. Well, they're only a half game up, but it would take a
Yeah.
lot for Cleveland to choke it to Chicago. But
People
All
seem
I'm
to think that
saying is-
Minnesota is this shitty team that can't possibly win this division, but they've been pretty much leading the division all year
they
long.
can win the division. I just don't see it. I know they're only a
People
half
haven't seen
game
it all year
back.
long.
The fact that Baltimore is better than Cleveland just show like the last wild card spot's better than the division leader just shows that because that AL Central division is so shitty is the only reason why those teams are still competitive.
I don't think Baltimore's a better team. They're playing really good baseball. They're not a better team.
They're a better team than Minnesota and Cleveland, yeah.
Well, I don't think they're better.
I think Baltimore and Cleveland are one and the same.
I'd say they're
Okay.
closer to. Yeah, I still think Cleveland's better, but I don't know.
But I don't know if I don't know if I could put Baltimore up there with Tampa and Toronto, but I think Baltimore is exactly where they are. And I had their win total over, and it hit in the middle of August.
Crystal
I bet on Cleveland
is
when they're not
unfortunately
playing.
not a Twins fan. But you know what?
Hey, you don't have to be a fan of us.
Neither
It's
am
fine.
I. I have family lives in
No,
Minnesota.
nobody except I cheer for Minnesota sports teams. Obviously, we know I'm a Blue Jays fan, but I do have a soft spot for the Twins. But nobody else on the show here likes the Twins. Dave, maybe you're impartial, but the
I don't
Earl
care.
brothers do not like the Twins.
My
I
family,
don't like them as a better.
a bunch of my family generations back was from Minnesota. They're all Norwegian, and they're
I
all
don't like
Twins
the AL
fans.
Central as a better. I just never get them right.
But you guys think the Twins are about. You guys think the Twins are.
I think the entire division's bad. I think the entire division's dog shit. That's not the point.
In my defense, I'm not wrong. Minnesota is a non-profitable team this year. So if you fade them every game, you're up around 6 units. So they're not a good team.
I think Cleveland's a contender.
Oh,
I've said it. Them and the Cardinals
Cleveland,
are
I
second.
love Cleveland.
Cleveland is a good team. The rest of that division is dishwater.
Cleveland has pitching, and I like that.
Yeah.
Quantrill's been good. McKenzie is an up-and-coming stud where I think I'll have a Cy Young ticket for him next year. He's that type of level of talent. They always Shane Bieber, and then Aaron Savali's been really good as well. And then Zach Plesac's your number 5. That's a solid rotation.
And
No,
they've
it's
got the
not.
best bullpen in baseball. They're pitching solid.
And
They
one of
can-
the best closers in baseball.
And they can
One
hit
of
the
the
ball when
best
they want to. They're not going to beat. They're not. I mean, in the long
Best
run,
closure
they'll
in
beat-
the AL.
I said one of the best closers. in
I know.
baseball.
Oh yeah, because who could possibly be the best one? I wonder.
The one that's won National League reliever of the month for 3 straight months.
Who just happens to be on the Mets?
Sean Smoltz.
Oh, we're talking about this year.
I'm just kidding.
Because if that's the case, Mariano Rivera, Trevor Hoffman are all
Those are the two.
Billy Wagner,
Brad Lidge.
Brad Lidge. Like you got a John Smoltz. You got a bunch of guys that are
Lee
way
Smith.
better.
You guys don't even know Lee Smith had the save records back, and he was the first guy that had it for a long time, and then it got broke by Hoffman, and then it got broke by Rivera. But Lee Smith was the dude for a while. He was
1-0
Yeah.
Giants.
And I
yeah.
don't think Rivera's record gets beat.
Not for a while.
You know the crazy thing about Rivera is he really only had like one pitch, but he threw it different ways.
Cutters.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he was the best to ever do it though.
And the thing is, you have to have the perfect wave with all that stuff. Like, sure, Mariano was fantastic. He was also part of the Yankee dynasty, and he was able to get in enough games to get those saves.
Well, I look at that differently. He had to pitch in the most big games. So the three best pitchers that I've watched with my own eyes, because I saw Nolan Ryan pitch, but he played in 4 decades, so he was the three best pitchers I've ever seen pitch.
Mhm.
2 starters are Greg Maddux, Randy Johnson, and Mariano Rivera for all different reasons. But I have to say, because Greg Maddux had the best accuracy you'd ever see, pinpoint. He had one of the best changeups you'd ever see. Randy Johnson is the most dominant pitcher I've ever seen. He scared the shit out of people, and he was the first guy to have one of those plus 90 mile an hour sliders. And he was left-handed, so the
Now
angle
we're
was
seeing
different.
100-mile-an-hour sinkers.
Yep. Well, that's what I'm
He
saying.
blew up a bird.
Yeah,
He blew up a bird.
but Mariano Rivera only really had one pitch, and he pitched
all
in
he
the
needed.
biggest spots year after year after year after year after year after year. He had ice in his veins, so he might be the best pitcher I've ever seen pitch. It's just elite.
And I remember one thing that I remember seeing with Mariano Rivera that you rarely see with any other pitcher. I don't think I've ever seen it with any other pitcher, and that is switch hitters coming up and batting right-handed against a right-handed pitcher.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because he was
Just
better.
because his cutter came in so much on the left-handed hitter's
Yeah.
hands that they couldn't do shit with it.
Yeah. All right, let's get Terry involved in this
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
conversation.
Yeah, I was just about to say that I'm going to jump off.
All right,
shortly.
so we were going to caps again. What do you want? Let's do what you're liking, what you're seeing for tomorrow, and then you can do your bets for MLB. And give a little bit of an explanation for what you like.
I haven't really looked at tomorrow at all.
Oh gosh, you're off. I'm kicking you off of here. Get out of here.
Yeah, I'm basically not going to be much help at this
Yeah.
point. But
I haven't looked at it either.
Terry is.
I
on
have one
vacation.
play that I like, and we'll see from there.
Terry is on vacation mode. He is one of those guys that does not believe in no days off. He took a day off yesterday, but it's well deserved because this guy right here is choosing to do something crazy and look at every single team in one of the major sports and do an hour-long show at least on each one.
Oh my-
which
Those have been fun, by the way. I've had a lot of fun doing those.
I've liked watching them. I don't
love
understand what
looking
you're
at those.
saying.
It gets you in the mind of hockey, which I absolutely love.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for his show, I wouldn't have looked at the Columbus Blue Jackets and what they've done in the offseason. I can give a fuck about that team, but it's cool looking at all these different teams from these different perspectives. And I'm also learning about some prospects too, which is something that I found interesting as well. So I feel like a decent hockey guy, and I'm learning stuff from that as well, being on the shows as well. So I love the hockey preview ones.
I would love to bet hockey. I'll tell you what, there's my favorite. It's a sport I know the least about. They're one of my favorite sporting events to go to. I'd rather go to a hockey game than a football game.
Oh yeah.
They're just fun to go to. I have that story that I should have told I should have just come on the Duck Show to tell it, but about that story in high school. But yeah, that's probably one of my favorite sporting memories was that game that I went to when they had the hat trick. I threw my hat on there. We almost got kicked out. The defenseman for the was it the Panthers? No, it was the who plays it? Nashville Predators when they were new expansion team. We sat right down on the glass by their penalty box, and we were calling him a pussy and all this stuff when he was in the penalty box. He came by, and we were at a place where there's kind of a gap between the glass, and he took like the sludge ice in the rink and flipped it with his stick at us. It missed us. Actually hit the lady behind us. But it was hilarious that we got to this guy. I mean, we were kids, like 17-year-old kids. And they said, you guys need to calm down. And if you calm down, we'll give you a practice puck. So we got a practice puck. And Paul Correa was a great Ducks player. He's one of the names I know, had a hat trick. And we all threw our hats on there. And fun little memory. But I know Dick about hockey now. I know Connor McDavid. That's probably the only. Is Ovechkin still playing?
yeah.
Is the guy from the Penguins, Cosby, Ben?
He's gonna break. He's gonna break Gretzky's record this year.
Ben Cosby.
Ovechkin.
What record?
His goals record.
Career goals?
Yep. He's gonna
Yeah.
break that this year.
I used to like watching his ESPN stuff because he was a crazy guy. He'd like steal the golf cart at the arena, and like he was a crazy streak. But I guess he's kind of grown up now. But that was when he was.
Angels had bases loaded, but Houston got them out.
All right, Terry. What do you? Oh, you're not on anything. Do you want to?
Minnesota just scored. Live betting alerts.
Anything? Do you want to talk about? Are you doing a show tomorrow?
Yeah, 1 p.m. Games don't start till 4, but I figured for you guys in your college football, I know some games start at 12, but I'm not doing the show that early. So
I usually don't do weekend shows, but I might tomorrow if it's at 1, so it's at 10 o'clock my time. I can. I got to go pick up my dog tomorrow.
We're going to be out in
And
East
if
Carolina
there's ever
again.
a game, home game for ECU, we're out for Saturdays.
But you have Ryan comes on with you tomorrow, so you won't be alone, right?
yeah,
Dude,
yes.
this was that work week. You know, when I'm gone for that, I am in front of people, but I'm here next week. I'm here the whole time.
It's all good. I've been doing interviews to replace all 3 of you, and everything's looking pretty
It's
good.
fine.
Oh,
Your high paying
Terry.
position will go
Yes.
elsewhere.
All right, we could just take the link out of our description and just work that way.
That's
If we're gonna get
Somebody
replaced,
else
we
will
can
get your
replace Terry.
high-paying position.
Dave, we can put your link in our description.
No problem. You know, I think I love doing your show. I like the format. I'm glad that you're changing the way the picks are, because I think the only, and this is a capping show, so this is my capping opinion. So many people,
Quiet down, Nick. No, I'm kidding.
so many
I know
people on
exactly what you're
Twitter
saying.
hear about their records. First of all, they lie about them, and they don't do pick by pick analysis. You guys are all on BetStamp. Anyone that's watching this and want to know you can follow these guys on BetStamp, see what they do. I do it in a spreadsheet. I time step everything on Twitter. But the only thing that matters in sports betting, the only thing isn't your record. It's how much money you're making.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you aren't tracking how many units each bet is, it doesn't matter. I had a month, this past month, I haven't calculated anything. I think I'm right at 50%, but I had a month in April or May where I was 48%. And I won 4 units. That's because I'm betting dogs the whole time. So it only matters what the units are. So the fact that you're tracking units is what matters, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, a lot of shows. I'm not going to mention any, but most shows. No, I'm not talking about you, Tim, but most, because you guys don't really do best. Well, you do best bets now on your show because of
you.
But a lot of shows that do best bets, you never hear what their record is for their best bets. A lot of shows give out best bets all the time. Most sports betting shows will give out best bets, but a lot of the times you won't really see their record. And that was one of the main things I wanted to do when I started the show, was to make sure that the record is available and people can see it. So now I've updated the record a bit, and we're going to look at it every show before we actually go through the best bets. We're going to look at the record. Pretty or nice, no matter what it is, we're going to look at it. So
Honest.
There's no hiding. That's the whole fucking thing. You see, you go to Twitter, scroll down a feed. Do you ever? Well, first of all, no one says, "Oh, I lost," but you always see, "Oh, I won," and it seems like every day. Well, I don't do either, because I feel like you have to do both or nothing. But that's the point. You need to face the facts. You're going to lose in this. If you're 52.5% and you're profitable, that's not a big margin. Anyone that says their lifetime 60% is a liar. And that's just the way it is.
Unless they're betting all faves, but even then.
Well, okay. Well, let's look at this. The Dodgers last year, they won more than 60% of their games. If you bet them every game on the money line, you lost money. So you could have been a 60% guy and lost money. That's why it doesn't matter. But,
yeah, we mentioned in the beginning of the year, like, well, if you feed the Dodgers every day, you might be able to make money. Nope. But
not this year.
On the money line each day, because they were such big favorites sometimes. But when they go and win, what is their record this year? Fucking
Dodgers have been a good team, bet on team this year.
90 and 40, 50 games over 500. That you're gonna make. That was the only avenue to make money on the Dodger money line. If you bet them every single day, is if they went ballistic. Because last year they went and won 100 and something games, and you're still down units.
Terry, rebuttal.
No, not really. I'm just going to get to some of my leans before.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's do that. Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
There is no listed pitcher for Texas, but I'm probably going right back to the over again tomorrow. Obviously, that will depend on the pitcher. for Texas, but I'm fine with fading Brian Bello. These two teams are scoring right now, so depending on who Texas's pitcher, I'll be looking at the over. Kansas City, Detroit, that's another game that's kind of screaming over. We'll see if I get to it there. Nothing is really jumping off the page at this moment. I may have to do some in-depth.
Not answering your phone.
Old Dominion went ahead.
Seattle. I know we've said Cleveland's like a good second half team, but Cleveland's not really doing too well right now, losing 3 in a row.
I do like Seattle. Am I betting them tomorrow? No, we still don't have a pitcher for Cleveland though.
It's Xavier Curry.
Oh shit! Then yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. Well, no, I don't know what the line is for.
He went one game against Detroit and gave up 8 hits, 3 earned runs, and 1 walk in 5 innings.
Do we have a line for that? Oh shit! It's gonna be a pick'em. It's gonna be minus 120 for Seattle. Yeah, sign me up for that shit.
Also, Robbie Ray is a lefty, and we know Cleveland against lefties. So yes, I will be on Seattle tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be on Seattle.
Should we make it official or not?
Yeah, it's going to be official.
Okay. What are the odds? Are you looking at the odds or no?
Seattle money line is gonna be like 120, 118, 120 area.
I need to look.
I'll look it up. Seattle's been I also said Seattle's could be a second half team. They kind of looked to me like they were turning into the kind of what the Blue Jays were doing, like streaking up and down. But they pulled together. Plus, they got J-Rod back. So
Houston's a dog tomorrow
Again,
against the Angels.
Angels, lock it. I'm just kidding.
It is Ohtani.
Yeah,
Angels all day.
I'm going right back to the Cardinals tomorrow.
good playoff. I won a lot.
I'll be honest. I looked through the slate real quick, and I clicked in 3 plays that I was looking at.
Dodger online. Sean Manaea.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go us two. If you don't have places to go, we're going to go through some stuff. But Terry needs to eat some more potato chips, so he's got to go.
No, I've ate enough. But
Newt Bar 2-run shot, 5-0 St. Louis.
there we go.
St. Louis is scoring runs, boy. They're a good.
They're a good baseball team. They're scary come playoff time.
Cleveland and St. Louis.
I'm scared. I don't know. This is going to sound weird for the Mets. I'm more worried to face St. Louis than I would LA or Atlanta. St. Louis has that playoff magic feel to them. I don't know. I've seen them do this before.
I don't disagree with you, but if you're telling me if you had your choice, play the Cardinals or play the Dodgers.
Cardinals, 100%. The Met, it's not even close. No. It's not even close. Cardinals all the way. Cardinals don't have the pitching staff in order to get by it. Yu Darvish just got out of the inning. Nice work.
Every other team, there's probably, for me, no other team I want to face but the Dodgers in the playoffs. I mean,
well, we've seen the Mets can handle the Dodgers.
So the Mariners money line. We'll throw that in there as a.
We'll go Mets money line minus $4. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I would never bet something like that. I barely bet minus 125s.
Yeah, me too.
When it comes to the Mets, Tim would bet.
I would never bet that.
Mm-hmm.
It's Nationals or nothing at that price, and I'm a realistic fan. I bet the Nationals tonight, first 5. I'm realistic when it comes to my team, when to bet them and when not to bet them. So
for the record, Nick said Nationals today, and I said the Mets would win 7-2. They won 7-3, so I was close.
I took them.
I will defend Terry in saying his team has won a world. When was the Mets? They have won a World Series more recently than the Mets.
Who?
Because they went back to
92 when they had Carter had that walk off home run.
92, 93, and 93, 94. Or 91, 92, 92, 93.
They won back-to-backs?
Yeah.
Terry, what year were you born?
91.
All right, so I guess you're okay. That's fair.
I mean, the Mets have won
because I thought like 93. I'm like, well, weren't we all haven't seen one?
Yes, the Blue Jays have won more recently than the New York Mets.
Well, I remember that. There was a pitcher on the Phillies that pitched because the Phillies didn't they go to the playoff? They were in the playoffs versus Toronto or whatever. I think he gave up the home run. Anyways, his name was Wild Thing after the Charlie Sheen. Next show, I'll know what it is. There was a pitcher on the Phillies, reliever. They called the Wild Thing, and I got a signed ball in my safe from him. Not that it matters because I don't even know his freaking name. But
I'll figure it out. Hold on.
It was. I think he gave up the home run to
Mitch Williams.
Vince Carter. Yeah, Mitch. Yep, that's him.
Boom, gotcha. I typed in Phillies pitcher Wild Thing and it popped up.
They called him Wild Thing after because that's when the movie was popular, the Major League.
Wild Thing.
And
Yeah.
that was him.
All right.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you guys missed out on the best era of sports was the 1990s on all sports. I mean, there's very few. I mean,
sorry that we weren't born yet.
I know. I'm just saying it sucks. We're almost there. I mean, the baseball. I mean, was a sport ever? Baseball was like almost number one. Now it's like a far cry from NFL and NBA. In the NBA, you had Michael Jordan, and you could touch people, not like sexually, but you could, you know what I mean. And
on that note, have a good.
All right. We'll see you, Terry. Oh, plug your channel, plug your team. We love the Blue Jays. Go ahead.
Yeah, obviously everyone knows I love the Blue Jays, but my show, Getting Well with Terry and Friends, as Davis said, make sure to watch. It'll be on tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. I'll have some best bets from these guys. It does look like we went 5-1 on best bets today.
What was
4-1?
Was mine the Red Sox?
Yeah,
of
Boston
course.
-1.
The one loser. Yeah, Terry. Let's hear who was the one loser.
Temple plus 9.5. I won't say who bet Temple plus 9.5.
I did. I bet fucking Temple.
They got shut out, right? Didn't they?
I hit my dog of the day. A plus 165 with the Ottawa Red Blacks.
Oh, so you hit your dog, so you're in first place in dogs and first place in best bets. Wow, nice.
Well, first place in life. Terry's show is fantastic. It's much better structured and well run than this show. That's
some people don't like the. Mine's much more boring, probably, than your show.
There's a lot of information and a lot of the same cappers this year. Your show's fire, man. And I can't believe you do as much content for hockey that you do. That's.
Hey, I love it.
Yep. I can't wait till hockey season
home run though.
Just to have you on here and just to pick your brain. I might start trying to cap hockey. I have too much going on anyway, but I love that I'm in a circle of someone that loves hockey that much because I just don't and I want to. So
hey,
I'm in the same boat, dude.
Yeah, a great year to learn. Just listen to Tim and just bet what Tim says in hockey. You'll be
Sabres
fine.
Every single day.
I even know they're a crappy team. So
they are slowly on their way up. Whether they actually stay up is another.
Okay, so let's do an analogy because you can pick baseball or football or NFL or NBA because you cap NBA too, right?
Buffalo is comparable.
It's like New York Jets.
No. I gotta go first because I'm leaving. I gotta go first. Let me go first. Buffalo is comparable to the Cleveland Browns or the Detroit Lions.
They're horribly run. Well, Detroit sucks and Cleveland's horribly run, so maybe it's probably both.
They don't win.
I have a better.
Or the Pittsburgh Pirates would be another good comparison. They just don't win.
Are they a good bet on team?
No.
They
They were profitable better last year.
Yeah. If you took out the Seattle Mariners, I think the Buffalo Sabres have the longest playoff drought in professional sports. I think.
Oh.
If you take out the Mariners.
Well, like
so
you named the team like the Pirates are a bad team, but they're a bet on team. You named the Lions, who are a bad team and not a bet on team. So I'm trying to understand how I'll figure this all out.
You think the Browns are a bet on team?
The Browns are. Well, here's the thing. This year the Browns have so much. Besides this, they're horribly run. They have a ton of talent.
Sometimes talent doesn't.
I agree. They're dysfunctional, and they've got a pervert as their quarterback. But anyways,
all right. I've got a decent comparison for it when it's my turn.
All right, we'll go. It'll be your turn, Terry. Thanks for coming on. We'll see you soon. Go follow Terry, or else.
Thanks, guys.
I don't know, or else. All right, but you can't give your opinion on the team that you like. It's like
I'm the
it's,
Sabres
not a
fan.
Sabres fan.
I'm the Sabres fan.
oh, who are you? What are you? Are you Islanders fan?
Islanders.
How did I guess that? But you know what though? I think if I was in New York too, I would fade the. I'd be an Islanders fan too, and a Mets fan. To tell you the truth.
All right, so Tim will like this comparison, and this is more on a based on what I expect from them this season type of comparison rather than what they've done the last 10, 15 years. I think Tim knows what I'm going to say.
Yep.
All right, you think you know what I'm going to say? What am I going to say?
Go.
I'm thinking you're gonna say Baltimore.
Yep, you are correct. I think they're the Baltimore Orioles of this year for hockey.
But they have Well, that's kind of a big thing to say, right? Because
No, because they were super shitty the last few years. Okay. Buffalo's been super shitty the last few years.
Manny Machado, 2-run shot.
All right, that helps my over. They've been super shitty for the last few years, just like the Sabres. And I think the Sabres can take a step up with some young talent, just like the Baltimore Orioles. So the Sabres are the Baltimore Orioles. That's my comparison.
I don't feel like that can be a comparison because you had to get into the season to see. You had to get into the second half of the season this year to see the Orioles do what they're going to do. You know.
Yeah.
That's kind of a bold statement taking that. But anyway, let's talk some baseball. I mean, I want to. I don't know if you guys have capped it.
I have my numbers available. I have my pitching numbers, but
I have like 4 plays that I've clicked in, and I'll probably bet one of them.
Jesus Christ. Let me get to that real quick because the way that I'm capping baseball right now, and this is not how I cap most of the season, I'm looking for teams or pitchers that are bet on or fade, and I'm not. Usually, I break every game down.
I found one of those matchups.
There's too much baseball. Okay, well let's talk.
2 that are popping off the page to me for pitchers.
Let's find a way.
Pitchers I want to fade.
Okay, so according to your deal, Mets minus 455. You'll be on the Nationals tomorrow money line.
No, I won't be. I won't touch that.
How can we bet against Corbin here? How can we do it?
I don't think we can. Taking 2.5. Or am I laying 2.5?
What about team total? That's what I'm thinking.
The total is a 7.5. I can see it.
No, team total. Well, you can't look at team totals. I can.
Not at the moment.
Yeah, I'll look at team totals because that's the only way you can bet this.
Let's see.
All right, there's 2 teams that pop off the page for me
Mets
tomorrow.
team. That's first half team total.
Let's
stick 4.5 for the Mets.
Hold on 1 second. We're going too fast here.
That's the team total. That's all I was getting at.
That's okay. Well, I'm pulling it up on one of 2 sites that I know will have it right now.
Caesar's Pinnacle.
What's the 4? Because I have it on FanDuel as 5 at plus 102.
Caesars and Pinnacle both have 4.5 at minus 125.
Yeah, I would take but the Nationals bullpen, and I didn't even look this up. I remember seeing it. They've been decent lately.
They got hammered tonight. Mets did all their work off the bullpen.
So Washington, they are pitching way above expectation. Their FIP and xFIP are way higher than their ERA. They are without today's. They're striking a bunch of people out. That's one of the main things. But they're giving up a ton of home run. 1.16 home runs per 9. I'm gonna bet this game and everyone knows it. That's probably my bet is
team total.
Mets team total plus 5 over 5 at plus 102.
What do you have to lay for 4.5?
Minus 125. But why worry about it with Corbin and the problem is
then you're asking for 6 runs. I don't like 5. I don't like over the 5. So team totals. I prefer 4.5.
Well, it's your team. You better be liking. Go for the gusto.
I mean, I know the Mets sometimes though. They can make bad pitchers look good.
This is how I look at it. If I'm at 4.5,
this is a different Mets team though. This is a different Mets team.
If I'm at 4.5 at minus 125, or I'm at 5 at plus 102, I'm gonna just because if they're gonna get 4 anyways, you're going to lose, and you're going to lose a 23.
I don't want to push that. That's the thing. I don't want to push a 5.
I don't mind.
I'm going to take a 5.5.
If I'm getting plus money on anything, on a team total, and it's either they're going to hit it or push, I'd much rather do that than laying an extra 25 cents to lose anyway. Because if it's 4, you're losing anyways. You know.
Yeah.
True.
You're losing either way. I'm a shot taker. I don't.
I would rather take a 5.5 than a 5.
Well,
because you're asking them to score 6 runs anyway.
That's not a bad way to look at it either. I feel like in baseball, here's the thing. Another thing in baseball for anyone that doesn't know, but you should know this. If you don't have a healthy amount of plus money bets in baseball, you're probably not going to be profitable. You're going to be break even.
You're probably doing it wrong.
You're doing. I'm not going to say that because everyone's strategy is different. But if you're a favorite bettor, you better be betting a bunch of run lines. You better be because you need plus money.
Which will end up being plus money.
A lot of the times they will. So you better have some plus money bets in. Like I'm not 50-50, but I'm probably pretty close. I'm probably like 65-35.
I'll probably say that about 70. Say about 80% of the sides that I bet are plus money, either run line or money line. Like tonight,
I'd agree with that too.
Let's see. Tonight I had like Baltimore run line plus 123, Boston run line plus 103. I had Tampa money line at 118 minus 118. So
I took Tampa -1 at plus 120.
But like St. Louis minus 110 tonight, run line, plus 115 for Houston run line, and plus 148 for the money line of San Diego.
The thing that screws me up
4 out of 6 of my baseball bets are plus money.
I know you guys think alike. We think, oh, Gio's here. I think alike with you guys in a lot of ways. But the thing that screws me up, especially in the second or last third of the season, starting with the second third, is I start taking a lot of first 5 favorite bets, and it's minus or first 5 like run line bets, and I will take a minus 120 all day long on a team that I like laying a half a run in the first 5 innings. That's just how so that really skews me. But like I said, in May or April, one of those 2 months, I was 48%, but I won 4 units. And the reason why is I'm hammering early season plus money line because they don't have it right. That's the Pirates time. That's the Orioles time. Those are the small market teams. It's all, and I don't know why they never correct it. Every year after year betting baseball, it's always small market plus money line dogs in the first 2 months of baseball.
Mm-hmm. And unders galore.
Yep. Well, that's with all sports too. Yeah. All right, Gio parlay. We just talked about parlays, but that's all good. Parlay for you boys. Waiting on Seattle to cash. Oh, is this today, Gio? Or
wow, that's a nice. Wow,
yeah. Gio, I'd like to know. Well, I don't know if you're betting, but if you want to say what your win would be on that, maybe you'll jinx it. But I'd love to know.
Well, see,
what are the odds on that? I want
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Usually a minus 110. I'll tell you right now, a six leg parlay.
Well, let's see. The St. Louis today was where did it go? St. Louis minus 200.
Okay, so he's betting.
Seattle was minus 120. The Mets were minus 250. He has Cardinals. Boston run line was even money, and the Nerfy, I have no clue what Nerfies are.
Giants are up 7-0.
Well, I know what a Nerfy is. I don't know what the line is for the Nerfy.
Well, so on a minus 110 odds for just standard odds for 16 parlays, 45 to 1. I'm gonna guess if you're betting minus 200 favorites, it's half of that. But still, if that's a 20 to 1 hit, dude, fucking good luck.
That's a good night.
It is a good night.
Speaking of good nights, let's go ahead and bet some Russian table tennis.
I just realized my glass is cracked. Shit. I hate that.
What are you betting? Over 77?
Over 77.5 in the Milan-Martin game.
So we talked about Corbin. I'm going to make it. By the way, when I said 3 bets, I meant 3 bets total, but you guys are freaks, so I'll let you do three each just to do it.
Baseball?
No, I meant total, all of the bets we were going to give as far as best bets. But tonight we'll do that. We'll just pray that you guys don't go 0-6 each. Which you won't. But so I'm making this official, and I'll say it at the end. I'm taking Mets team total 5 runs over plus 102. Corbin, my ATM, my dollar bill farter, my prison wife, all those things. I just hope that he never finds. I mean, he's not going to, but total lawsuit status, and he'd be squeezing you can't squeeze blood out of a rock because I don't have any. I don't have the money that he's going to try to sue me for. So, Patrick Corbin, sue me, bitch.
Sue me, bitch.
5-teamer. Maybe I read that wrong. $7 100. Hell
Still,
yeah!
that's nice.
Hell yeah!
I will say I was looking at tomorrow's slate. I have 4 plays clicked in. I'm going right back to the Rays. That might be the only play I bet, but I'm going right back to the Rays.
Let's talk about the game. Let's do this in a little. I mean, you guys aren't in a hurry, are you? Or
No.
Okay. Let's I kind of want to give a little bit more of a.
I'm fading the Yankees.
Yeah, let's go to the Rays game. We'll start looking at that, and I'll give all.
Clark Schmidt starting that game.
Yes, against Corey Kluber.
Where is that? Why am I missing? Oh, there we go. Schmidt versus Kluber. Kluber, the ex Cleveland Indian, who has. Now Schmidt. Let's look at that guy. Let's look at how he's done.
I believe he's a bullpen arm, if I remember right.
Yeah, he hasn't started a game.
He goes three innings, 3 to 4 innings his last 3 starts.
So a potential.
He started 2 games this year, so this will be the 3rd game he starts.
Potential bullpen game. Let's look at the Yankees bullpen the past couple weeks. They've been really good.
Russian table.
Really good.
You know. Why is it got better.
Yankees bullpen's been good. Rays, is Schmidt a lefty or a righty?
I believe righty.
Let's look at the Rays at the plate. Tampa Bay has been smashing right-handed pitching. Absolutely not. They're walking too, which is always good. I always look at the team's walk percentage. If it's above double digits, Billy Beaning it. We all know that. Yep. Well, if you get guys on base, that's the only way you can score. So 291 average, 860 OPS, 198 ISO. They're hitting for power, and 150 WRC plus. But the bullpen, if I were looking at this game just off of this, I'd be looking at a Rays team total first 5. I don't know what it's at, but just off of first glance, I can look at it right now. DraftKings has that.
No, I'm just looking at I can get the Tampa Bay money line at like 120, and I'm down for that.
I don't hate it. I mean, I kind of piece things together, but then you look at the Tampa Bay bullpen that has been good too. And then you look at the Yankees versus Kluber's a right-handed pitcher, right? Yeah. The Yankees have been hitting really poorly. Yeah, this is a Rays spot for sure.
I think the Rays sweep the series.
This is a Rays game. I mean, a series or whatever. I mean, that's great. You're on. You guys are on the right bet.
We're already on them today. We'll be on them tomorrow, and then the final game is Montas versus TBD, and I'll be on them as well. I don't really care who's pitching.
I didn't understand that Montas trade, to tell you the truth, but that was just me.
I was more confused on why they traded Montgomery.
Me too. He was. I mean, and look what he's done.
Somebody who's currently on the DL.
Well, he didn't pitch nearly as well as he's been pitching, but
correct. But the
he's
Yankees
been pitching well.
The only reason why the Yankees were good in the beginning of the year was their overachieving pitching.
Yeah.
Now they got Garrett Cole that can get blown up. Nestor Cortez, he's good. He's not as good as he was in the beginning of the year. And then from there, you think Domingo Germán's going to get you a good start in the playoffs? No.
Here's an interesting bet.
No.
Here's very interesting bet. So we talked about how Tampa Bay's blasting right-handed pitching. and we're going against a reliever. Okay, so Tampa Bay's first 5 inning team total is 1.5. Where do you think the juice is? Just
You
guess.
said first 5 innings is 3-run bomb for St. Louis. Sorry. You said 1.5 for the first 5
Yep.
for against Clark. That's got to be like minus 130.
That's exactly what it is. And that just shows you how freaking good these motherfucking books are, because that's usually for cappers that kind of understand respectable betting. 130 is kind of the break point.
He's trying to walk home from Hooters. So
Okay, you do that.
Head out, yeah. I'm gonna head out. My roommate is trying to walk home 2.5 miles from home in the dark.
Are you guys gonna both jump off or
No,
I'll stay on. I'll stay on.
Okay, cool.
He's
Do
like,
you want? I have all your best.
I'm like, I'm gonna pick you up.
I have all your best bets. If you wanna
He'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Okay,
I'll be back
good.
in like 20 minutes. Yeah,
We'll be
I'm
here.
just picking him up so he doesn't have to walk all the way
Man,
home.
young people problems. I remember those problems. Love it.
All right, mute your computer.
I
I'm
was
just
your
gonna
friend.
go off of
by the
mine.
way, Nick. I wasn't Nick. I was the friend. I was the
Mute
irresponsible.
your computer.
Whoa, heavy hitter.
There we go.
in the chat. Heavy hitter in the chat.
Okay, he's muted. Just pull him out of the stream altogether.
I don't know.
Oh shoot, I have headphones in. There we go. Speak.
Wow,
Oh.
this is better anyways. We can see the logo.
Yay, cool.
Kelly from Pittsburgh's here.
Kelly, how you doing?
So,
Yikes.
what the hell? What's going on?
I don't mind Ron.
So what are we doing? What are you thinking about? You mean you're already on the bet? You said Tampa Bay, right?
I haven't put it in yet, but I'm going to.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm not going to give. I never. I can say this. I never bet any baseball bet over minus 130. Never in my I have in my life, but never since I've been a handicapper, ever.
There's a very fine line.
There's very few, but I'm going to tell you this right now. With what I just saw, with the reliever coming up as a starter, is a second game starting, with the Tampa Bay team that's smashing right-handed pitching like that, and I only have to get 2 runs in the first 5 innings, I might pull the trigger on minus 130. I'm not going to give it as a best bet. This is probably only time I'd ever take a minus 130.
Now
they're going to score 2 runs against that guy for sure.
Yeah. Now we're very similar minded. When it comes to baseball during the regular season, most of the season, my limit's minus 120. Starting like September, I'll raise it to about 130.
Same.
And that's about it. I hate laying numbers. Playoffs maybe up to 140, whatever. But I'm not one to do that. I'd rather go out and get plus money.
And it's like let's talk about frequency too. It's not like every day you take that. You'll take a minus 130. Maybe you can count them on one hand or less in the whole month, probably.
Correct.
I can count it on one hand. I've taken minus 130s this season, 0. I took a minus 128. I forget what it was. I won, obviously, but this looks to me like the slam dunk of slam dunks. But the problem is, and we've said this before, right now in baseball, the lines are really well placed.
They are very well placed right now, 100%. But I would be willing to go. It's like 120 on my book. I would be willing to go 130 with Tampa Bay tomorrow on the money line. That it's just one of those spots where, sure, they won dominantly tonight, but I don't think they're going to win dominantly again. I feel like if they win, it's going to be a 1-run game.
Yeah.
So I'd be all right with that.
Let me pull the card up again just so we have some.
I'll probably look towards Baltimore when that line comes out. I'll probably be on Seattle. And you know how it's Patrick Corbin Day, but the secondary it's also Jake Odorizzi Day.
I know you. Yeah. You have vested interest in fading him. It's Mania Day tomorrow too.
Yeah. By the way, it's not. Bases loaded, walk 3-0 Houston. It's not the fact that he's on Atlanta, because I faded him when he was on Houston.
Yeah.
And even back when he was on Minnesota. So it's not that I hate him now because he's on the Braves. I faded him for a while. The Mets almost got him. I'm so happy they didn't.
I want to fade Lodolo tomorrow too, but let's kind of go through this,
Low.
or maybe we should wait for. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll dial back a little bit, because he's coming back. But I fade Manaea first 5. He's been very profitable fading him first 5. I'll tell you that right now.
Yes.
Wainwright's at home. That's
Yes.
always something to look at. Lodolo's one of my new fades because he screwed up Corbin Day. He screwed up my Corbin Holiday, that motherfucker. So Lodolo is going to be – and it was they just weren't hitting left-handed pitching, and then they did, the Nationals. So Lodolo's a look at to fade for sure.
I'm not touching that. What is it? Reds game, Reds versus Reds and Rockies. That's one of the games you want to look at with a big college football slate. No, thank you.
No, I don't. I'm just saying. I'm looking. This is how I'm capping.
I got you.
I'm also looking at fading Syndergaard. Even though every time I bet the Giants, I
can't do that.
Yeah, I have one for sure bet in baseball, and I really like that Rays.
I think I'll have the Rays tomorrow. I stated today was not the day for Dodger run line. The next 2 days, sure. Today was not a day that I wanted to do Dodgers. It's 4-0 Padres right now. It's only the 4th, so it's still far from over.
Yeah.
But it was not a day that I wanted to back the Padres or the Dodgers. Tomorrow, Julio Urias, sign me up. I have no problem laying the run line tomorrow.
So let's talk about Urias, which is how you say his name.
Urias.
Yeah, Urias, but whatever. I heard today, and I was in Southern California. I drove back home to Arizona, and I'm from Southern California.
Mm-hmm.
They were arguing about who. This is why I talk about the Dodgers. And I'm an Angels fan before I'm a Dodgers fan. I grew up as a kid. I was everything I wore was blue, but I kind of jumped out of that. This is why I talk about the Dodgers and how well they're run. They lost their clear ace, one of the best pitchers in baseball. Walker Buehler.
Yep.
They have that other schmuck that is him and Cleveland. Him and Deshaun Watson can go live on an island together. Those fucking weird pervs.
Oh, Trevor Bauer.
Yeah. Did he
Trevor Bauer's fine. I have nothing.
Choking out people. I mean, he's a weirdo too. I'm talking about his personal life.
What goes on in his personal life doesn't really matter.
Well, when it's illegal, it's a problem. So anyway,
he never got convicted.
Neither did OJ.
Anyways, but I don't want to get into a big conversation.
Yeah, no. But what I'm trying to say is that really their two best options that happened for the past couple of years, and Kershaw's getting old and kind of actually looking pudgy. He's got a little belly, and I shouldn't say anything, but he's a professional athlete.
Mm-hmm.
They've had other pitchers step up and be awesome. Like they had to trade, so they had Mitch White, who on any staff would be the number 2 or 3, probably a good starting pitcher. They had to deal him, and he was pitching really well. So
he was pitching all right.
What was that?
He was all right. He wasn't anything special.
He
got the job done for where he was in the rotation.
Yep, and he bumped out Kikuchi, right? I mean, he did what they wanted to. But anyways, they were arguing who the ace was, Gonsolin or Urias. And someone was saying Urias. I have to say, watching these pitchers,
it's
Urias is a better pitcher. This year, though, Gonsolin's been the ace for sure.
Urias, I think I don't want to say Gonsolin's overrated, but I think Gonsolin's numbers, if you look at them, I would in a game 7, I would much rather have Urias on the mound.
Absolutely, I agree. He's Gonsolin, and I don't know if he's caught lightning in a bottle. He's just there in life. Okay, in life, you just have like winning streaks, right? Where everything's going well. Where you win your bet. Where you win your bet, where you find $100 bill on the street, when you get to go home with the hottest girl at the bar. There's some streaks in your life where that happens. It feels like Gonsolin's on that streak. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I'll tell you now. Next year, Gonsolin's going to end up going 10-10 with a 3 ERA,
which
He's
is
gonna be an
respectable
average pitcher.
too. That's not
That's
bad.
a respectable, but he's going to be an average pitcher. He's not going to be the dominant guy that he is this year.
Actually, if I could have a 3 ERA in the MLB, I'll take that all day. I don't care what my record is.
Well, 3.5, whatever it is.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I see what you're saying, and I agree.
Cash the Cardinals run line. That game just ended. Sorry, I have the screen off to the
I
other
do too.
side.
I have so many things running. Usually, I want to be watching games, but I got such a weird late start to this. I told you what was going on. It just was.
Real quick with baseball today, I haven't had a good day in baseball in a while. I've hit everything so far.
Well, you talk about it. Talk about what you had.
So tonight I had St. Louis run line. They just won 8-0. I had Baltimore run line. They won 5-2. I had Boston run line. They won 9-1. I had Tampa Bay. They won 9-0. I have Houston run line. They're up 4-0 with bases loaded. And my dog of the day was San Diego. They're up 4-0.
That's awesome.
I'm having a phenomenal day.
Like you, I swept my MLB card, which was a total of 1 play. But it was Red Sox extended run line in the first 5 innings because Keuchel or Kegels is
Keuchel. Yeah,
he's in the Corbin conversation. He's not my bottom bitch yet, but
he's getting there.
Yeah,
that and I'm winning in Russian table tennis, so that's good too.
Gotcha.
That and then this morning, there was one guy in the group chat. He put out a couple of KBO plays, so I took his 5 plays. He had a bunch of first 5s. I put him full games because I couldn't do first 5s. I put him into a 5-team round robin, and I went 5-0. I turned $130 into $500.
I was just gonna say, would that pay out? Fantastic.
Yeah, there are a couple of like 180 faves and 200 fave and whatever, but still, cash. It was nice.
Well, update on football. I had the over in Illinois, Indiana, and
scoring has just died.
What was that?
Scoring has died in that game.
I know. I was just going to say, I had the score was 17-16 with a minute into the third quarter. The over looked good, and then all of a sudden they haven't scored in like almost 20 minutes, and it looks like I'm going to go potentially go 3-2. Colorado's up 3-0.
Oh, Colorado! There you go.
Yeah,
I didn't bet it. I
really wanted that going 4-1 is vastly superior than 3-2, with how much money you win. But I was way wrong on Old Dominion. But
did they end up losing?
Oh yeah, they lost. Or they flat
Old
out.
Dominion?
Yeah, they won. No,
Old Dominion won. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
But Illinois scored within 2 minutes of the second half, and there hasn't been one score since 6 minutes left.
I'll say I have the money line for Indiana right now, so I'm fine with that.
No, you're all. I mean, yeah, that I had Indiana as a 1-point favorite. That was
I'll say on the site, me and Nick got Illinois at 5.5.
Okay,
so we were able to get a big number, like a good number. I end up betting it today at a pick'em.
Well, there you go.
Well, no, it wasn't as good. It's fine. I'm not hung up on it. And interception. All right, that sucks. Oh, it's fucking Tommy DeVito for freaking Illinois. I forgot about that. He was a
They just threw an interception?
Yeah, DeVito threw
an interception. Well, they're my total's done because they were going to score.
Yeah, that sucks.
That does suck. So
yeah, they got it at their own. Indiana's got it at their own 8. So it happens.
2-1, and then
I gotta wait about 4 minutes for the next round of Russian table tennis games.
1, 2, 5, 4,
7.
Yeah, that's disappointing about that game. That game should have gone over a million different ways.
White Sox just walked it off against Minnesota. Take that, Terry.
I don't.
Oh, Mad Bum. Real quick with Urias, real quick. Besides his getting blown up by the Cubs on July 10th, he's allowed over 1 earned run once. He's been phenomenal.
Kelly likes my Mets play. Kelly likes my Corbin Day bets. Nerfy.
I would too.
Not a Nerfy fan, not a Nerfy better. I like the Nerfy.
I'm not a Nerfy fan either.
Yeah, I think Nerfy is a sucker bet.
But honestly, Nerfy should hit every single game. You have to have a good starting pitcher, and to get 3 outs, come on.
And they don't hit every game.
Don't.
Oh, you know what? I don't know how long he's been sitting there for, but we've got a little bit. He's saying we've got another guest, so we might switch it back to football for a little bit.
Okay.
Coming to us from the tropical white sand beaches of Lake Michigan, or that area at least. I know he's from the Chicago area. We have my buddy Rick Nawalani.
Rick!
Yeah. Hey, Tim. Good to see you again. Dave. Good to see you guys.
What's up, buddy? We
Hey,
got people in
I got
and out.
a house full of COVID, and I'm unscathed. And I just got done taking care of everybody, putting everybody to bed, and then it's like, what are you gonna do? Well, I'm gonna quarantine myself down in the basement here and probably hop on a show.
Well,
there you go.
I'm gonna say this unfortunately. So I was vaxxed. I didn't get boosted, but my family did, and all within. So my grandparents got it individually. Then I got it individually. Then my mother, who raises her grandkids, they all got it too. You're probably going to get it, buddy. But you know what? It's good you're all together and you weren't out and about and you found out about it, you know?
Well, it's unfortunate because we were actually my wife, who's got it pretty bad. She's in pretty bad shape right now. We were going to go to Vegas for the start of the football season, and that's all been scrapped now.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
It's all right. It's not canceled. It's postponed. We'll get there another time.
Yeah. When you come to Vegas, so I live an hour and 45 minutes from Vegas, or I'm in California, which is 4 hours. When you come to Vegas, you need to hit me up because we'll go there, and I need to meet up with the Dutch lives in Vegas, so we can all go to dinner or something.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, Dutch is awesome.
Yeah, Dutch is a good guy. He's just a busy guy. He might be too busy for us, but we'll go. We'll show you. When was the last time you were in Vegas?
I was there in May.
Okay, you go. Yeah, I was just there. Obviously, in the Tim and Nick were just there doing their thing.
Yeah. I just there a month ago,
earlier
last month.
Yeah, you signed up for the Circa tournament, right?
Yep, I got my $1,000 hat.
Mine's in my trunk of my car. I finally found it. I couldn't find it.
See,
mine.
I was gonna get out there, but like I said, it's just not gonna work out this year.
Yeah, well, I should sign up as a proxy because I mean, what I do is, so I live in the Colorado River, and right across is Laughlin, which is mini old or white trash Vegas, I guess you could say. And I for the app, all I have to do is jump over there, jump on a Wi-Fi network, or even actually jump on a telephone line or telephone signal that has a tower in Nevada, and I can do it from the app. So I could be a proxy for a lot of people and charge them money, but I don't, This year I've done it with people before. This year I said, and Tim and Nick have done it with people before too, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to deal with
me and Nick are doing it by ourselves this year.
Me too. I want my own picks in this, Correct. I don't want that.
Yeah, I can assume if you're doing it with a whole bunch of other people and somebody else is making that final pick, I can assume it could kind of grind on you if you're losing for the fact that it's everybody else's picks.
Well, what they do is they say, what's your pick? What's your pick? What's your pick? But what if you really disagree with what their pick is? You have your pick, so it's okay.
That's exactly what happened last year. Is there was plenty of weeks where somebody would put a pick and I'm like, fuck, I don't want that one. And there I was on the other side or whatever the case may be. So, me and Nick, after last year's blunder, it was awful. It was a dick measuring contest, to be completely honest. Everybody just went pick.
Hashtag gambling Twitter. That's exactly.
And this year, me and Nick are like, all right, we're just doing it, the two of us. And it was obviously, instead of $200, it was $500 each, but I would much rather do it this way.
So, Rick, Kelly is she's KLV and all those numbers after her. Yeah,
Yeah.
We've all been buddies. I think you, Kelly, I'm friends with Damon. Are you friends with Damon on?
Yeah, I'm friends with Damon.
Damon?
Pedro.
Pedro.
Gene. JTF? I think.
I don't. You know what? We for some reason, like when we all got started, we kind of missed out on the friendship. But I still see what he's doing. The guy from French Canada, from French from Montreal. Yeah.
And Joe Madden.
Of course.
Yeah.
We all came from. We all are buddies. I'm glad to see people. We're the group. Tim, we're the group of people that were nothing burgers. Literally just started Twitter or got going on Twitter for something we were doing. I'm not doing any plugs or saying any names, but we're all still doing our thing, and some of us are growing. I mean, Rick's doing something I'm not good at, and this is why I like this show. I'm not great at NFL props. I think I am, but I'm not. And he's doing a video just about every day of an NFL prop, and all of them make complete sense. And I'm not saying this disparagingly, teeny tiny, just starting out, but go look at his channel. His props they just make so much sense. I mean, he's on the Eagles team total over, which I think we're all on. We talked about
yeah.
Team win total?
Yeah. You're not on that? I thought you were. Oh, he's a Giants fan. So.
No, I understand it. Everybody thinks that it's just for me. If I'm going to bet a future, I'm going to bet something with a little bit more plus money than whatever the Eagles are at.
I'm actually
like
with
if I had to bet the division, I would be taking a shot at Washington. Like that's kind of my thinking of it. I would take a shot at Washington or New York rather than going after Philly or Dallas. That's just me though. I'd rather not bet something than bet the chalk.
Yeah, I get it. I know a lot of people don't like to like Dave was saying, he doesn't like hankering down his money for a whole season.
Yeah.
But I like doing it. I mean, it's more or less like when you're talking about my units are only about $25 to $100 based on, I might bet $50 to $100 on a game, but for a whole season prop, my units are only usually about $25. But if it's like minus 115 on something that I think is really good deal, I mean, you got people all the time on Twitter and stuff, and not knocking anybody's picks, but when people are putting up picks and it's minus 165, minus 180, I mean, that's just not something I want to have any part of, because
if you're on the show and you're betting that, you're not a friend of the show. We've talked about this. I mean, that's not smart. There's no way. That's
not handicapping.
There's one explanation where that's good. I've heard of one, and I'm still very skeptical. But there is a technique that's out there, and I've seen some other capping sites do it. I don't follow them anymore because I think their record's bullshit and they don't put their record up. But it's taking two teams that are anywhere from like a minus 140 to a 200 and creating a two-team parlay that gets at least a unit back. So it's or at least even 2 units back. So it's not picking up that. Yeah, no way.
Yeah, but even then,
to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
No, that's actually a work call, but I'm not. They can deal with it because they didn't call me earlier.
You told them from 7 to 11. I'm out.
No. I usually pick up, but these idiots, I tell them, I don't get them what I do, but these idiots, they're not going to be able to run their trucks, and that's their fault. But it's basically betting 2 units, risking 2 units to win 2 units on a parlay, so an even money parlay. But here's the skeptical part. You're basically doubling your unit size by having to bet 2 units. But that is a technique that's out there. If you're betting over minus 120 on a regular basis or minus 125, you're probably losing money. There's no one's cracked that code on how to bet favorites at that money. The reason why is who's cracked that code? The books. That's why they put the number there.
Yep. Yeah, they want to just put that little 125, 120 out there so they get that little extra juice and just kind of pull you in and then just hit you over the head with a bat when you turn your head.
Well, they make it acceptable. Like they make people like, okay, I'll take minus 135. That's not that. Yeah, it's bad. 15 in the long run, especially like in baseball, the long ass season. 15 cents is your whole entire can be your whole bankroll sometimes. I mean, you can lose enough bets betting that. I mean, you bet the Brewers this year, the pain.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of those things where you start parlaying 2 of those teams together, and most of the time, in a long baseball season, especially in baseball, the long baseball season, you can't predict who's going to win every single game. I always say a baseball team's going to win 60 games, they're going to lose 60 games, no matter how good or bad you are. And that's what the 40 in between that makes a difference whether or not you make the playoffs or not.
Yeah, that is true. And we were just talking about the fact that there are teams that win 60, like betting. People say, "Oh, I'm 60% like lifetime," which they're liars. But
dog shit.
Yeah, last year the Dodgers had their win rate was like over 62% or something. But if you bet on them every game, money line,
You're down money.
So you can be 60% all you want, but you're a loser.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we don't really care about your 60% if you're laying minus 190.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah,
off.
I'd rather put the plus money up there every single time and take the dog or take the run line with the favorite and get the plus money. And if you're up, 5-6 units at the end of it, you're still doing better than somebody that says they bet 60. They won 60% of the games and they're down 7 units, but they won't tell you.
Well, I'll tell you right off the bat, you don't even need to jump. Anyone that says they have a 60%, even on if someone says they're 60% on one season of a sport, be skeptical. If they say they're 60% lifetime, they're just a flat liar. I mean,
here's your Dodger example. The Dodgers last year were 106-56. That is 65%.
That's what I said. Yeah.
If you bet them every single day, you're down, according to covers, $73 on $100 units.
So about a unit. Yep.
About a unit. And then on the opposite side, you had the third most profitable team in baseball was the Detroit Tigers at 77-85. That's 47%, but you're up 23 units.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
If you don't bet in baseball, I'm going to say it again. If you don't have a healthy amount, I don't know, at least 25, 30% of plus money in there, you can't beat baseball. You can't do it. You have to have plus money.
What one of the best streaks I had, well, obviously everyone had with the Orioles and the Mariners getting hot at the right time, and everyone was jumping
on them
over
every
it.
single day.
But one of my hotter streaks was at the beginning of the season when the Reds started off 3-19, and then they played a 3-game series and won 2 out of 3 against the Pirates, and they were heavily plus money.
I remember that.
Yeah, but I mean,
saw the 3-19 record.
Yeah, no, I wasn't on the Reds. I was all over the Orioles, big time.
I was all over the Orioles during their winning streak. I was all over the Mariners on their winning streak. Just timing.
Except for my White Sox, they're just absolutely brutal.
Yeah, we were talking about
tonight,
missed it.
And they're only 3 games back.
Yeah. 3 games back and 2 games under 500.
They're even 5 after tonight. They're even 500.
It's just a
3
disgusting.
games back and a game and a half back of Minnesota.
Yeah, not talking about gambling, just talking about just expectations as being a Sox fan. It's just like, holy cow!
Oh my God, they were such a disappointment this year.
Yeah, them and the Brewers. For the Brewers to just absolutely fall flat on their face, and the Sox to absolutely never get started.
Don't get me started on the Brewers. The Brewers are Voldemort. We do not say that name here. F the Brewers. I even was off the. By the way, the Brewers are a perfect example. Everyone thinks, the Brewers are a good team. Minus 120 would be a good line. If you bet the Brewers at minus, I did some math like a month. You'd lose like 8 units or something.
Yeah. Brewers this year. Let's see, where's Milwaukee? They are towards the bottom of the list with Detroit and Oakland and Pittsburgh and Kansas City. You're down 10 units betting Milwaukee every single game this year.
And they're winning. They're a team they're not winning the division anymore.
No, they're down about 6 games, but they're 8 games above 500.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's why your percentage doesn't matter, even as a sports bettor, unless you're tracking units. It's all about what the odds are.
I don't care that you hit at 60%. Bullshit, you don't. But because you could hit at 60% and be down money.
Well, the Dodgers are not this year. The Dodgers, I'm going to admit, the Dodgers
are up 9 units this year. What were they?
But they're a bet on team this year.
Up 9 units.
They got some extreme value versus the Padres right after the trade. I'll tell you that right now.
Correct. But I'm on the Padres tonight. It's working out.
So we're Kelly. We're trying to. I'm stalling because Nick's picking up one of his inebriated.
We can just keep moving. That's fine. Don't worry about him. It's just Nick. Did he freeze?
My internet's screwing up.
Is Dave frozen? Well, I think Dave's froze. Tim, are you okay?
You're working fine, Dave's. Nope. Now I see Dave moving.
There he is.
Something's going on. So I live in a place where sometimes like there's thunderstorms and it affects everything. It's weird. I think
It just sends your Wi-Fi wacky, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you that today I'm not doing beer. I'm doing Elijah Craig. I deserve it after a long day of helping out with the fam and everything.
I was just talking about everyone. I'm doing. Last time it was Uncle Jim. This time it's Uncle Jack.
Nice. I'm a big fan of Jack. Me and Jack, we know each other very well.
I'm usually
very
a Scots
well.
guy, but
we lost him again, Tim.
Yeah, we did. Yes, we did.
He's having a go of it.
It reminds me of one of the guys that I work with. We do a show every day at 12 o'clock, and without fail, every single day at 12:46, he'll freeze.
Like without fail.
Oh.
We got to mute one of you guys. There you go.
Go ahead, Nick.
All right.
Hey, Nick.
Okay.
Morning.
How's it going?
So how'd that go? We want to hear these young stories of glory. Let's hear it.
I picked him up at work. He actually had a poster. We just put it up on the wall. It was like a college sports poster. So we just put that up on the wall, and now I'm back. Nothing crazy.
I thought this was a story about a guy that was like drunk at a bar or something. You just had to pick him
No,
up.
he works there. He works.
Oh.
No.
Yes.
No.
But he works at the bar and he asked you to help him put up a poster?
No. He brought home a poster for our apartment.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, let's do this. So we're on baseball right now. So we can do one or two things. Let's take a vote. We can either keep going with finish baseball out and then get to Rick's football picks because we've done it.
Football.
Or we can do Rick. Are you looking?
I don't care about baseball tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. Well, I have my one bet for sure for baseball, but
Tampa Bay.
Rick. Oh no, that's my number 2. Maybe Mets.
Yeah.
Total.
I'm pretty much done with baseball. It's hot and cold, and it was cold this week right up until football started, and I'm excited for football, and I'm just ready to punt the rest of the baseball season.
I like that your branding.
I
have one. Tomorrow's a holiday. I mean, Monday's
tomorrow we're having as many football games as we do. I'd rather just stick with that.
Tomorrow's Corbin Day. Well, I might do something then, just because it's Patrick Corbin.
The only way we can bet it, and they're not on. I mean, halves minus 125. 5 is plus 102. I'm going 5, which means they'll probably score 4 runs, but whatever.
I think the only other person besides Corbin that I like fading that much is Keuchel. I mean, Keuchel is just terrible.
That was my number 1 bet in baseball. The only bet I bet in baseball today. I extended run line first 5. It hit plus 135.
Absolutely, it did. Keuchel's terrible.
Kegels?
Yes. Keuchel not going to work here anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for acknowledging the reference. I like it.
Well, yeah. Well, that's your whole branding. What do you like? Are we kind of all over everything? I mean, obviously there's some big games.
Yeah, I got 4 that I got listed here. That are really the ones that I'm strong about. I got some leans, but the ones that I really dug in deep here, I'll go ahead and then you guys could be like, we talked about that earlier. You're trash, but let's go ahead and throw it out there. I like
Rick. Before you start, so what the new thing to the show is, because to help, it's kind of good advertising, but I didn't want this to be like a post the bet show. But Moose pointed out that we've been like, still not picking that up. Moose pointed out that we've been like 60-something% with what we're doing. So I think I kind of want to put the whole point of this is maybe to advertise how good the collective is. So I'm giving an opportunity for 3 total bets, 1 to 3 bets as your best bet on your way out. So if you have 4, let's talk about them, but we're going to choose up to 3 to give, and we're going to keep track. So go ahead.
Sure. Let's do it. Okay. I got Louisville minus 4.5. I think Malik Cunningham is kind of like Lamar Jackson light. I really like what he's doing over there. You got Garrett Schrader for they came over for Syracuse, the transfer there, but he only had 9 total touchdowns last year. And Malik Cunningham has torched Syracuse for 9 touchdowns in only the 2 games he played. So you're talking about Schrader, I should say, getting 9 touchdowns all last season, and Malik Cunningham does it in 2 games. And he's playing against Syracuse again. He's just going to feast off this team. I mean, Syracuse, they lost their whole defensive line. I think Syracuse is going to feast on that game tomorrow.
So
Louisville's going to feast over Syracuse at -4.5.
-4.5. Yeah, I don't. So this is my thing with Louisville. I think it'd be good. We'll save the game and we'll talk about it. We didn't talk about this game. I looked at this game. Did I index it? Did I index? I did. It was. I have Louisville at as a 5-point favorite. So the line is too close for me to really jump in. However, I'm not a Cunningham fan. I watched him. Everyone was like, "Oh, he's a dark horse for the Heisman and all this stuff last year."
He is.
Well, okay. I watched him versus Ole Miss, and I had them. He just laid an egg, and he laid an egg in a way that, like I said, I don't want to watch him again. And maybe I should give him a second chance, but I'm not a big Cunningham fan.
Yeah, keep in mind that was against an SEC school, so.
Well, Ole Miss is like at the bottom of the. Well, we're at the bottom.
Still an SEC school.
Fair enough. But this is supposed to be a stud. Syracuse is year in and year out a very, very weak team, and that's probably why I'd be off of it. But I'm not. If I wasn't indexing this, I would be looking at Syracuse because I'm not a Malik Cunningham fan at all.
No, I understand that. I mean, like Tim said, he's kind of a dark horse for like a Heisman. I wouldn't say that that's probably going to be where it's going to end up. I just think that he's probably in this game he's far and away the better quarterback, and he can run and he can I think that there's a couple other things, but I just don't think that Syracuse is going to be able to stop him with that new defensive line.
Yeah. That's one we'll put on here. What else are you looking at?
Well, I'm actually kind of just happy the fact that nobody else picked this game. I always feel like when I'm on a game all by myself, I kind of feel like I got maybe I'm on something that nobody else has.
Well, that's one of the points of this show is when this gets to college basketball season, and I don't know how everyone caps basketball, but I will be definitely putting people on games that they guarantee that
I agree.
3 bets. Am I frozen?
Yeah, you were for a second there.
It's going. I'm going to be in and out. I'm telling you. I'm looking at it right now. It's freaking me out. But we're gonna step on each other's toes in one of your other bets because there's too many high profile games tomorrow.
Sure, I'm sure we are because I got some high profile ones.
Go for it.
All right, my next one. I'm going to go with Clemson. I know it's 21.5. It's a lot of points, but Georgia Tech I think is trash. They just lost a lot of people in the transfer portal. They just lost Johnny Gibbs, or you have to forgive me. My penmanship is kind of even hard for myself to read. They lost him to Alabama, the running back, and Clemson. I think with they got the workhorse back in Will Shipley, and they're playing in the Mercedes. They're playing in the Mercedes-Benz Superdome in Atlanta, and I just feel like that's, even though Georgia Tech's in Atlanta and Clemson, I just feel like that's still not a home game for Georgia Tech. And I like the 21.5. I think Clemson takes this one running away.
So it's what's the line on that game?
21.5.
Okay, Clemson.
Yep.
For some reason, I'm looking at my sheet. I must have missed this. I didn't even cap this game.
It's a Monday game, or it's the Monday game.
It's Monday.
That's probably why. So no problemo. So because I look, Clemson's 21-point favorite.
Yeah,
23.5 on some books at this point.
Well, we like this.
Well, I'm glad I put it in this morning.
I think I'm gonna look at the under in that game and just expect Clemson's defense to shut down Georgia Tech to score maybe 3 to 7 points, and they can put up whatever and they'll stay under. I think I had this game written down as the under 51. So this game could easily be 46-3. Like that.
Yeah.
I think Clemson could put up 40 in this game and still stay under. So like 40-7 could be a very realistic score for this game. So
what is the team total for Georgia Tech, Nick?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I don't know either. That's why. If it was something like 16, 17, I could definitely
It might not even be posted yet.
See a bet under that.
Let's see what Bovada has, because Bovada's usually decent with that.
FanDuel with 2 out of 2.
Yeah. They have first half team totals, first quarter team totals, not full game team total. Really? You can take Georgia Tech under 6.5 first half.
Let me look at FanDuel real quick, because if any of the major sites, FanDuel's usually
and it's a half a point for the first quarter.
Half a point for the first quarter. Wow.
Yeah. They're supposed to get shut down in the first quarter.
Well, hey, if they get shut down in the first quarter and they score less than 6 in the first half, I think my 21 and a half is pretty good.
Yeah.
23.5 on FanDuel. There's no
the
team totals aren't even out. But you know what though? I can tell you, I can't remember how many.
That can be 13.5.
I can't remember how many games that I've seen, but every time I look at a Georgia Tech box score, they're scoring less than 10. It's always single digits. That's not a bad bet at all. I haven't capped it, but that's a look ahead for sure.
Yeah, you'll have to forgive me most of the time when I look at the Thursday games, I look at the Friday games, and then when I look at Saturday games, I just look at all the rest of them.
Yeah.
So, and then the third one I'm going to say is Utah minus 3.5 over Florida. Yeah.
So that's where we're going to have fireworks here.
Yeah, I think it said. You have to forgive me. My penmanship is terrible even for me to read, but I think it said 3.5 here. At Florida. What's that?
I'm seeing 2.5.
Oh, then maybe it is 2.5. I'll go ahead with 2.5. I'll make sure. I'll double check my what I got it at. But let me just go ahead and run down here. They got the new head coach in Florida with Billy Napier, but Florida has lost their top 3 rushers and 5 out of their top 7 receivers. This is a team that Utah that just last year just kind of bullied their way through the Pac-12. They're just a big bruising team, and I know a lot of people are always talking about, well, it's in Florida, it's going to be hot and humid, and Utah's not going to be able to handle that. But actually, if you actually looked at them, a lot of these players that are on Utah's team are from the Southeast. Which are, some of those states bordering Florida. And I don't think that's really going to affect them.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't. But
I just think Utah's just kind of the bully of the Pac-12, and I think they're going to come down there and they're going to punch Florida in the face.
So what we're doing with this new deal is if there's a big game of contention, which this was, because we had people on both sides, we're not going to list that pick because I'm adamantly on the other side. But Yeah.
I want that 3.5 though.
There were people that were on your side. I'm saying it's pretty almost evenly split. But we talked about this already. One of the things was going to Gainesville and the humidity. I think all those, mountain guys aren't going to be able to handle it. But I like Napier, and I like Utah, and I'm a Pac-12 guy. Went to USC. I did a Pac-12 rundown on Marley's channel of all the teams. Utah's in there for sure. I think for me, there's 3 things. One is I like the new head coach. 2, and Whittingham is a great coach too. I just think that even though Utah had all these returners, any SEC team is gonna be deeper and more athletic than the Utah teams, just because of how they Utah teams, meaning BYU, Utah, all of them, just by the way they recruit. And then the third reason is going in that weather. I indexed Florida, and I'm not trying to get you off your bet, but I do indexes, and I index Florida as a 3.5 point favorite almost. So this is going to be a good, fun game to watch. I'm betting it, but this is the game I'm taking off the standings because if we're all not on the same page, that's why I love this type of show. This is what this is for. I'm just not putting it on the record,
Mm-hmm. No, I understand. I know that this is a really divisive game.
It is.
And everyone's kind of on opposite sides on this. I just, like I said, I just think that there's too many people from the Southeast as Indiana just scored a touchdown.
Yeah, I know.
As,
I'm on Illinois money line.
I'm on the over, and it's not going to hit still. So
I'm on the
yeah,
under.
I was on Indiana. I just thought this game after Illinois put up that 50 last week, I thought it just screamed pulling you to take Illinois.
So there is just
There is a chance
in Dumb and Dumber fashion.
You need a field goal.
In Dumb and Dumber fashion, you're saying there's a chance. I don't know if you guys.
There's a chance. 23 seconds left.
I know that Rick knows that movie. Maybe you guys don't.
Yes, Dumb and Dumber with.
When he's like 1 in a million. What would my chance with you? 1 in a million. So you're
So
saying there's a
chance.
So I'm at 45. They could get in field goal range and tie it up, and then I'm locked in.
They'll just have this guy kick the ball out of bounds. No, that didn't happen.
So
Yeah,
I need a stop here. I need nothing because I have the under 46.5.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's all good.
You have the over. He has Illinois, so I have multiple people rooting against me right now.
And I have Indiana, so we were all on something different this game.
Yeah, that's what I fucking love about this deal. And the problem that creates is there's so much competition, even amongst people that say, "Oh, I'm here for everyone." Like there are very, very big. How should I put this? Companies or groups on Twitter, or even people that like sell picks and all that, which I'm definitely not against, and definitely I've thought about doing, but aren't doing right now. But there's no competition though. We're not playing poker, you know. We're not in a football game. We're all here to beat the giant, and we should all have different opinions, and we should all respect it. And by the way, that Florida-Utah game, there are logical handicapping reasons to be on both sides. And as long as you have the cap the way you cap it, and you're capping it in a good way, we should all celebrate each other instead of compete. That just bugs the hell out of me.
Nah, you suck, lol.
No, and that's absolutely true. It's like if I think when we talk about it all the time with all of the local people that I talk to, we gamble and stuff like that. It's like if somebody hits a big parlay and they win, you know, a couple hundred, a couple grand, you know, whatever, break the bank. I think everyone's more or less, you should be like, man, awesome for you. But if you're like, oh God, this guy, why? You know, it's like, then you're not doing it right.
Yeah. So what's your fourth game that you liked? Because we'll probably put that one on if you want to, or you can do baseball. I don't know if you have a baseball play or anything.
No, the fourth one. The fourth one I kind of lean on rather than actually like, but I do like Houston at -4.
Yep.
I think that I've probably at this point would just start regurgitating what other people have said, especially Cab. I kind of side with Cab on this one. I mean, you know, Clayton Tune, Tank Dell. Yeah, I'm in. I mean, I like it. I like what I've seen. Well, I like what I think I'm going to see.
I think Houston runs the table.
Well, Cab, yeah, they could. That's a weak conference too. But
hey, hold on, my East Carolina Pirates are there.
Sorry,
I like East Carolina too tomorrow though.
But Cab is very in tune with the Texas teams, so I'd respect his opinion. Although I don't know that he's. I haven't heard about his opinion about his alma mater, Texas A&M. David Delano, Winners and Winers, USC -2 has been hot.
I've worked with people from Winners and Winers. They're good.
I know. Well, they didn't your guys buy them?
They were part of the Max Wagers network for a little bit, which was Winners and Winers and Picks and Parlays. But
yeah. Well, so I'm a USC alum, and I tend to either bet against them or not bet them because they don't cover spreads very well. I don't think that I'm not betting this game. But I capped him as a 21-point favorite. So if I wasn't an alum, I'd be betting Rice with the points. Here's the deal. I hope that they come out and blow them out 52-6 or whatever. But I don't have faith in that because year after year, even though I was there when they were great. Like my first year was Carson Palmer's Heisman Trophy when they went third in the country. Then I was there with Leinart, went all the way through John David Booty. So I was there during all the Reggie Bush years and all that. And even back then, they weren't covering spreads as much because they're always inflated. It's like the Dodgers.
Yeah. When you're looking at even teams like Alabama tomorrow and stuff, it's like Alabama doesn't care. They're just going to put that team away, and then they're not going to care what the final score is. They don't care if they cover or not.
No, they don't. Absolutely, they don't. I mean, they're treating USC's treating this game as a scrimmage. That's why I'd bet against them.
I think it was the Necessary Roughness in the movie when they're like, "Hey, maybe now is not a good time to see if everybody's played."
Yeah.
They're just going to throw everybody out there.
Yeah, well, they're going to get ahead and do that, but
Yep. But yeah, those are the four. So if you're telling me that we're scrapping Utah, then give me Houston.
Well, you don't have to have 3. You can just have 2, but you can have 3 if you want.
I like Houston.
All right, let's do it.
I like
So
the
you're
over.
Houston. What is it? Minus what?
I think we see points.
It's Houston -4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what's the collective say before I got here? What's the majority saying?
One person was on UTSA, and then everyone else on Houston. And I'm stay off, but I lean Houston big time. I'm not betting it though, just because UTSA seems like a team that might or might not have caught lightning in a bottle last year. And what happens if they are legit? But Houston is by far the front runner in that conference.
Indiana wins, under hits.
I saw that. Yeah, boo.
Darn. Well, I guess I'm not going to win any college football bets tonight, but baseball is going good.
Yeah. So I have Colorado has the ball on their own 5. I have Colorado +14. That's exactly if I win or lose. I knew TCU.
I didn't bet the over. Wow, that's 7-6 or 2 minutes ago.
You were saying that, but that's why I said I like the under. Colorado, I don't like their offensive coordinator, and TCU. I don't know where the points were going to come because they were still trying to figure out their quarterback situation like a month ago. They don't know what they're
and you know the saying: if you have 2 quarterbacks or you have 3 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks.
Exactly.
No, the Seahawks, they have 2 number 1 quarterbacks according to PK.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That
Okay.
being said, Seahawks money line. But
They
anyway.
do have 2 first round. Wasn't Geno Smith a first round pick?
No.
Yeah.
He was out of West Virginia. I know.
I know that.
He was
Wasn't
a
he a
first round
first-round
pick
pick
for the Jets. Yes, he was.
I know he played for the Jets. I'm a Jets fan, but
And then Drew Lock was a first or second round pick, wasn't he?
First or second? Yeah.
Yep, and they're both. You know what's funny is I don't know why they're not starting Drew Lock. I think he's the better quarterback, but I don't know what goes
100%.
on.
Well, I don't know. When I watch Drew Lock play on the field, I see some pretty bad reads. He's throwing the ball right to defenders sometimes.
I've never seen Geno Smith in the NFL play a good game, so I don't know. I mean, I've seen Drew Lock play some good games, so I mean, that team is going to.
I think both of them suck. That being said, I think they beat Denver in Week 1.
You've been saying that for a month, so.
So we talked about that. I hit you up on Twitter about that. I think Russell just absolutely bakes Seattle. Like Russell cooks and he bakes Seattle in Seattle. Like I think even by the end of the game, it's going to be like Rocky and Russia. They're going to be cheering for Russell by the time the game's over.
They don't understand that either, but I know that reference.
So, sorry, everybody.
Rocky 4, Ivan Drago.
Yeah.
Even the commies.
Yep.
We're rooting for the that's Cold
There's
War comedy doesn't work here. We have a younger crowd.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be one of those things where you see Russell come out there and he comes out for that first drive and he gets like the standing ovation or something like that, kind of like when a baseball player comes back for his first at bat, when he's been there for years and he's on the other team. He's gonna walk out there, he's gonna score the first touchdown, and they're gonna be like, yeah, I don't know how I should feel about this, but by like the third touchdown he throws, everyone's going to be like, yeah, whatever. This game's over.
They better cheer his ass. He won them their only Super Bowl, so I mean,
I know me and Tim are on opposites on that one. I just think that I know what you were saying about the dogs on Monday night. I just think this doesn't really apply when you got a team that's just absolutely. I feel like Seattle's one of those teams like Atlanta that's kind of just ready to mail it in this season.
Hey! I'm already betting Seattle. You don't have to convince me anymore.
I haven't even come close to capping that, but I think I'm off that game because
Seattle's gonna be one of our circuit picks.
Really?
So, yeah.
I think Seattle's horrible, and I think even though Russell Wilson's great, I think the Broncos are really overrated this year. And I know a lot of Broncos fans. Can he Can he change everything? They don't have anything else. I mean, they're trying to reach to say this guy and that guy, but that division is clearly a two-team. Actually, it's clearly a one-team. I mean, the Raiders are probably also overrated. That's the Chiefs division.
No, I like the Raiders this year.
Why?
Why?
New coach.
I think they are better than they were last year.
Okay, well, so what?
And they went 10-7 last year. Right, it was 10-7 with the whole Henry Ruggs, the whole scandal thing with Gruden.
Fueled them a little bit.
What?
No, and now they got Devontae. Now Carr has a target. He has a big target in Devontae Adams. I think that Oakland, Las Vegas only got better, and I would take a shot at 6-1 for them to win the division.
My thoughts on the Raiders are exactly my thoughts about the Dolphins. I think they're overrated as fuck, even though they added one big wide receiver. That's all they did.
That's all they did. Is add one wide receiver.
Last year,
The Chargers and the Chiefs are still way better in that division.
They have a new coach. They only did one addition. Granted, he's a very big addition. And here's the deal. I know that Tyreek Hill isn't there in the Chiefs, but you have the best quarterback. You have the best quarterback of the past 5 years, and you have one of the best coaches of the past 20 years. And one of the best offensive minds to ever coach the NFL. So if you're telling me that the Raiders are suddenly gonna compete with the Chiefs to win, will the Raiders go to the playoffs? Maybe. I don't think so. The Chiefs are gonna win that division. Just because Tyreek Hill isn't there,
or the Chargers.
What was that?
Or the Chargers.
Yeah, you're right.
I like the Chargers.
You know what?
I like the Chargers. I think there's a lot of things to like about all of these teams in this division and the moves that they made. That's why this division is really so polarizing, so interesting to watch people get their perspective on it. Like I see you guys all just start going at it. I just want to sit back and be like, oh no. I just want to read it up here.
I mean, I don't even talk about the Chargers, but the Chargers are one of the most one of the most dysfunctional organizations ever. They wanted to leave. All the San Diego fans wanted them there, and the owner wanted to go to LA, and no one in LA wanted them. And the Chargers are known for just flopping at the end of the season. It's just the Chargers curse. They've got some great players, but the reason why even when they went to the Super Bowl versus my Niners, they just folded. And how can you put a bet against? I mean, even though the teams have good pieces, but the Chiefs lost one wide receiver. Like, why are you? I mean, they're still one of the best teams in the NFL. Period.
Yeah, but you're still not gonna. Most of us on here aren't gonna take KC to win the division. Everyone's gonna try to go with the higher plus money and try to throw something out there that's gonna pay off a little higher.
Yeah,
Chargers.
I agree.
That's why I would go Raiders. That's just.
See, here's the thing.
That's where I see value.
For taking a bigger plus money stab, the AFC West is not where I'm looking to do that.
No, exactly not.
Do that.
Certainly not.
The AFC North would be one I would look to do that with. The NFC East would be one I want to do that with. And the NFC South would be the three I would want to do that with. And give me the Steelers at 10-1. I think that they are a good value play if you're looking to grab big plus money. Give me the Giants in the NFC East because if you get a healthy Saquon and Daniel Jones actually shows up this year, I think that team can win enough to win 8-9 games, would be enough for that division. If Dallas sucks, I think the Eagles are still going to be overrated, and the commies are absolutely horrible. And then for the NFC South, give me the Saints. I think we take a big step down from Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. And I think Jameis Winston is someone that can absolutely step it up this year. I'm maybe higher than him than most people. I think the Saints are a dark horse in that NFC because of how good their defense is going to be as well. They're going to have a top 5 defense, I think, in the NFL this year. And I know Sean Payton's no longer there. I think that their defense is going to be strong. So those would be 3 teams. If you're looking to take big plus money for division winners, that's what that would be.
Go ahead. I disagree with about 75% of what you said, but that's
appreciate that.
So you think Brian Daboll is the key that unlocks Daniel Jones?
Daniel Jones has
I
1
think
year.
that entire division's horseshit.
There's not one team.
Sure.
I'm going to say this about the Eagles, and I hate that division. And I think the Giants are garbage, and their quarterback. I like Daniel Jones. His the 1 year left. I think I think Wentz is championship poison, and Rivera's an old school coach that won't change his mind, so they're dead. The Cowboys, the team bothers me almost as much as their fans. They're not Super Bowl champions every year. Dak Prescott's not an elite quarterback. But
How about them boys?
Yeah. Well, I'm over that, and that's fine. You can like a team, but there's not one team in football, not one, that did almost everything right in the offseason to the nth degree, and that's what the Eagles did. They went to the draft and they filled spots on defense. They knew they couldn't draft a wide receiver except for the last guy they drafted. They don't draft wide receivers that great. They went on and got a star one. They've got Jalen Hurts, who I don't know why people aren't talking about him as a better quarterback. I mean, he's like Trey Lance plus. He's an athletic quarterback, and he's kind of a fantasy guy that puts up a lot. But I think if he bears down, especially with the best offensive line in football, or one of them, and that running attack that was the best second half, I think the Eagles are a way dark horse. I think they're scary.
I actually, on my podcast, I actually picked the Eagles to win the NFC, only for the fact that it's crazy plus money, and I just, like you said, they made a lot of good decisions, and yeah, why not? I mean, does anybody think that Tampa Bay, like Green Bay, like when you look at those odds, are you really excited to pick any of those heavy favorites like Tampa Bay, Green Bay?
I don't like betting. That's why
San Francisco.
Dark horse.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this about Green Bay and Tampa Bay. Green Bay, lost every. I mean, granted they have Aaron Rodgers, but I think he's checked out too. He's talking about doing shrooms. He's growing his hair long. He's going on Joe Rogan and smoking cigars and talking about college. I mean, he's packed it in, I think. And then Tampa Bay, granted they're getting like Godwin back and stuff, but they lost Pierre-Paul. He's not playing, or he's not playing for. I think they released him. And I think if there's and Brady's kind of all these rumors about him thinking about other things. People say, "What's the year it's going to go down?" I think this is the year the Tampa Bay or Brady kind of loses it a little bit. So I'm not big on Tampa Bay. The Saints are interesting. I don't like Jameis Winston at all. But I agree with you. Those two teams, which are the favorites in the NFC with the Rams, I think the Rams are the only true, like, real favorite that can do it.
I mean, and the other thing – oh, go ahead.
The Niners, by the way, and I'm a Niners fan, I will say, but I'm a realistic one because they've been bad in the past and good too. And I'll accept both. But if Trey Lance is halfway good, they're a threat too.
Yeah, I just when everybody talks about how Trey Lance is going to step up and be the next, Patrick Mahomes because he sat out all season last year and stuff. Well, I always bring it back to everybody else. I'm like, yeah, well, you know what? He's also a number 2 pick, and so is Mitchell Trubisky. And when everyone thought Mitch was going to take it to the next level, he totally fell flat on his face, and the Bears did as well.
Well, the Bears made the biggest blunder in draft history ever in the history of NFL, picking him over Mahomes.
Well, that wasn't even the biggest travesty of the whole thing. The biggest travesty is that they traded up one spot to get a guy nobody else wanted.
Actually, Ryan Leaf was the worst. Manning was in that draft.
How about Jamarcus Russell? Can we put that?
That was pretty bad.
Ryan Leaf was worse. Ryan Leaf was worse. If you guys know that.
Yeah. Wait, Ryan Leaf was number 2 though. So.
Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah. Well, so was Mitch. So was Mitch. So was Mitch, and so was Trey Lance. So not looking too good for number 2s right now.
Lance is number 2 overall.
Who?
Trey Lance?
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I thought he was like 5 or 6.
No. You're right. But Mitch was a second overall pick, and that was a disaster.
No, well, Mahomes was that's a blunder. But I want to, from Michigan's finest, just because I want to kind of talk about this. No. What do we think about the Lions? Because I actually have an opinion on the Lions, actually.
My opinion on the Lions is that I like the moves that they're making. I like the team that they're putting together, but they're still a year or 2 away. They're a team that I think is going to is gotten a lot better on defense, got a lot better at the position players around on offense. They're just 1 year away from saying goodbye to Jared Goff and picking up a quarterback like what Stafford did last year with the Rams. He just finds somebody that doesn't want to be on a losing team anymore, and he goes to Detroit and he helps bring him there. I think they're a year away and one good quarterback.
What do you guys? I have my opinion. What do you guys think?
Trying to think what quarterback that would be that wouldn't want to be on a list.
Anyone. Jared Goff's garbage. Bill Belichick. This should show you. Matt Stafford went from the Lions, and now he looks like an MVP.
No, I don't disagree with that. I'm trying to think who that quarterback on a bad team would be.
Jimmy Garoppolo. He'd go to the Lions and would make him.
Jimmy Garoppolo is just another Gary Goff.
Yeah. I was kind of leaning that way too.
That's fair. Jimmy Garoppolo is not the solution to Detroit's problem.
Well, let me tell you this.
I think we're talking about somebody that's going to get you, that's going to be like Stafford. He's going to throw for 36, 37 touchdowns, 38 touchdowns. I mean, you're talking about Goff, Garoppolo. I mean, these guys might throw 30 in their best season, but other than that, they're usually never going to get over 25.
First of all, Garoppolo was one play away from going to the Super Bowl, and so that's one thing. Number two is Garoppolo's QBR last year was over. He was like 4th or 5th in the second half. I mean, he's night and day over Jared Goff. It's not even close.
I mean, we're just talking. We're talking about 2A or 2B. In my opinion, I don't think we're talking about a 1. We're not talking about like a dominant quarterback. You're talking about like a game manager when you're talking about Jimmy G.
I was about to say it's not so much that Garoppolo is better or worse than Goff. They're the same person. They're the same.
They're not. Goff is
the same type of quarterback.
They are. They're game managers. They're not game changers.
They're the same type of quarterback. It would not be the solution.
Well, here you might be right, but I'm going to say this. So the things I like about the Lions, I love their running back, Swift. I think he's good. I like Amon-Ra St. Brown against him. I guess I'm a homer at USC, but he's there. And their defense stinks. I also like their coach. I'm into he would be a fantastic Campbell would be a fantastic college coach because he's a rah-rah guy, just like Pete Carroll is. But he's a rah-rah guy against grown men. He can because that's why Belichick's been such a good coach. He's like a CEO. He treats people like adults. Campbell's like he swears. He probably drinks beer in the locker room.
There's somebody in the background that wants to come in.
I know he does. He can wait.
Okay. I just want to make sure you saw him.
I see him. We're just getting there. But I'm going to tell you this right now. I like where the Lions are going. I think they're 3 or 4 years away, especially with the decline of Green Bay. And the Vikings will never get anything together, even though they have such a powerful offense. I think the Lions are on the upswing. With that said, let's welcome our very, very late guest.
We're about to do some Moose stuff.
Moose money bets. We've capped everything, so you're too late. I don't know what we're gonna do now.
All right.
Hey, can we just here? Let's while he's here. Fuck yes to the Padres tonight.
Yeah, I bet.
I had them tonight plus 148.
I bet against them. I'm absolutely willing to pay their way into the playoffs. So
I said that today. Yeah, you're doing that.
Oh yeah,
Dabby Cab came in. He knew exactly where I was going.
Yeah. Well, Cab and you, Cab's definitely a Padres sympathist.
I'm pretty wasted here. I just cashed the Indiana money line, and I was like, I got to get over here. I got to spread my fucking joy over all these people from Picks and Parlay. I got to give my Moose my Moose money right over to everybody here.
Your Moose call,
my little Moose call.
Don't make me break out the antlers again. Don't make me. You know what I told him? I told him that I want to have because he. Okay, so I went on the sesh and I kind of showed him up a little bit, and I'll admit it.
A little bit. You took my whole fucking thing.
Okay, so I wanted to say that my new best bet of the day, because Moose has Moose call of the day, very, very catchy. So my best bet of the day is going to be Dave's Moose call of the day. But it's not going to be.
That's original. I like it.
Yeah.
Original.
But congratulations on the Indiana game. We were all on different sides. I had the over. That over should have hit. that fucking stupid lull for 20 minutes where they didn't score.
Yeah, I had the under. That was never.
I know. But that game for a side was an off for me because I did have Indiana as one. We talked about this, Moose, last night, a 1-point favorite. But congratulations.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of fucking crushing it at NCAA right now.
Yeah, I think we're all doing pretty well. I'll probably
it's me. I'm doing well. Fuck all y'all. I'm doing well.
Well, good.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You're the MLB guy. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, I'm getting fucking pigeonholed like that. Are you serious?
You and Marley are the exact opposite. So we have the college athlete that is the MLB crusher against guys like you and me that cap MLB, all the time. And then you're the MLB guy with all the analytics, and you're crushing college football. It's like
I played baseball in college. What are you talking about here?
No, you're the
walk it back. All right, let's walk it back.
You didn't. I thought you played college baseball.
I did.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I played at Cal State San Marcos and San Diego City College here.
Yeah,
but unfortunately, I was too old when I started playing, and when I got to throw the ball 92, 93, 94 miles an hour, I was told, "Yeah, great, but a little too late."
Yeah, no, I feel you. We all like Uncle Rico's. We've all been there.
Hey, he can throw it over. He can throw it over one mountain.
Over the mountain.
I can throw it over 2 mountains.
That fucking steak he throws and hits him in the face. That's good.
That's a great movie. movie. So
there are 2
real
movies.
Quick.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. No, go.
It sounded like you had something important to say.
I doubt it. So there are 2 movies. There are 2 movies I laughed out loud at in the theater. One, when I smoked, I was Napoleon Dynamite. I was high as fuck. Funniest movie ever. And then the other one was Step Brothers. Those 2 movies in the theaters I watched, and the only movies I've laughed out loud like hysterically ever. But that's them.
Hey, has anybody here given shit about Dave and his natural mohawk?
I have a cowlick right here.
No, that's not a cowlick.
No, it's a cowlick. It's all.
No,
I'm gonna tell you. Yes, it is.
That's a cow hawk. That's a cow hawk.
Bro, let me tell you. I buzz this. This is all the same length. It's a 4. Right here, I have a natural wave that sticks up. I can't help it. See,
natural
look,
wave?
It's flat right here. It's flat. See?
That's a tsunami.
I don't even understand that.
I loved it. I don't give a shit if you don't understand. I loved it.
I don't understand. What is Big Show saying? It is moose is an animal or that soft ass creamy fluff BS.
Yeah, I'm fucking wasted. I'm fucking wasted.
Hold on. Moose is a flavor of ice cream.
Dude, don't make me go lift the fucking 30-pound. I'm gonna do it, but
I was waiting for the punchline.
I think we knew you were going to do it, Dave. I think we know you're going to do it eventually.
I'm so lazy right now. I don't want to do it. I'm trying to get where Moose is at. I probably won't be, but
hey, I promised you, Dave, that I would come on as soon as I got done with the NCAA live show. I'm a man of my word. As much as I told you last night, you were a little bitch, and I don't fucking like you, and I would like to not talk to you anymore. I at least have to live up to the promise that I told you earlier in the week before you start. You know what? I'm gonna walk this back. Because I feel
you asked me out on a date last night, asshole. That's what happened.
I was just gonna say, I'm gonna walk this back because I feel like I'm giving a hate to a guy that I really actually still try to impress. I still low key, I still try to impress Dave. I'm like, Dave, look at this pick I just made. I just took West Virginia over 50 and a half. He's like, that's
and
cool.
Dave's like, man,
that was Dave's loose call of the day yesterday.
Yeah, Rick, he was like, I bet that yesterday. Great job.
No, I was waiting for you. I'm waiting for you with the Moose right now. I feel like you're going to be like, Dave, when all this is said and done, you and me should get an apartment together.
Yeah. Do you like guacamole? Did I ever ask you? Do you like guacamole? Actually, what's funny is I'm not going to even go there. I'm not going to talk about our private conversations, but we should talk about who, because we're about the same age. We were perving out to who we thought were the hottest women.
We got a good list.
We nailed. There was one that he said, and I was typing in the same name, and it's very esoteric.
Denise Richards.
It's from if you went through your puberty in the late 90s, Denise Richards, Starship Troopers, Wild Things, is the hottest woman ever, and he was typing it in when I was. So I guess we just became best friends.
That was the moment. That was the moment.
Yes.
That was absolutely the moment. So I mean, I'm sorry, Earl twins and Rick, but I leapfrogged all of you by telling him that I love Denise Richards. So
There's a real bromance going on right now.
I'm sorry, but that was the key to the Chamber of Secrets.
But now she's a wreck, though. I still would. You should look up pictures of her.
She's terrible.
Dude, I would violate. I would do nasty things.
Fucking hell!
All right, changing gears.
We can talk about it. We can't show it. Hey, this isn't. Well, I'm not going to go there. We don't do two things. We talk about illegal things and we talk about showing private parts, but we don't show it.
But we don't actually do it. We don't actually do it. Here's Dave talking about assaulting Denise Richards, and then he's going to do like a. But we really respect all the female cappers out there.
It would be consensual. Trust me.
All right, hey, can you guys give me all your MLB plays? Because I'm too wasted to go on a show tomorrow and talk MLB.
Tampa.
So that's it. That's all you're giving me is just Tampa.
Earlier, I have 2 teams I'm looking at, and I never said the teams.
Okay, so go ahead.
You guys are absolutely helping me right now. I just got to say, you guys
is
are
on the other
crushing this
team that Patrick Corbin is playing against. Whoever's on that team.
The Mets at -$4. You got it.
I have 2 plays, but go ahead, Nick. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
2 popped off the page right away to me. 1 big dog and 1 decent sized favorite. I'm sorry, Moose. The Dodgers run line is going to most likely make my card tomorrow.
I'm fading the Padres. I'm fading the Padres the rest of the season.
That's something for me as well. I wake up and I bet against.
Why didn't we think of that one? Kelly Kapowski from Saved by the Bell.
I mean,
and she went to 90210.
I get it.
Sorry,
but I'm not gonna lie. I kind of had a thing for Lisa.
All those chicks, I'd violate them too. On the pick. Sorry, Nick.
The tall chick can go fuck herself. I didn't give a shit about her.
She did striptease. Erin Berkeley? Oh no, man.
I didn't go to that high school. When she was there, I was like, you could have got.
Tori Spelling. Tori Spelling was Dustin Diamond's Screech's girlfriend too. I'd plow her too. I'd go to that.
So
I'd go with my John Deere tractor and plow that whole high school.
Yeah, well, I would only do Lisa Turtle. Secondary would be Kelly Kapowski, but I would only do Kelly Kapowski in between her senior and freshman years in college.
All right, enough of this. Nick, go ahead.
That's a great cap. What are you talking about?
It was. We are capping our pervy, semi-illegal pickup moves.
Pickup moves
or whatever.
This just sounds like opening the van door.
Well, no,
Nick, I'm still trying to find out what Nick's second pick was tomorrow.
Yeah, Nick, go ahead.
All right, my dog of the day that popped right off the page to me, Edward Cabrera, Miami Marlins first 5 against Jake Odorizzi.
He doesn't like Odorizzi because you have a bias, but
I didn't like Odorizzi when he was with the Astros. The guy's a bum.
Has nothing to do with him being on the Braves. We faded him back when he was in Minnesota.
Yeah. I faded him for years.
Rick isn't on any MLB. Tim, what do you
I'm off MLB. I'm off MLB tomorrow. I'm focusing on college.
I will probably have.
What are you doing? You're doing something crazy, and I'm not doing it. Actually, I want to show this. Go back to the beginning. Hold on. Moose is getting tricky here, but we're going to bring on another semi-guest. Pause it at the beginning. Pause it.
Are we taking scum again?
No, you'll like this. You guys will like this. Is the sound on?
No. Oh, Timmy Trumpet. Well, we can't hear it, but yeah.
You want to know why? It's because you're. Maybe if I mute you, will it work?
No.
Epic fail.
I saw this when they did it live. That was.
I don't know what
I kicked Moose out too.
I think what was the epic fail on that was that the Mets fans are all just holding their cameras up. Like, I don't know, if I was there, I'd be like jumping around and getting all excited about it. I'd be hooting and hollering and screaming and yelling. They're all just there with their phones, like, huh?
Well, no, because that one, the actual guy that was playing the trumpet in the song was there in person.
I know, but I'd still be jumping around being like, well, I got my camera. Everyone would be like, this thing's moving like all get out. And I'd be like, yeah, because I was getting down with it. Guy was there.
That's fair.
I don't know. It just makes me feel like somebody scored a touchdown and there's like a hush in the crowd. They're like, oh, What was that? Somebody scored? Cool.
I have a question for StreamYard users. If I kick someone out, can they come back in?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Okay.
I wanted to hear what Moose had for football.
I kicked. That's what I did too. I kicked. I didn't kick him out. I kicked his other thing out, and he tried to be tricky. That's his fault. I tried to kick the second thing he put up there, and I kicked that.
He tried to screen share, didn't he?
Yeah, I did, and I kicked them both out on accident. Well, sorry, Moose.
Moose, try to come back in.
Tim, while we're sitting on dead time, Tim,
you missed. You
love the Savannah
You
banana.
can't come in here after we've been on for 4 hours. You can't come in here after we've been legitimately handicapping all night and drinking whiskey and then talk about the capping. Give me a break, Big Show.
Oh, well, Moose is no longer here. I was going to give him the baseball plays I was looking at.
Yeah, I know. That sucks. I fucked up, but you know what? It's America. Whatever.
He's probably like, well, heck with it. I'm just going to not come back on. He probably could. He's probably just, I'll show Dave. I'll show him.
Yeah. Well, no.
You guys went from bromance to a bro war right now.
No, well, in all honesty, to tell you the truth, it's not an untruth, but this whole concept of this show was partially Moose and Marley's creation because we were talking backstage on one of Marley's shows because we did his MLB show. We did it every day for a while. And we were saying, well, why isn't there – because there have been other similar shows like this. PSR used to do one. And but it wasn't really capping heavy. It was more of like just kind of watching games and all of that. But there was some capping. But we said, well, Moose and I already a couple nights a week behind the scenes hop on the StreamYard or DM each other and go over the whole card. And it's helped us because we've seen things that we wouldn't normally see. So why not show that to everyone? Like, I know people that are like worried about their picks and their records, don't want to release their special sauce. Here he is. But we do, because we're all in this together, and fuck people that want to compete with each other, because I'm not playing poker. Like we've said, we're trying to win money. And if you're not being a helpful person, there's no place for you in
the Capper Collective.
Yeah, no, you're not a nerd.
Hey, I beat everybody. So
hey, I'm sorry, dude. I tried to kick out you tried to be tricky. You kicked yourself out. Okay. You deserve
Did
it.
I?
Yeah.
I'm pretty.
All right. So someone was giving you their picks. I think Tim and Nick are annoyed, but
I'm not annoyed. No, I was just looking through a couple of things.
They're annoyed with the Moose.
Tim, with me? Tim, what are your MLB picks? You want to give Moose your?
Yeah. I want to hear it.
So I'm probably only going to bet Tampa, but the other ones that I feel good about, and the only reason why I'm only going to bet Tampa is that's the only one I'm going to have so much college football tomorrow. Yeah, I like the Dodger run line, and I was on San Diego tonight. I like really Seattle. Nice. I like Seattle tomorrow with Robbie Ray, and then same with Nick the dog. I like Miami.
All right. What if let's just say hypothetically, like this might not be a true situation, but let's say you are completely bailing on sides and don't want to bet.
You want to bet total.
This guy goes last night. I'm not betting a side in baseball for the rest of the season. I'm only betting total.
I told him, I was like, dude, I'm done with fucking sides. Like, I swear to God, like as the month shifted to July, most of my losses are all on sides. Like the few totals that I was playing were all hitting. All my Moose calls that were on totals hit. All my Moose calls that were on sides lost.
Let's find a total. Here.
I'll tell you one right now. Is a team total considered a total? Because I have one of those.
Yeah.
Okay. Corbin Day. That's tomorrow. Listen up.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing a Corbin Day. I'm not doing it.
Okay. I don't care. You're listening. Okay. My show. My rules.
Right.
The Mets team total and I didn't even look at how the Mets are hitting left-handed pitching. I don't care. The Mets team total, you can take it 4.5 at -125 or 5 at +102 versus Corbin.
5.5.
So I'm betting the Mets team total tomorrow for Corbin Day.
You might as well. When was the last time he's only maybe
Last two of the last three, he's been okay. Lodolo screwed up. I wanted to fade him too. Lodolo screwed it up against the Reds. He let him get in the last inning.
Well, didn't he hit like 2 batters and walk a guy?
Yeah. So you remember my post. He
right back.
hit a batter to load the bases. Then he hit a batter to get a run in, and then he walked a batter to get another run in. Or walk. It was walk hit or hit walk. It was some stupid crap.
Yeah.
And he should be benched immediately.
All right. I was looking through it. If I had to go with 2 totals tomorrow, I want to go the under in the Yankee game. I can see that one being a 4-1 type of game. And then I don't know what the total is. I don't really care what the total is. I don't care what the Oakland pitcher is. I like the under in the Oakland and Baltimore game.
Really?
How do you take an under and not know what pitcher it is?
That's what I was thinking.
All right. Baltimore's
very important.
No. Baltimore's been on a heavy under run. I like Austin Voth. Their pitching is dominant. This is going to be another one of those 4-0 Baltimore wins. Because Baltimore's been phenomenal pitching. And it's Oakland.
I don't know. If they throw Zach Lug out there, I want nothing to do with the fucking under.
Yeah, that guy is garbage. I
don't want them calling up some random ass AAA guy or AA guy and throwing him out there for 4 innings. And no, I don't want an under with that. I don't care. I need to know the pitcher in order to bet an under.
Fine, under in the Yankee game would probably be my best.
So you're saying, would you? I'd probably favor more in the Yankee game. I'd probably go the first 5 under 4.
Either way, it's just the Yankees' offense has been pathetic. Bruce is just dying because of something he said in the private chat.
Well, I haven't looked at the private chat for a long time.
You should definitely check it out.
I'm way back an hour ago.
Nah, man, I just play.
I have not, but I have an ex-girlfriend that has for sure.
What, excuse me?
I had an ex-girlfriend that was so that way that she tried to sit down on the toilet. She fell into the bathtub and hit her head and cut her head open. I had to take her to the emergency room.
Hold up.
Well, that's not as funny as I was hoping it would be.
Yeah, well, I mean, a girl trying to sit down to pee and she misses the toilet. The toilet's a big place.
Yeah, that's what happened. She sat down. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, she went from standing up. I was watching her. She went from standing up to.
You were watching her.
Well, the door was open.
This is getting weirder by the minute.
No, it's not weird.
All right, we're getting to Dave's freaky side.
No.
Okay, R. Kelly, continue.
There was nothing. No, trust me. No. I would have thrown her out the window if she tried that. She just sat. She missed the toilet.
You okay? You okay, Earl? You all right over there? You good? Okay.
What is going on here?
Moose, are you on any football tomorrow?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I am. I have App State, but I got him at plus money. And
yeah, let's go to what you like. So, Moose, what we're doing, by the way, just before we get in your picks, because you wanted to keep track of picks, I'm giving 1 to 3 picks, up to 3 picks of your best bets, any sport, and we're going to keep track of them. So, that's what
yeah. I haven't even been able to get through the rest of the card.
What do you like for football?
Dude, I'm going to probably be on Houston. I might be on the under in Tulsa, Wyoming. I might be on Ole Miss.
Yep.
I wish you would have capped those because we didn't talk about any of those.
Are you serious?
Yeah, we didn't talk about any of them except for Houston. Everyone likes Houston.
We literally went through this entire fucking thing last night.
No, we did, but I'm saying everyone on the show. What we're doing, I have to match up picks. So someone already took. Rick took Houston.
I like Houston.
I like Houston.
I wasn't the only one. I'm pretty sure.
No, we all did. But conflicting picks, like the Florida-Utah game. Even though I'm on Florida, we're not picking that because so many people clashed.
Yeah, I'll be on Florida. there.
I already knew that because we talked about it.
I'll be on Liberty. I'll probably be on Liberty. I really wish I was on RB tomorrow, but I don't have enough points in that game. I really wish I had at least like a field goal or more. I'll be on Notre Dame. I'll be on Notre Dame tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, I totally understand. I totally understand everybody like taking the Ohio State and feeling like, oh, this is my best bet. Like they're just gonna walk over. But I mean, it's just like,
I like the over.
All right. Yeah. I get like you're gonna say like how's Notre Dame gonna score, but I kind of think people are selling the Notre Dame defense a little short. Like they're literally bringing the guy that was their defensive guy as their head coach, the guy that everybody was rallying around over fucking Coach Kelly, whatever you want to call his ass, but Coach douchebag.
Brian Kelly.
I mean, he did not get those players to get the best. He did not get the best out of his players. Year in, year out, his players underperformed every year, at least in my opinion.
One thing we've seen Notre Dame struggle with is speed. Like whenever we see them fast team with good skill position players, with fast overall players, all of a sudden they don't know how to stop them. Teams like Alabama, Ohio State, they can run all over.
I agree with that. But Ohio State is faster in the middle of the regular season than they are at the beginning of the regular season. I remember the last like 3-4 years, their first games are always like, holy shit, that team's actually able to compete with Ohio State. Like Minnesota last year was able to keep it within a touchdown for much of that game because Ohio State just couldn't figure out how to extend their lead and maintain it. That's kind of what I think is going to happen. I think Notre Dame's defense is nothing that should be just kind of written off. It's going to be a really good defense. Kyle Hamilton, I totally understand like the whole, their best defensive player is gone. That was the 100% what prevented teams from being able to throw on their secondary. But there's so many pieces in that Notre Dame defense that are really, really talented. And if you're going to rank all the defenses, Notre Dame is in my top 5. Notre Dame is in my top 5.
We've been over this game a million different ways, but the ESB is on Ohio State. So
I get it.
But we got it at 14.5.
So, yeah.
I have Ohio State in the national championship versus Alabama. I bet it that way. I bet Ohio State in the national championship versus Alabama. So a loss here would absolutely destroy that futures bet. But I think that Ohio State ends up winning this game by 14 points, 16 points. That's kind of where I thought that the end line would be, because Notre Dame can absolutely keep a team from scoring touchdowns if they are not efficient third downs, red zone. And Ohio State has proven that over the years, early on in the season, they tend to struggle in third downs and red zone.
Well, so let me ask Tim and Nick, if you had to bet it at minus 17, would you still bet it?
No.
Yes.
No. Yes.
I would. Because the way I'm thinking, I don't care if I get it at 14 or 17. I think they win by 30. Like if I'm picking a team, I think they're gonna blow them out.
Okay.
If I'm laying 17 points or whatever, I'm thinking they're winning by 30 plus.
Yeah, and if it is that way, I immediately love my futures bet, because if they're just destroying Notre Dame, what defense are they going to encounter that is going to provide a formidable type of resistance that Notre Dame wasn't able to do? And there's not a lot of defenses that are going to be able to do that. I mean, Alabama, Georgia.
Well, I kind of already we tagged on it earlier. The way I look at college football right now, Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia a little bit down, and then everybody else.
I like Texas A&M.
A big hole, and then everybody else.
I like A&M.
I like A&M.
A&M would be on the top of the. No, they're
I like Florida. I like Florida too. I think Napier is going to do some absolutely amazing shit over there. I'm going to be on Florida in Utah game. I know that Dave said that there's differing opinions on that, but I really like Florida. I really think that Napier is going to have the talent to do everything he wants. I mean, you're going from a mid-major to an SEC, and there's no question in Napier's ability to game plan and scheme. There's no question. He's one of the best. He's one of the best game plan coaches. He's one of the best scheming coaches, and you're putting him in the SEC and it can be difficult. But the fact that he's in Florida with all that kind of talent and all that talent that's coming back, I don't fuck Emory Jones. I don't give a shit that he's not there. I mean, I know people are like, oh, you don't have a quarterback. Like, you fuck all that. Fuck all that. That doesn't matter to me at all. The skill positions he has, the lines that he has, the quickness that he has, there's no way that Utah is going to be able to match that. Because if you're going, oh, we'll go power for power, Florida will match that. If you want to go speed, there's no way Utah can keep up with Florida's speed to the sidelines.
We've again, like, let me ask this: you're on. There's no talking you off Florida.
Very, very little talking me off.
The reason why is this is why I'm trying to with this show. It's a work in progress, but Rick is actually on Utah and has some really good points, which we can go over real quickly. But
absolutely, I want to hear it. I
want to do that to let you hear what he has to say. But go ahead, Rick. We've talked about it a couple of times. But.
Oh, yeah. I brought it up earlier. Florida lost their top 3 rushers last season. They lost 5 out of their top 7 receivers. I know you're saying that they're fast. They're just the newer guys. The new guys might be fast. They're just not the same team. They don't have a lot of the returning players. I know Napier's there. They're going to need some time to gel. Utah, because even though they're playing in Florida, Utah isn't going to have a hard time in that humidity. A lot of players that are playing in Utah now all came from the Southeast, from Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and stuff. So that doesn't really concern me either. And Utah is kind of like I said before, the copyright Rick punt to QB. They're kind of the bullies of the Pac-12. They just keep going over the Pac-10. They just keep going in there and just bullying people. They keep smacking people in the face every single time. It seems like when Utah and Oregon had no part of playing against Utah both times they played against them last year.
Yeah, the response I'd have would be, I don't give a shit that they're not returning some of the same talent they have, and that Utah is one of the elite classes in the Pac-12. What was the other point you made? I don't want to like.
He said that a lot of the players, and I haven't checked this because a lot of one of the big
from the Southeast, yeah. I mean, the Utah, like the whole weather thing. Yeah.
All the Utah, those Rocky Mountain boys are going to go down and play in humidity, and he's saying a lot of players are from there. I didn't know that, but I
don't give a shit about that at all. Like not one little bit do I care about that. It's way more about the fact that you have a coach. You have a coach that's coming in that
is a lot of stuff right now.
Is way better schemed to be able to attack defenses that are very focused on power and in the trenches, because that's what a lot of what is going to be successful in the Pac-12 is going to be won in the trenches. Chip Kelly can do what he wants. Lincoln Riley can do what he wants, but ultimately those programs are going to have to win in the trenches, and that's why I think Stanford isn't a team that you can just discount. I don't think that Washington is a team that you can just discount, because ultimately they're going to have to win in the trenches. And in the SEC, I really believe that Florida has the talent, the strength, and the size to be able to push around Utah. And the offensive ability of Utah is really going to be lacking when you compare them to Florida, and the speed, the size, the power that they're able to use from sideline to sideline in the middle of the hashes. I really think that Florida is going to control the yard to gain. They're going to be able to manage those short third downs, and you're going to give me Florida at home versus a Utah team that will have to not necessarily prove themselves against Florida, but at least be competent against Florida. Because if Utah is competent against Florida, if it's a good, close game against Florida, I think Utah comes out of there with a lot of bravado, a lot of confidence, because they know that they're going into the Pac-12 going to be playing teams that are far less superior to Florida. And the secondary team of the Pac-12 versus the third or fourth team of the SEC, I'll take the SEC fourth or third team over the second team of Pac-12 any day of the week.
Yeah, it's interesting because you see a lot of the other games where you're talking about Notre Dame and Ohio State, but this is probably the game I'm most interested in seeing, just because we've all been, and just from what I've been seeing, everybody being on opposite sides of it. Yeah. It's obviously the game that I'm just going to be excited about watching this game. Yeah. Even if my bet doesn't come in, I'm going to be like, wow, well, you know what? Moose was right about this. Dave was right about that. The Earls were right about that. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's one of the reasons why I love doing this. It's one of the reasons why I love capping this stuff. And it's like when you find somebody that you can see where they're coming from and you're telling your points, stuff like that. I love watching those kind of games. It just makes it so much more entertaining to me.
Yeah, and absolutely to your point, maybe the reason I'm a little bit more confident is because of my stance on Indiana tonight. I was in the minority. There were, I think, 90% of the capping population was absolutely driving Illinois. I mean, that line moved from like 5.5, 6.
Yeah, we got 5.5 with Illinois on the site.
Yeah, all the way down to 1. I mean, I just kept on watching it drop, and I was like, I'll just wait. I think Indiana's pretty much an equal team, and you're going to give me Indiana at a money line at home against Illinois, where I think they're kind of equal. So a lot of that perception assessment can be put into what I'm talking about here, because it's just like, oh, well, I was right about this, so I'm probably going to be right about that, and that's not the right way to look at things. But as a personal individual capper, that's just the way I'm going here.
Yeah, I think in this room, it's 4 against 1 right now, right? I think I'm the only one in the room here that's on Utah to the 5+.
One or two other people. I think
I lean Utah. I'm not betting the game.
Hammer Poop was on Utah, and no, Marley was on Florida. But this is the thing. So it's a scratch because I'm not putting that up as a play that we're talking about. But Moose, I have to get because I'm on Notre Dame too. That's already a play I'm putting up. What if you had to pick one play besides Notre Dame and besides
Appalachian State?
Love that play.
App State. What's the line on that?
I got it at plus
like
-1.5
now.
I got it at plus 1.5.
We got it at plus 3.
I like the over. I like the over in that game.
Yeah, I missed
what I
the
ended up
3
betting because I never got around to that 3, and it got all the way down to the pick'em and then the -1.5 for App State. And I was like, fuck this. I don't want to bet App State anymore. I love App State in the spot. I still think they win the game. You just lost all value in the line for App State. So I ended up taking the over 56.5 with the potential of taking their team total.
Yeah, the other one I like is
Ohio State.
the other one I like is East Carolina. I do like East Carolina in this match.
We'll be at the game tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen what you guys are talking about. One of the things that I'm looking at is absolutely what the crowd environment's going to be. Because I remember what the
Sold
crowd
out.
environment
Should be the biggest crowd in East Carolina history.
Yeah, because I remember what the crowd environment was versus Cincy, and for the first half, it was like, holy shit, East Carolina's gonna fucking get this. And then Cincinnati did what Cincinnati does.
Yeah,
and I think there was a bad penalty as well, if I remember correctly.
Probably.
That put him into a situation where it's like, yeah, East Carolina's not gonna be able to get this back, but. I do like East Carolina. I get North Carolina State is an absolute contender for the ACC title, but
they are.
I don't know. East Carolina just seems like a team that can play defense, can manage the clock. They're not going to get overwhelmed by a potential early onslaught. So I do like East Carolina. I mean, I thought it was going to be a 7.5, 8.5 line, and they're giving me more than a touchdown and a field goal.
You got 12.
Yeah, that just seems like I just kind of got to take it, but I haven't bet it yet because I really have to get to it. In fact, I probably should get to all the MLB and NCAA here because I have to be on Say Hey Plays tomorrow morning.
Fun.
Yeah, and I'm a little drunk, so just a wee bit, Yeah.
Well, that's good. I think we've got a good. What did Holly? Do you follow Hollywood Mitch on Twitter?
Who the fuck is Hollywood Mitch?
Well, you should because he's bigger than all of us. But he was on tonight.
Bigger than my dick.
Here we go.
Sorry, my bad.
I mean, bigger than an inch and a half, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, that inch and a half pleased your fucking mom last night.
5.
I bet it did.
Yeah, it did.
8.
So when did we tell them that we have 2 dads?
Dave, shut this shit down. Shut this shit down, Dave.
Yeah, it's about that time. So we've got 10 plays outside of when you say just a StreamYard, if I roll this back, is it going to show the private chat too?
No.
Where you guys put your plays?
No, it doesn't.
No idea.
You can re-enter into the studio.
You have to put it in comments. You have to put it in the comments.
No, will the private chat be saved if I re-enter the studio later on?
Yes.
Well, let's just do this. Let's just do a print screen right now, and I'll email it to myself. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 16 bets. So, yay to us. I mean, there's a lot of people here, and it's good. I'm glad that Moose came in. Definitely. How'd the show go? I wasn't watching it.
I won.
Well, I know that. But comparatively to like the time lapse and all that stuff, was it different or did it?
Oh, I won.
All right. So we got it. So that answers my question. All right, guys. So we will get out of here. I'm gonna post. I don't know if I should post these on Twitter. I'm not gonna post them on Twitter.
You want to post that I won because I did win tonight.
I'm going to. I'm just going to say the next show, which is either Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not sure what we're going to do yet, but we will put our records there. You're the one that pointed out that we should be like at 60% or something crazy, which is not going to be sustainable. But we've been really hot. And,
we've been crazy high. Like the things that we picked together, it's been ridiculous.
So that's the whole point. Is we want to get good minds together. So why don't we do a send off, and we'll actually be under 20 minutes under last week if we do this right. But let's start with Tim, Nick, or both of them. I mean, if you guys want to plug something differently, I know you guys are a bit like business partners, but plug whatever you want right now.
Yeah, check us out at Picks from Dave. We have a lot of good content over here. Earl Sports Bets, we're like herpes. We're everywhere. So just Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, almost on OnlyFans. So we're everywhere. Just check us out, Earl Sports Bets.
I'm waiting for that. Sitting on the sprinkler. Sit on that sprinkler.
Oh, God damn it.
Jeez.
Sit on the sprinkler and give out a baseball play.
Yeah, exactly. And squeal.
Just in a seductive pose.
All right. Rick's a family man, so we're going to get to him next, and we'll stop all this.
All right, you can find me at Punt the QB. We're pretty much everywhere on podcasts, Spotify, Apple, all that stuff. You can see me on YouTube at Punt the QB also. We're putting up future bets right now. We're going to put up some stuff for college in the next couple of weeks, stuff up for week 1 football and stuff. We're going to put some individual plays up there. Twitter at Rick Punt the QB. And pretty much everything else is just personal stuff. But, I mean, if you want to look at my Instagram, you're more than free to. Rick Navalani.
Moose, you won. Go ahead.
You guys can find me at Fade Picks from Dave. If you really want some really good picks, you guys can follow me at ESB Picks and Parlay, where you can actually get some winners. But if you're into losing money or donating money to charities that involve sports books, go ahead and follow me at Picks from Dave.
That works. Hey, here's the deal. Howard Stern always said that he liked his haters better than his sympathizers because they listen twice as long. So
that's what your mom said.
All right, Moose is on one, guys. And I actually like this. This is what should be happening on the show by this time, in my opinion. But thanks, everyone, for watching. We will be back sometime next week. And until then, we'll see you.
See you guys.
Later.